If you're going to San Francisco, just know they went 13-4 there last year. They didn't have any flowers in their hair, but they did make it to the doorstep of the big dance.
It don't matter what's happened, it's what we gonna do.
What we gonna do?
It's what we gonna do.
Then Niners Empire found themselves watching The Fugitive instead of an offense. So forget it. Hollywood is smoke and mirrors anyway. 2023 is here, and your QBs will have two arms to work with in the sequel.
Are you ambidextrous?
Question is, which QB is it gonna be? At the moment, it's irrelevant.
That's all they got? That's all they got? All right.
Mr. BCB himself. Bold, confident Brock, they call him.
Pretty good.
49ers players, fans, and coaches believe they would have made it to Zona if he didn't get hurt versus Philly.
Can't agree more.
We all know the story by now, from last pick in the draft to beating Brady in his first start.
Listen, Tom.
Didn't lose a game until the Philly L. Sparkled along the way.
Pretty good. You're pretty good. Yes!
13 TDs, only 4 picks, a rating over 100.
Can we call him Playground Purdy?
The sample size is small, right? It's the fluke or for real question. He sure looked legit, though. Then there's Trey Lance, the first rounder they traded up for, who also fell to the San Francisco QB curse of 2022.
That foot looks like it's going the wrong way.
Trey Lance is hurt.
But whose potential ceiling could be higher?
You got your 5?
Tell you what.
Finish this thing, man. Yep. I'm be back.
I got you.
Whoever wins the job will be staring at the offensive equivalent of Elon Musk's bank account.
I score Ray Ray's touchdown. I said, now let's talk to it. Go ahead, bro. You're a jerk.
It's loaded in case that wasn't clear. They'll be handing off a lot. 49ers were 9th in rush attempts, 26th in pass attempts. It's a Kyle Shanahan thing.
Man, I done tripped over somebody's foot.
No, you didn't. That was all me.
CMC Music Factory will tote it the most.
Breaks a tackle! Touchdown!
McCaffrey over 1,100 rushing yards last year, 8 TDs on 4.7 a run.
CMC!
They can go Elijah Mitchell, 6.2 a carry.
And in for another 49er touchdown.
Oh, there's also Jordan Mason, 6 a scamper. They're running back hoarders, I tell ya.
Dives to the end zone. Touchdown, San Francisco.
As if that trio wasn't enough, they can still hit teams with Debo, too, and he can still knock a dude out.
Debo Samuel's in.
5.5 a pop for him last year.
Touchdown, San Francisco.
That brings us to the passing game. Samuel wasn't healthy last year. 13 games played, kept him to 600-plus yards.
Debo Samuel down the sideline, 50.
It allowed Brandon Ayuk to blossom into a 1,000-yard receiver, though.
No! Tassione! San Francisco!
Juwan Jennings over 400 yards out of the slot.
Was deflected and caught! Tyrann Mathieu with the deflection! Juwan Jennings with the touchdown!
And they have old Nacho Libre at tight end.
Hi.
I love you. You look awesome. Let's go.
George Kittle, Pro Bowler again, over 750 yards, 11 TDs.
What else am I gonna do? Roll over and die easy? Not once in my life.
And I believe that McCaffrey guy is a pretty good pass catcher out of the backfield as well.
Wide open, McCaffrey!
And we can't leave out fullback Kyle Juszczyk. Glad I know how to say it because I can't spell it.
Block from Juszczyk. McCaffrey's in the end zone!
Point is, aside from the loss of running back Jeff Wilson, the band is back together and ready for another run.
Their defense cannot be fresh right now.
They do need to replace right tackle Mike McGlinchey. The other 4 spots on their O-line should be familiar faces.
It all depends on us, man. Take this under control. Let's go get the hats and t-shirts, man.
Still got Trent Williams at left tackle. He was just as good as always in 2022.
Hey,
They are mostly running the offense back, and why not? Points per game, yards per game, turnovers, third down, no lower than 6th in any of them.
I hit that. Bottle flip, landed it. The world will never know, though, because no one got on camera.
Donnie would say those are some good rankings, Walter.
I have to score again because if I score again, Greg Olsen said he'd take his shirt off in the booth.
But their defense outdid them.
We said we the number 1 defense. Let's go do it.
No team gave up fewer points per game.
I need more. I need more.
No team gave up fewer yards.
I need more. I need more.
Only one team had more turnovers.
That's a hell of a play by the D. Keep slinging that. Purdy, we got your back. I need more. I need more.
No team held runners to a lower yard per carry figure.
I'm a death eater, boy.
No team had more interceptions. Now, they did lose some faces from this side of things. Defensive lineman Hassan Ridgeway, Samson Ebukam, 5-sack dude, Charles Omenahue, 4.5-sack guy.
Thinking about it won't help.
Linebacker Azeez Al-Shire only started 9 games. DB Jimmy Ward, 3 interceptions for him in 2022.
Intercepted by a diving Jimmy Ward!
Contributors, but not stars per se.
We just got a top wood. Top wood, carry water. Top wood, carry water.
Meantime, they did bring in a big name. They added defensive tackle Javon Hargrave, 11 bags from the middle for Philadelphia.
One of the best in the NFL right now on the inside.
San Francisco was already a top 10 sack team.
Fumbled the ball away, it's free!
And DT Eric Armstead didn't have any, only played 9 times. So imagine if he returns to form.
He's in trouble and he's sacked by Eric Armstead.
Armstead, Hargrave, and Drake Jackson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Money, 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 money.
What? 3-sack guy expected to replace Ebukam at the DE spot.
What did Kyle Shanahan say about this guy, Drake Jackson, down here at the bottom of the screen? They said he is going to end up being a special one.
And they also still have Nick Bosa.
A lot of 97s in here.
This weather is prime.
It's prime for 2 sackaroonies. Just 2 of them.
That kid showed some flashes. He's got some potential if he can put it all together, you know?
Become a man tonight.
First team in 2022, Defensive Player of the Year.
I want to sack the quarterback, dude. It's not as easy as it looks.
18.5 sacks.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
48 QB hits.
Bro, I was looking into Tyrant's soul.
Seems like the type of dude that could double up being the best D-man in the game.
Defensive player of the year. Defensive player of the year.
His fellow first-teamer, linebacker Fred Warner, is also back.
I ain't never gonna fold. Never. Fight to the end.
130 tackles last year, couple sacks, a pick, forced fumble.
Ain't nothing better to be Fred Warner right now.
My life flashed before my eyes. You're really a heat-seeking missile.
He likes to diversify his portfolio.
I was leading you to the end zone, by the way.
He grabbed me by my dreads.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm ready to go. I'm just getting started, man. I'm ready to unleash it.
I'm not sure how Dre Greenlaw puts up like the exact same stat line and doesn't even make the Pro Bowl.
Hey, don't worry about that. Run it to 5-7. Put the ball my way! Put the ball my way!
Oren Burks probably fills out the linebacker group. He was a backup for him last season.
He's taken down for a loss.
San Francisco's secondary, it's like Rice-A-Roni. And head and shoulders, you better get on it.
It does remind you of Polamalu. Totally. You know, I mean,
Safety Talanoa Hufanga made first-team All-Pro.
Polamalu used to get to the point where he would time out and jump over the pile and make plays on 4th and 1. He has a little bit of that magic as well.
Over 90 tackles, sub-70 rating allowed, 4 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, 2 sacks.
Hufanga will get him!
Best lock since Telly Savalas, man.
Second-year pro from USC, becoming a force in the NFL.
His partner, Tashawn Gibson, 5 interceptions, held QBs to a sub-60 rating.
Gibson racing down the far sideline with blockers.
Cornerback Travarius Ward, sub-80 rate, 87 tackles, not scared of anyone.
Dallas throws and is picked off by Mooney Ward.
Amador Lenore, 79 tackles, rating allowed just over 90, respectable, and he's, quote, the weak link.
Intercepted! Amador Lenore! Dak Prescott just threw him the ball.
That's how you rattle him right now.
The new face cornerback Isaiah Oliver, the lone Falcon that gave QBs trouble, he was a sub-80 rate cat.
It's intercepted. Picked off by Isaiah Oliver.
San Francisco is one of the teams that enjoys a nice return game, thanks to Ray McCloud.
He's gone! 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
And no more gold for 49ers fans. Alanis Morissette should add that to her song. They drafted Jake Moody in the 3rd round to take his place.
This guy can kick footballs straight through the uprights like nobody I've seen. I'm serious.
I'm with you.
I am serious. And the 49ers and you fans in San Francisco and throughout Niners Nation are gonna love Jake Moody.
The Niners' floor is tied to the QB play they get. Neither guy is a sure thing, so to speak, so if the signal caller goes south on them, offense would slip. What if their defense doesn't excel at taking the ball away and they're just top 10 instead of elite? They wouldn't fall off the face of the earth, but 10-7 wouldn't be out of the question. Shanahan appears to know what he's doing, though, so assuming he gets what he needs out of Purdy or Lance, they're a 13-win team still because the rest of the roster is bad Santa loaded. The ceiling is obvious. If they get stable play from their quarterback, 25 touchdowns, 10 interceptions kind of thing, Debo stays healthy, now they're even better on offense, Hargrave being added could make them even harder to score on. It's clear why so many believe they have Super Bowl potential. Here we are now. In Seattle, entertain us they did in 2022. Seahawks a 9-8 playoff team. Stupid good and hopefully contagious. Maybe it spreads to 2023.
You look younger. No, I don't know about that. No, you do. I'm feeling pretty good, though.
Maybe the 12 saw it coming. 30 touchdowns, 11 INTs, over 250 yards passing per game, rating over 100.
A perfect, and I mean perfect throw from Geno Smith.
Russell who? Geno Smith comes close to that again. Hawks are flying high again.
I caught! Touchdown!
Underdog comeback tales are the greatest. Hawks just hoping for a Rocky II-like sequel.
Get the rhythm and keep going, you know.
With Smith behind the wheel, Seattle's offense put up the 9th most points per game.
Seahawks! Are you kidding me?
They were only 20th on 3rd down and 28th in the red zone, so they can be better.
That's my fault. That's my fault. Hey, that's my fault. Hey, that's my fault. That's my fault.
Improvement likely tied to their O-line playing big and less ugly.
Hey, stay locked in. Stay locked in. Stay locked in. Clean hands, right? Clean hands.
PFF ranked the group 23rd overall last season, and their young tackle duo was especially problematic. They need growth from both Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas. 16 sacks allowed between the two of them.
Bigger and deeper kick from Lucas needed at that right tackle spot.
They brought in former Lion Evan Brown to take over at center, and they'll probably have a battle at one of their guard spots too. If the line improves, their playmakers improve.
Tell that go ball to be ready.
The passing game will likely run through 4 dudes.
The more and more he sit, there you go. Yeah, the more and more that he sit, that go ball could be ready.
Tyler is still popping locketing in the Northwest.
Does he get his feet in? He does! Touchdown!
Over 1,000 yards, scored 9 times.
Corner, it is Lockett! Touchdown! Tyler Lockett was not going to let this one get away.
DK had it his way to the tune of 1,000+ yards and 6 scores.
He's got Metcalf! Metcalf! Touchdown!
I mean, if I'm the marketing guy for that burger joint,
DK! He can't guard you, bro.
Metcalf is my spokesman. No brainer, right?
Yeah, DK!
The wideout group will be more dangerous. They drafted Jackson Smith-Jigba in the 1st round.
He's an expert working in the middle of the field. He's a polished route runner. It's not a coincidence that his shuttle drills were off the charts at the combine because of his change of direction quickness. It shows up as a route runner.
Tight end duties again will fall to 2 dudes. Noah Fant, 50 catches, close to 500 yards and 4 scores.
He's still running midfield!
Will Disley chipped in with close to 350 yards and 3 TDs. Combined, they make a pretty good tight end.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Woo-hoo!
Seahawks line was much worse at run blocking than pass blocking, so if they get better play from that quintet, Kenneth Walker would benefit as well.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
Over 1,000 yards as a rookie, 4.6 a carry, the fairest 9 in scores. They also picked up Zach Charbonnet in the 2nd round for depth.
This dude finishes runs. He's got excellent hands. And when you talk to Chip Kelly and the folks at UCLA, character, leadership, work ethic off the charts.
Yep. But not much change to the starting 11 on offense, so they're hoping continuity is a positive.
Okay, boys, on you now. You gotta go.
On defense, the exact opposite. Change galore, especially up front.
It ain't time to relax. Finish is what it's about.
Seattle finished 25th in points per game allowed, 26th in yards per game, 25th in the red zone, 27th on third down.
Damn.
They gutted their defensive lines, defensive end Quentin Jefferson, Shelby Harris, defensive tackles Al Woods and Poona Ford, all gone.
We cold.
In their place, defensive end Draymond Jones, former Bronco, 6.5 sacks in 2022.
Down he goes!
Defensive tackle Jaron Reed returns, over 50 tackles for Green Bay last year.
Now he's in trouble. He's going to hold on to it. The last time he got sacked, he coughed it up.
Not super clear who they go with at nose tackle just yet. Hawks needed change up front to try and keep runners from hitting it close to 5 a run, which is what they gave up last year on the ground.
Ball is run into the end zone for a touchdown.
To this end, welcome back Bobby. Wagner's one-year hiatus south is over, 54 back wearing the correct colors.
They knock him off his feet. Bobby Wagner has number 2.
Wagner didn't slow down in LA, 140 tackles, 2 picks.
Flat, nearly intercepted. Did Bobby Wagner get it? Did Bobby take it away?
6 QB takedowns.
Against his former franchise, Wagner is starring for the Rams.
He replaces Cody Barton, who was a 136 tackle guy, and he played the pass well, too. Wagner reunites with inside linebacker Jordan Brooks.
I got to sanitize my mouth, man. We were doing a jump up. When a Ryan Neal dreads fell in my mouth.
Over 160 tackles in 2022.
It's you and the fat kid in the playground. Playing tag.
Hawks' primary 2 outside linebackers are back, and they both come in hot.
The ball is on the ground. The Seahawks have it.
Ball! We got the football! Ah!
Chenna and Nwosu led the team with 9.5 bags.
It's going to go down. Sacked.
Darrell Taylor also led the team because he also had 9.5.
For Darnold pressure, and this time Taylor gets the sack.
Their secondary fed off those guys' pressure. They held QBs to a sub-90 rate and the 10th lowest completion percentage.
In and out of the hands of Morrow and picked off Diggs again in midfield.
They could be even tougher to pass on, though, right? They used their first-round pick on cornerback Devin Witherspoon.
When the pressure gets ratcheted up, his technique actually improves. The more trash he talks, his technique actually improves. That's a really rare trait.
He'll be out there with Tariq Woolen. He killed it in his rookie year. Pro Bowler, 6 INTs, held QBs to a sub-50 rating.
Ball pops out. It's scooped up by another member of the Seahawks, and that might do it.
Michael Jackson, he was bad, like in the 80s way. Sub-80 rating allowed.
It's intercepted.
Bro, you got a pick on the same play. I got a fumble recovery. Look at that.
Kobe Bryant is back too, rating allowed over 100, so has room for improvement. But 70 tackles and 4 forced fumbles is nothing to sneeze at.
But I'll tell you what worked out is Kobe Bryant in the backfield.
Behind them, free safety Quandre Diggs.
Intercepted, coming up the near side.
Pro Bowl year for him in 2022. Sub-80 rating allowed, over 70 tackles.
Let's go!
They did lose strong safety Ryan Neal, who played the pass really well for them, but when the guy taking his spot is Jamal Adams, not going to hear too many complaints.
And is nearly picked.
Adams is back after only playing 1 game last season. If the game is close, Seattle is in good shape in theory. Jason Myers was a Pro Bowler as well due to the fact he hit at over 90%, and he was 6 for 6 from 50 plus.
And the kick is good!
Floor in the Northwest is tied to Geno being a one-hit wonder. It's happened to plenty. Their rookie tackles don't improve. The defensive makeover doesn't come through. Could be as ugly as 5-11. Gonna swing at a 7-10 for the prediction. Their road schedule is tough. At Detroit, at the Giants, at the Bengals, at the Ravens, at the Cowboys, along with San Francisco. But hey, they proved me and everyone else wrong last year, and if Cross and Lucas improve, Geno is just as good, doesn't have to be better really, and the new look defense is middle of the pack in yards per game and points per game. That could push them forward to a 10-win season. If you go too big in La La Land, the hangover you suffer through the next day, akin to the kind the Wolf Pack dealt with.
Hell no. No.
The Rams, Super Bowl champs in 2021, 2022, a nauseating 5-12.
Take it off, execute, baby. Let's go.
Here, we can make this the shortest preview of the 32. Everyone was hurt. Maybe they won't be this year. The end.
That's a good start, boys.
Maybe you're not into the whole brevity thing. All right, let's examine some details. Offense looked like Stu's face. No team with fewer yards per game, points per game, tied for 26th.
Stupid, that's my fault.
Matthew Stafford, an otherworldly wide receiver.
Cooper Kupp, speed to burn.
9 games played each.
So dumb.
The O-line, you have to have so many snaps to qualify for PFF's grading system. Sometimes you see a team with only 4 guys, occasionally you see some with 3. LA had 2.
Stafford surrounded by Bills and drop.
They played several games with the backup to the backup to the backup. Rams were only 24th in pass attempts and still gave up 59 sacks.
Right through the middle, throws down Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford, in turn, goes 3-6 with a sub-90 rating before being shelved.
2 models, but the clothes are cool. Said 2 tough models, but the clothes are cool.
His reverting to form, clearly an essential ingredient in their recovery drink.
Great tempo in and out of the huddle. You guys set the tone up front. Push that thing now. Let's go. Make them feel us right here. Let's go.
Some will argue the Rams' success this year isn't what's in the drink, but whether they have the right cup to pour it into.
Drops it in the bucket. An absolute dime from 9 to 10 to Cooper Kupp.
Cooper, last year, 75 catches, over 800 yards, 6 TDs.
His high-end speed will never get the credit it deserves.
Plenty of dudes would be happy with those digits.
And then outran him. And Coop ain't even known for speed. Outran him, though.
As we said, he did that while missing 8 games.
I expect you to get that sweet. That's crazy, dude.
From there, they need their left tackle, Joe Noteboom, to play way more than 6 times. Their center, Brian Allen, to play way more than 7. If that happens and you can pair him with right tackle Rob Havenstein and new guard Steve Avila, they could start feeling better.
I wrote on there the center guard flexibility. You can see him play any of those 3 interior spots for the Rams.
Stafford will again have his second favorite target.
Yeah! Let's ride! Come on, come on!
Tight end Tyler Higbee had over 70 catches, over 600 yards.
The new franchise record holder for tight ends, for receptions, touchdowns, and yards, Tyler Higbee.
Filling out the outside, wide receiver Van Jefferson, another injury casualty, just 11 games.
Caught by Van Jefferson!
They said bye to Allen Robinson. He didn't make much of an impact anyway. Ben Skoranek is the other option, 39 catches, over 350 yards in 2022.
We'll get you in the end zone today so you cut the hair, all right?
Oh! He's got speed. He's got the edge. He goes in untouched.
The running game will be in the hands of Cam Akers again. Considering the line he was working with, 4.2 per run is more impressive than it looks.
Lowers his pads at the 5, extends the football goal line. That should be 6.
Close to 800 yards, 7 TDs.
That's a great ball. Let's go. That's a great ball.
There is a new OC in the building, Mike LaFleur. He was the Jets' OC last year. Overall, though, LA's O-face, if everyone is healthy, will be a familiar one. Their D-face won't.
All right, Rob, let's go. Just compete, man. No doubt.
Check this out. Defensive tackles Ashawn Robinson, Greg Gaines, both gone. Inside linebacker Bobby Wagner, who had a great year for him, 6 sacks, 140 tackles, just never looked right in the horn, went back home, sort of.
Bobby Wagner has number 2.
Edge rush man Leonard Floyd had 9 sacks, out of there. Safety Taylor Rapp, sub 80 rate against, bye-bye.
It's intercepted! Taylor Rapp in the middle of the field!
Cornerback Troy Hill, rating close to 100, also bye-bye. Cornerback Nick Scott, rate allowed near 110, gonzo. Oh, and Cinco is now in Miami. Jalen Ramsey, rating allowed near 100, but he was a Pro Bowler for him last year.
You see I finally got me a sack?
Change was probably needed. They were 21st in points per game allowed, 19th in yards per game, 22nd on third down, 4.3 yards per carry allowed along the ground, 20th in passer rating against, tied for 21st in sacks.
Caught ball, touchdown Tampa Bay! Buccaneers take the lead!
Cue the injury explanation bell again.
If you hold, you can't block it off.
Aaron Donald, only 11 games played, and any game he's not on the field changes everything.
So AD 99 gets career sack number 100.
He will spend a lot of time this year with defensive tackle Bobby Brown, third-year guy. Not a lot of action, so every little step he takes is a positive.
Is swallowed up in the backfield by Bobby Brown III.
That's his prerogative anyway. All right, no more.
Football is a crazy game, boys.
Filling Floyd's production, they hope Michael Hoyt also heads into his year 3, 4.5 sacks across 17 games and 6 starts.
Smith in trouble, and Smith goes down. Michael Hoyt with his first sack.
They picked up linebacker Byron Young in the 3rd round of the draft. He seems to be the leading candidate to start on the other side.
Comes off the edge, explosive, still learning a lot about the game.
Linebacker Ernest Jones returns off a 114-tackle season, solid against the pass again, too.
Softball is picked off in the end zone.
The secondary also has room for improvement. Only 3 teams allowed a higher completion percentage, 7.4 yards per attempt allowed, tied for 26th.
Touchdown!
Cornerback Darian Kendrick needs to rebound. Rating allowed last year near 110.
And it's deflected away by Darian Kendrick.
Rookie cornerback Kobe Durant, on the other hand, looked pretty good when he was on the field. Held QBs to a sub-70 rate, picked off 3 balls in his limited minutes.
That is a great pick. Go, baby. Go. Yes!
Couple guys vying for the 3rd spot right now, and the same could be said about their safety spots. Russ Yeast could be the replacement for Rapp. It's the youth theme again. 15 games, 1 start as a rookie.
Tackle made by Russ Yeast.
And finally, you got 4th-year man Jordan Fuller. He was a blue tenter as well, only playing in 3 games in 2022. He had a nice 2021, though, so they hope he reverts to form.
Ball picked up by Jordan Fuller.
LA's got themselves some new kicks. Matt Gay was pretty money for them on the year, but he's gone. So Tanner Brown, anyone? An undrafted rookie from Oklahoma State taking over.
Good thing he's playing and not me.
Could the slide keep going? Defense falls into abysmal territory. The mass exodus makes them worse. Teams quadruple cover Kupp and Stafford isn't better. And in turn, Kupp is only like a 1,000-yard dude instead of a 2K threat. They could be a 5-win team again. Despite their concerns about their defense, though, a full year of Stafford and Kupp and Donald makes them competitive in most games. Those 3 guys in McVay are worth 7 wins at least. And then there's the what if the O-line doesn't spend most of the year watching scrubs? Stafford is a 30 TD guy. Kupp is an 1,800 plus 15 touchdown guy. AD is Defensive Player of the Year AD. 10-7 with a shot at the prom. Arizona Cardinals just 4 wins in 2022, so time for a new direction.
Don't get it twisted, we're going to win games.
Jonathan Gannon football, what's it all about?
I don't believe in a scheme. I believe in putting the players that we have in positions to be successful. So we're going to look different week to week.
The 40-year-old Gannon, previously the Philadelphia DC, takes over for Cliff Kingsbury. He brought in Drew Petzing as his OC. He was Cleveland's QB coach last year, and getting Arizona's QB right is priority number 1.
And he buries Murray for a loss of 11.
Kyler Murray only got in 11 games, and the results weren't pretty when he was out there.
In the pocket, backpedaling, his throw picked off by Frankie Luvu.
Just 6.1 yards per attempt, rating under 90, 14 touchdowns against 7 picks.
Can he get away? No!
The offense, as you'd guess then, not pleasant. 21st in points per game, 22nd in yards per game, lots of turnovers.
Oh my!
Petzing will pretty much be working with the same cast, too, save one semi-significant piece, no D-Hop to work with. He only gave him 9 games last year.
DeAndre Hopkins stabbed that out of the air.
But Arizona didn't add anyone of significance to take his place. So Marquise, the spotlight you've always wanted on you is yours.
Boy, you love to see that right there.
Hollywood Brown becomes numero uno. Like Murray, he missed time, 5 games in his case. He got over 700 yards, close to 70 catches, 3 TDs.
Brown, touchdown!
Rondale Moore, only 8 games played. He was on pace to double his production year over year. This is season 3 for him.
Stretches out of it. He's going to go into the end zone.
Greg Dortch is WR3. Didn't look bad with more snaps, close to 500 yards, over 50 catches. And that last name, you just got Dorched.
Greg Dortch on the receiving end.
Zach Ertz is the Cardinals' tight end again, limited to 10 games, just over 400 yards.
Caught for a touchdown, Zach Ertz.
Running back James Conner plays a key role in their passing attack. He returns as well. 300 yards receiving, over 45 catches out of the backfield in 2022.
Caught by Conner, and he dives into the end zone for a touchdown.
Conner will again assume the lead role as the traditional ball carrier. 4.3 a run last year behind a line rated really poorly in run blocking. 7 TDs, close to 800 yards.
We're going to take this 2x4 and we're going to bash you right in the face.
As you can see, all the skill set guys are returnees. The only 2 new faces are on their O-line. They landed 22nd in PFF's rankings last year.
Coy in trouble, steps up, and sacked.
Arizona was tied for 23rd in sacks allowed, but they threw 4th most. PFF ranked their pass blocking in acceptable territory. Still, they used their first-round pick on Paris Johnson.
Well, you talk about somebody that's got unbelievable length and quickness and intelligence. The comparison for me was Andrew Thomas.
A new center is the only other change. The other 3 guys are the same as 2022. There is a lot of work to do, but an improved line would go a long way in allowing Murray to use his dual threat abilities to their ultimate.
Still holding the ball like it's street ball in the backyard. He still got it, runs right to the 10.
He still picked up over 6 a carry when he bolted.
And he's gonna score! Oh my goodness!
The work to be done on the defensive side is just as daunting, if not more. 31st in points per game last year, 28th on 3rd down, Arizona 30th in the red zone.
Touchdown, Devontae Adams!
They gave up a fat 4.5 yards per carry. Only one team gave up a higher passer rating, and no team allowed a higher completion percentage.
And he will score the touchdown!
They didn't get home a lot either, tied for 23rd in sacks.
And pass into the end zone, wide open.
They lost their bag leader, too. J.J. Watt rode off into the sunset with a 12.5 sack season.
Absolutely mauled by J.J. Watt.
Defensive end Zach Allen was second on the team with 5.5. He ain't coming back either. Neither is Marcus Golden, though 2.5 sacks isn't much of a number. Still, Arizona didn't sign any big names on defense, but they did use their second-round pick on edge rusher B.J. Ojulari.
This is back to more of a loose, fluid rusher, a really good athlete in B.J. Ojulari. Obviously, his brother Azeez Ojulari, already with the Giants, is a really solid pass rusher.
Their interior linemen and their outside linebackers will see a lot of players rotate through early until guys show what's what. At inside linebacker, it's a little more settled. They have Zaven Collins again, 100 tackles on the nose last year.
Gonna get out of it, eventually brought down by Zaven Collins.
And Gannon brought over Kaiser White from Philadelphia, 110 tackles for them.
And a good play by Kaiser White.
Their secondary is made up of all 2022 Cardinals. Budda Baker made the Pro Bowl off a 110-plus tackle season, 2 picks, and a forced fumble.
What they doing? Let's go, man. Come on. Let's go.
Safety Jalen Thompson is back, 110 tackles last year and a pick.
Off the hands of DJ Moore and into the hands of Jalen Thompson.
Cornerback Marco Wilson held quarterbacks to a low 80s rating, and he faced the most targets on the team, picked off 3 balls.
And then he does a flip into the end zone for the touchdown!
Cornerback Antonio Hamilton only got in 10 games, but he held targets to a mid-80s rating.
Picked off in the back of the end zone by Antonio Hamilton, who takes a knee.
And Isaiah Simmons will be back there again. He'll play safety, cornerback, linebacker, 99 tackles, 4 sacks, 2 picks.
And Simmons in, back-to-back, interception returns for touchdowns.
Kicking game will be a Matt Prater joint again, 5 for 6 from 50+, 22 of 25 overall.
Drills it.
There are no floors in Arizona, with no Murray for who knows how long, no D-Hop, and the defense possibly being even worse. It seems like it could get very dry out there, 3-13. If Gannon's touch improves the D into average territory, Murray makes it back for half the year and balls out. They scratch out some close wins. It's worth a trio of W's, 6-11. Detroit Lions, 9-8 in 2022. Dan Campbell has his guys riding some lightning, though, so the league is on notice.
We got them exactly where we want them. Yeah! Let's go!
It's been a while since you could say this. Detroit Lions football last year, the most exciting ticket in town week to week.
There's nothing like it out there.
The boys in Honolulu Blue come off a year that saw them put up the 5th most points per game, the 4th most yards per game. They were 4th best in the red zone.
For
Cuts his way, dives, did he get in? Yes, sir!
Campbell and company don't want to be the entertainment this season, though. They believe they're ready to jump into the fire, so hit the lights. Detroit is ready to seek and destroy.
Intercepted by the Lions. Aiden Hutchinson with a pick.
We are figuring out a way to win, man. That's what winners do. That's what we do.
Jared Goff resurrected his career, showed he wasn't just a Sean McVay puppet.
First down, Detroit Lions. DJ Chark down inside the 10-yard line.
Goff made the Pro Bowl. Nice 29-7 TD to INT ratio. Threw for over 260 yards per game, rating just under 100.
Denzel caught. Touchdown, Detroit Lions.
A big reason Goff turned it around, that O-line of his.
Let's go! It was me and him in the hole. He didn't want any part of it.
Penei Sewell, Taylor Decker back at the tackle spots. Detroit had the 10th most pass attempts, gave up the second fewest sacks.
Caught! Touchdown, Detroit Lions!
Yeah!
Lions line also fared well as run blockers. They will have a new guard joining center Frank Ragnow and guard Jonah Jackson. Detroit's rushing attack averaged 4.5 a pop.
That's what it functions. There you go, Frank.
This is where one of their first-round picks from the draft comes into play. They used it on running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
This is a dynamic, mismatched player in the mold of Jamal Charles. When you think about how he gets out in space and goes, he's got big-time speed.
They also signed David Montgomery away from the Bears. He's been an 800-plus yard guy 4 straight years, not super explosive, under 4 yards a carry in his career.
Makes a man miss in the open field, spins out of another tackle.
Those two dudes replaced DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams. Swift was a 500-yard guy on the ground, good as a receiver too. He hit at 5.5 a carry. Hinkle McCringleberry scored 17 times for him, over 1,000 yards rushing. Montgomery and Gibbs have some big shoes to fill.
Touchdown, Detroit Lions!
Lions ran 13th most. It's an attack predicated on balance.
Into the end zone, touchdown, Detroit Lions!
Which means the passing attack also can't afford regression.
Come on, bro. You already know.
Good thing Amon-Ra St. Brown seems to be headed in the opposite direction. St. Brown appears to be a bona fide number 1. He went for over 900 yards as a rookie, over 1,000 in year 2 with 6 TDs.
He caught it between his legs. Wow.
Getting Jamison Williams on the field has been like pulling teeth. The 2021 first-round pick only played in 6 games as a rookie, 9 targets, 1 catch. And now he's going to miss the first 6 games of the year suspended.
Wide open touchdown on his first NFL reception, the rookie out of Alabama.
The rest of Detroit's pass catchers, not the hero type, but not disposable either. Khalif Raymond is back, had over 600 yards last year.
Raymond's got it! Down at the 1-yard line.
Josh Reynolds, he clocked out with close to 500 yards.
Touchdown, Reynolds!
Welcome home to Marvin Jones. Back after spending 2 years in Duval, the vet put up over 500 yards for the Jags in 2022.
That ball is caught! Caught! Caught for the touchdown!
Tight end, that trade with the Vikings, the thing that should not be. Oh well, they drafted Sam Laporta in the 2nd round at least.
Outstanding hands. This is a pass-catching tight end.
Really though, if the Lions don't want their season to fade to black prematurely, their defense has to play much better than it did in 2022. The reason their games were so fun to watch last season, their offense was putting up big numbers while their defense was giving them up.
Elijah Moore's got it at the 40-yard line.
Tied for 28th in points per game allowed, no team gave up more yards per game, 30th on 3rd down, 27th in the red zone.
He is into the end zone.
Their pass rush, middle of the pack. On the ground, doors were open to all, gave up 5.2 a carry.
Carolina gashing Detroit on the ground.
Secondary play might have been their shortest straw.
Touchdown!
25th in rating allowed, 31st in yards per attempt given up, last in yards per completion allowed. Only 2 teams allowed more passing yards per game.
Caught Bill, take the lead.
So take a hammer to the DB room. They will roll out 3 new cornerbacks. They got Emmanuel Mosley from San Francisco. He's had injury problems the last 2 years, but he has played the pass well when healthy.
And he tosses it to the other team, Mosley.
They signed cornerback Cam Sutton away from Pittsburgh. How about a low 60s rating against?
Got Renfro, but he overshoots it, and it's intercepted by Sutton.
And they got C.J. Gardner-Johnson from Philadelphia. 12 games, 6 interceptions, held QBs to a mid-70s rating.
Prime time play, mate. Prime time play is a big time game.
Plus, some believe they pulled a little thievery when they nabbed Brian Branch in the second round.
I thought he's the best nickel. Think about nickel corners. They're starters in this league right now. He did a lot of that there. He majored in that at Alabama. Can also play some safety. If you wanted to in a pinch, you could kick out and play corner CD.
Pair them with free safety Tracy Walker. Only 3 games played last year. Had a breakout 2021, though.
It is Tracy Walker who's been in the backfield multiple times.
Filling the back end out, the one Lion who looked good versus quarterbacks last season. Strong safety Kirby Joseph, over 80 tackles, low 80s rating allowed, 4 INTs as a rookie.
It is intercepted by the Lions. Kirby Joseph's got it.
So, the DBs will look plenty different. Their front will not.
Where's her 97 jersey? He's got his 97.
Same 4 guys as last year.
Aiden Hutchinson got him.
Led by their harvester of sorrow.
About $1 for every time I've called Aiden's name today. I could get a steak tonight.
Aiden Hutchinson, 9.5 sacks in year 1.
Slow things down. Take in the info. Use the instincts.
3 INTs.
Aiden Hutchinson with the second interception of his rookie year.
Over 50 tackles.
Because you don't turn Aiden Hutchinson loose.
And what if James Houston were to sustain what he did when he finally got on the field? 8 sacks in 7 games, the Lions went 5-2 with him. Damage Inc. indeed.
Here it is 3rd and 10, and Allen does go down.
Defensive end John Kaminsky, he put up 4 sacks. He seems capable of more if Hutch and Houston both improve.
Here's Wentz on 4th down. Taken down.
Defensive tackles, Isaiah Buggs and Aleem McNeil return. 2 sacks combined between them, 40-plus tackles each at least.
4-man pressure gets home, and Jones is dropped for the sack.
The 4 horsemen they have up front have to play runners better, and so do their linebackers, and that's why they used their other first-round pick on Jack Campbell.
Tackle to tackle as a run stuffer, he's outstanding. You guys know about the leadership. We'll get into that in a minute. But the lateral quickness, making plays down the line, he ran well.
He'll be next to Alex Anzalone.
Anzalone on the blitz was hitting him as he released it.
Held QBs to a sub-80 rating, and he made over 125 tackles.
And then pressure, and there's the first sack of the game, and it's Alex Anzalone.
If Goff was wearing some sort of glass slipper and reverts back to a 20 TD type dude, that sends the offense back to mediocrity land. The swap at running back doesn't make them better. They get back to sub-500 land, 7-10. They are the buzz team of 2023, though, and it ain't cold in the D anymore. That's a classic. I don't know how the tiebreaker breaks with them and the Vikes, though. Let's get crazy now. Goff rises to elite levels. Aiden becomes a 12-plus sack dude. Pass defense is way better. Okay, 12-5, division champs, and a playoff win at least. Minnesota Vikings, 13-4 in 2022, kings of the NFC North.
I want to hear you guys celebrate the 2022 NFC North Championship.
Have to try and forget that playoff showing, get back up on the bull and ride.
I will ride with this group until they don't let us play any more games.
The offense took a couple losses. Longtime Purple Fashionistas, Dalvin Cook and Adam Thielen are gone. So are they better equipped to make a deeper playoff run without them?
Hey, that's one of the most big-time plays I've ever seen, brother.
Remember, they put up the 8th most points per game in the NFL last year, 7th most yards per game. They were top 10 in the red zone. They can't afford to drop off.
Fires to JJ. Touchdown!
Yeah! Yeah!
Captain Kirk is piloting the Vikings Enterprise still.
Kirk, straight drop. Looks to the end zone for Thielen. Yes!
I do like that.
Cousins threw 29 TD passes, went for over 260 passing yards per game.
It is caught! Touchdown!
He did throw a lot of picks, though, 14 of them, and a low 90s rating. He's typically over 100, so he could be better.
Intercepted!
But there's no reason to think there aren't more good times ahead this year.
Come on, now! That's how we do that!
Kid Dynamite returns off his best season yet. Justin Jefferson went for over 1,800 yards last year, over 125 catches and 8 scores.
Climbs the ladder! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Justin Jefferson pulled it in! The catch of his life keeps the Vikings' hopes alive!
Being he has aspirations to be a 2K guy, he could still be better.
Single season Minnesota Viking receiving yard record holder.
Cousins is also equipped with a top-tier tight end.
Caught TJ Hawkinson at the 35, leaps at the 25.
TJ Hawkinson made the Pro Bowl last year, over 80 catches, over 900 yards.
Caught! Touchdown, TJ!
Then to cover for Thielen's production, 70 receptions, over 700 yards and 6 TDs, that's nothing to sneeze at, they used their first-round pick on wide receiver Jordan Addison.
If you watched Tim Joel at Pitt, and then at SC, it was like he played two different roles. He was over the top at Pitt. At SC, he did a lot of work underneath. I think that shows how complete he is.
Now, throw on some Aussie.
Caught! KJ! Touchdown!
KJ Osborne gave him 650 yards, 5 TDs, 60 catches.
Touchdown, KJ!
I'll take Mr. Crowley, by the way. But you can see they expect their passing attack to be just as productive, if not more.
TJ Hawkinson!
Hey, good grab, baby. Good grab.
With Cook gone, their run-pass split likely leans heavy on the pass again. Fact is, even with him, they threw third most, tied for 27th in rush attempts.
Yes! Touchdown, Vikings!
And that's partially why they cut ties with Dalvin despite him going for over 1,100 yards. So now we see what Alexander Mattison can do as the lead man.
Into the end zone, touchdown!
Mattison scored 5 times last year, under 4 yards per carry each of the last 2 years though, so beware.
Alexander Mattison with a daily double.
The O-line offers an area that could help their offense improve, sort of. They were 4th best in 2022 according to PFF.
Cousins goes play action, fires left, caught Jefferson wide open.
So where is the room for growth exactly? They were given one of the best run blocking grades.
We just got in because of you, bud. You got us in, bud.
As pass blockers, different story.
Parsons has him, and it's a strip sack.
PFF assigned Minnesota's pass blockers blame for more sacks than any other O-line.
Now Kirk is sacked again. They are bludgeoning our quarterback.
They gave up the highest QB knockdown rate in the NFL. Not sure how that's good enough for 4th, but whatever.
Kirk sacked!
Left tackle Christian Darrisaw had a great year. Right tackle Brian O'Neill needs to improve. He gave up 6 sacks alone.
Oh my God.
They do have continuity going for them. Ezra Cleveland, Garrett Bradbury, and Ed Ingram all return as well.
Yeah! Yeah!
So the offense has a couple new faces. Makes sense being it was productive enough. Their defense is going to look drastically different.
Put a chip on your shoulder. I dare him to touch it.
Minnesota brought in Brian Flores as their new DC. He's hoping to correct flaws that led them to finishing tied for 28th in points per game allowed, and only one team gave up more yards per game.
Right side of the end zone, touchdown!
The Vikings finished tied for 21st in sacks. Numbers against the pass were pretty rough.
For the field, there are 3 Vikings there, and somehow that was caught in between 3 Vikings!
And they gave up 4.5 yards per carry on the ground. Not much went right for them on that side of the ball.
Barkley to the left sideline.
And that's why they could see as few as 5 starters from last year back as starters this year.
Takes it to the house!
Problem is, they lost cornerback Patrick Peterson, and he held QBs to a mid-60s rating, picked off 5 passes.
They thought I lost it, but I still got it.
They also lost cornerback Duke Shelley. He held quarterbacks to a sub-60 rating.
Intercepted by Duke Shelley the former Bear.
Cornerbacks Cameron Dantzler and Chandon Sullivan are also out of there, but they did not play the pass well. So who do they have to work with this season? Hard to say for sure. The likes of former Cardinal Byron Murphy coming off a 9-game season.
It's picked up by Byron Murphy at the 40, at the 30, at the 20.
Andrew Booth and a Caleb Evans maybe. Corner is a question mark for this team.
You want to talk now? Can you throw a flag for taunting on me? Okay. You guys want to talk now?
Safety is not. Harrison Smith will be back there again. Sub-80 rating allowed, 5 interceptions.
Intercepted! Yes, it was!
Joining him, Cameron Bynum. He has work to do after allowing 7 touchdowns and a rating over 120. All those guys will have Danielle Hunter hurrying QBs up again. 10.5 sacks in 2022, good enough for a Pro Bowl.
Danielle Hunter got into the backfield to knock it free from Jones.
Little help, fellas. They no longer have Zadarius Smith, a double-digit bag man himself. Being their DTs don't have a track record of getting home much, it means they really need defensive end DJ Wanham to close the deal more than 4 times.
Now he goes down for the sack. DJ Wanham.
At inside linebacker, Jordan Hicks comes off a nice year, close to 130 tackles, 3 sacks, 10 passes defensed.
And Jordan Hicks smacks him at the 27-yard line.
They don't have inside linebacker Eric Kendricks and his 130-plus tackles anymore, though. Could turn to Brian Asamoah. He was a rookie last year, no starts.
And the rookie has his first fumble recovery.
Greg Joseph back to kick. Under 80% of his tries were good last year, but 6 of his 7 misses were from 50-plus at least.
It's Joseph from 61. Here he goes. Kene Wanwu, 30, 20, touchdown!
Losing Dalvin doesn't make the Vikings better, even if they don't run a lot. He made a big difference, especially in close games, which when you win as many as they did, can be a dangerous tightrope to walk the next season. Lots of changes to their defense. It could be a problem again. Game over 500 in that case. We're going to go 11-6 for them, though. JJ is so good. That's enough for a division tie with some dice or coins determining the winner. Just doesn't look like they're better than they were, on paper at least. If Cousins cuts back on the INTs, returns to a 100-plus rating type Kirk, Madison is as effective as Cook, and their defense is bad side of average instead of bad, they add a win and are a bigger threat to when America can dance. Chicago Bears just 3 wins in 2022, but a feeling they may be ready to wake up from their long hibernation.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to play for y'all boys. Whatever I got to do out there to get this dub, I'm going to do it.
No one has to wonder anymore. Yes, a true dual-threat QB can get to the bowl, so now Justin Fields just has to show he's not a one-trick pony.
Circling out of it, pivoting to set up a throw, wide open near side.
Fields' arm, vision, and decision-making will be on center stage this season.
Fields takes and fakes, lofts to an open, a safe route to the end zone, touchdown!
Sub-90 rating, completion percentage barely cracked 60 last year, didn't even throw for 150 yards per game.
Center field, Petrie the interception at the 41.
I gotta be better, that's my fault.
Now, it's hard to put up stats and develop when you don't get a chance to throw. John Madden would have loved to traveled on Chicago's 2022 offensive airlines. No team took to the skies less. Rest in peace, coach.
Montgomery spinning into the end zone for the touchdown!
They didn't have any top-tier pass catchers. Their O-line can't block. Or the game was still just too fast for Fields to handle. They addressed the receiver question.
End zone, touchdown!
They traded for DJ Moore, and he put up 1,100-plus receiving yards 3 years in a row before running into a year of Baker, Darnold, and PJ. Still went for close to 800 yards. Just remember, DJ, keep that hat on.
Touchdown, Carolina!
They hope his presence makes things easier for Darnell Mooney. 12 games, close to 500 yards.
Adjusted, and an incredible one-handed catch. Thought there was no chance he was going to catch that ball.
And then there's the case of Chase.
Chase Claypool has the catch.
I will not insult Calvin Johnson anymore by calling Claypool by that old nickname. Ryan Poles needs him to show up since he traded the first pick of the second round for him. Off-season reports on him aren't painting a great picture.
Bears fans have been waiting for Claypool to make an impact.
Cole Kmet returns as their top tight end, over 500 yards and 7 TDs. He appears to be Fields' second best option.
Kmet turns up to the end zone.
Now to the O-line. First, and Bears fans don't kill the messenger, their line was judged to be the 9th best by PFF in 2022.
And he dives into the end zone. Touchdown, Chicago.
Okay, it was because they thought they were really good at run blocking. This is another tricky area. Chicago threw less than any team. 29th in sacks allowed still.
Dexter Lawrence has got him. Dexter Lawrence sacks him.
Highest sack rate of any team by a whopping 3%, and trust me, that's a whopper with cheese.
He's hit a sack.
So they addressed it. First pick in the draft, tackle Darnell Wright.
He's 330 plus pounds. He is physical, and he has that ability to knock you off the ball.
They also signed Gardner Davis away from Tennessee.
Hey, let's get 7, baby. Let's go.
Paired with left tackle Braxton Jones, center Cody Whitehair, and guard Tevin Jenkins, they think their pass pro should be plenty adequate.
Over the shoulder, makes the grab in the end zone.
Chicago will pass the ball more, but they shouldn't do it more often than they run it.
Can he beat the angle? He does! He finishes in the end zone!
Say what you will about Fields' arm, his legs were the main reason Bears games were fun to watch last year.
Green grass in front of him, leaving Lions in his wake.
He would have broken the QB rushing yards record had he played their last game. Over 1,100 yards on the ground, 8 TDs, 7.1 a pop.
Now in big trouble, brought down. Nope, he slips the tackle left to the 5. Can he get in? Oh! He does!
As for their traditional runners, they let David Montgomery walk over to Detroit, but they upgraded by signing Donta Foreman. Even Red would have to be okay with over 900 yards on 4.5 per. Not the same family, but you get it.
Charging ahead, gets the push, touchdown!
And Khalil Herbert is back, 13 games, Cartman like 5.7 a carry, big boned indeed.
Front, redirects left into the end zone for the touchdown!
Their run game allowed the offense to function solidly, and it should do so again. No team was better per run, no team rushed for more yards per game, and they were at least solid on third down and in the red zone because of it.
Here's Herbert, he is in for the touchdown!
But without a legit passing attack, Chicago's offense went 23rd in points per game, 28th in yards per game. They were plenty generous with the ball, too. Plenty of turnovers.
Cam Dantzler stole it from him!
Now to the Bears' defense, and it's easy to overlook because Fields is the focal point of the team. But as bad as Chicago's offense was last year, its defense was worse.
5, strolls it in.
Dead last in points per game allowed, 29th in yards per game, worst defense on third down, 28th in the red zone.
Touchdown!
Pass rush, last in sacks, last in QB hits. They gave up 4.9 yards per carry on the ground. Their pass defense did little to slow QBs.
Leaps and makes the catch!
The red flag here, head coach Matt Eberflus is supposed to be a defensive guy.
I don't want to get ran over.
I don't want to hit you.
Yeah, no.
We'll both be hurt over here.
You got some thickness to you. I don't want that.
They spent big on 3 free agents to try and correct things. In comes linebacker TJ Edwards from Philadelphia. He played the pass great for them while racking up almost 160 tackles.
That one nearly intercepted. Edwards upset at himself.
They picked up linebacker Tremaine Edmonds from Buffalo. He's never had fewer than triple-digit tackles in 5 years.
Intercepted by Tremaine Edmonds!
They also added defensive end DeMarcus Walker from Tennessee. 7 sack season for him last year.
Says, why did you let me go, Denver?
They have to hope Trevis Gibson can provide more than 3 sacks from his DN spot.
With some time, pocket collapsing, and he's thrown down.
Camp battles likely determine the rest of the front 7, and it would be nice for them if second-rounder Gervin Dexter was good enough to start at DT.
Dexter he's kind of the definition of a flash player because you'll see certain plays in certain games where you're like, whoa, this guy has got some big-time juice.
Bears secondary, led by free safety Eddie Jackson. He had 4 picks, held QBs to a low 60s rating, only got 12 games in.
It's intercepted by Eddie Jackson!
They like strong safety Jaquan Brisker, over 100 tackles while holding QBs under a 90 rating as a rook.
And for Smith, and it's picked! Brisker, the rookie!
At cornerback, solid showings from lots of youngsters, but they need better than solid. Kyler Gordon, rating allowed just over 90, not terrible, 3 INTs.
Collected by Gordon.
Cornerback Jalen Johnson gave up a rating over 95, so room for improvement. Nickel cornerback, likely rookie Tyreek Stevenson. They picked him up in the second round of the draft.
The toughness I love. That's the first thing I wrote down when I was studying him. He loves to go nose to nose, play man to man.
Kicking duties, Cairo Santos, they'd take a repeat showing from him. He hit over 90% of his tries, and he was 4 for 5 from beyond the arc.
It is good for the win.
With the Bears, it's another team we skip the floor on. Chicago can win 6 games. Fields in the passing game should be at least adequate. They added solid dudes on defense, so a 3-game improvement is warranted. The best case, Fields follows the Hurts trajectory. He throws for 25-plus TDs. He, Foreman, Herbert make the rush attack even harder to handle. Bears defense is more like the 20th ranked unit. They go 9-8 and the league is on notice. Green Bay Packers, 8-9 in the final year of A-Rod. Now just have to hope Lennon was right.
Yes, sir. See, you know.
It's a new day in Titletown, USA, and if love is all you really need, Cheeseheads will be back to feeling all warm and fuzzy in no time.
That's what it's all about, having fun.
Just keep having fun out there.
The promise is there. Jordan Love made 21 pass attempts last year and completed 14 of them, almost 14 yards per completion, a rating over 110.
And everybody said Jordan Love from last year's preseason to this was so much better. They really kind of got it and figured it out this offseason.
Small sample size, I know, but if the saying is true and there's nothing you can do that can't be done,
Love, that's DeGuara makes the catch.
Then Love could show big after spending a few years in that front row seat, just like Aaron did.
Love to Watson.
Love may be replacing a Lambeau legend, but he's not having to replace legendary production, year over year, I mean.
Throws it up for grabs! Intercepted!
Aaron Rodgers ended his Packer career with a losing record, didn't even average 220 yards passing per game, 12 INTs, very undude.
Got intercepted along the near sideline, Jack Jones.
2 Packers receivers followed Rodgers to the Big Apple. Randall Cobb, he went for 400-plus yards. Alan Lazard, close to 800. And tight end Robert Tonyan skipped town as well, gave them close to 500 yards.
Folks wish we had better news here tonight.
So it's not like they lost to Devontae Adams this time, though losing him was part of why their passing attack was so inconsistent.
Intercepted.
Green Bay didn't sign any big names, so this will be one of the youngest pass-catching groups in the league.
His first NFL touchdown reception and a backflip in the south end zone.
At wide receiver, Christian Watson, this will be year 2. As a rookie, 7 TDs and over 600 yards in 14 games.
You got Watson again! Touchdown, Green
I told you! Let's go!
Romeo Doubs, another 2022 rook. He went for just over 400 yards in 13 games.
What an adjustment by the rookie, Romeo Doubs!
A rookie likely mans the slot. Packers used a second-round pick on Jaden Reed.
They do a great job of finding receivers in the second round, and this is one with some real speed. He ran 4.45. He plays much faster than that. He's creative with his ability to make people miss after the catch.
Tight end also will be manned by a rookie. They drafted 2 of them. Luke Musgrave, another second-rounder.
This dude, if he had been healthy, he would have been long gone by now. Only 2 games this year. Reminded me of Greg Olsen because of that size, frame, and ability to really stretch the seam down the field.
So don't be shocked if the Aaron that's still around leads the team in receptions as a running back.
For my mama right there.
Jones was second in targets and receptions behind Lazard.
To the end zone, touchdown!
Love should have time to work with if his O-line performs like it did last year. 11th best according to PFF. Left tackle David Bakhtiari and guard Elkton Jenkins were the stars. Pack gave up the 7th fewest sacks.
He's got his man! Touchdown!
And they blocked well enough for the Dillon and Jones law firm.
And it's Aaron Jones breaking free to the 40!
Aaron hit at a nice 5.3 a run. He went for over 1,100 yards on the ground.
Aaron Jones, just outstanding.
Vision and instinct is what that is.
AJ scratched out 4.1 a carry, solid since he gets a lot of short yardage situations, scored 7 times.
Fighting to the goal line! touchdown!
What should cheese lovers expect out of this group compared to last year's? Last year's went 14th in points per game, 17th in yards per game, 17th on third down. That's the bar Love and company are starting with.
That's what it looked like. The Packers were going to get back in this thing. He says,
This is also going to be our first real look at what a Matt LaFleur O-face really looks like.
Yes. To the end zone for the touchdown!
What's he about without a 12 in his way?
Hey, Joe, do you got this? I need a red pen.
Great job! Help! Yeah!
He's done being the other guy. He's a peacock. Gotta let him fly.
I'm getting really emotional right now. It's been a rough.
Packers' defensive showing, very similar to their offensive one.
Hey, you know what though? We didn't quit right there. We didn't quit. And I'm proud of us for that.
Tied for 17th in points per game allowed, 17th in yards per game, 13th in the red zone. You get why they were an 8-9 team.
Oh my God.
Pass rush, more like pass don't rush too much. They finished tied for 27th in sacks.
We got to do a great job and continue to hunt his ass, knowing he's been stepping up.
Run defense, one of the few teams to allow opposing runners to hit at 5 per against them.
And yes, touchdown Buffalo.
And even the pass defense needs working on. They did hold QBs to a sub-90 rating and were tied for 4th in INTs. That's the good part.
And there's 3 plays in the room now. That's 3. We living right. They locked in. They come in bunches.
The bad, they tied for 26th in yards per attempt, tied for 23rd in yards per completion allowed, and gave up a high completion percentage.
Complete. Touchdown.
So what did they do to try and correct all this? Not much. They're sticking pretty much with the same group they used last year. Up front, defensive end Kenny Clark, over 50 tackles, 4 sacks.
You know he's taken down. Kenny Clark got his hand on him, and that was enough.
They're banking on Devontae Wyatt living up to his first-round draft selection. As a rookie, no games started, just 1.5 sacks.
Devontae Wyatt, the other first-round rookie out of Georgia, gets his first full sack in the National Football League.
They'll have a new nose tackle out there, maybe TJ Slayton. He hasn't played much in his first 2 years.
And brought down by TJ Slayton.
The 2 guys who they expect to do most of their shopping, outside linebacker Rashawn Gary only got in 9 games before getting hurt. He had 6 sacks.
Look out! The ball, is it out?
Preston Smith is back at the other OLB spot, 8.5 bags for him last year.
And now he is, down he goes. Play made by Preston Smith.
They're plenty happy with their inside linebacking duo, though again, maybe make some of your tackles sooner. But Devondre Campbell played the pass well and had close to 100 tackles in just 13 games.
To the house!
Quay Walker played QB's tough as well, over 120 tackles as a rookie and 3 forced fumbles.
It was Quay Walker.
A couple big homer dope moments too. At cornerback, they still have one of the best in the game.
Take your ass home, man. Get out of Lambeau.
Jair Alexander, 5 interceptions, Pro Bowl nod, faced the most targets on the team and held them to a sub-70 rate. He's got your gritty right here, buddy.
You play all day.
Cornerback Rasul Douglas held quarterbacks to a sub-90 rating, 4 INTs.
It was Rasul Douglas that popped that ball open.
They need young cornerback Eric Stokes to rebound. Tough season saw him allow a rating over 110 in his 9 games. Safety Darnell Savage also struggled in the passing game. He even got benched. Rating allowed over 100. If he holds his spot, he'll have a new partner. Adrian Amos is gone. Rudy Ford could replace him, had 3 INTs last year, mostly coming off the bench.
Delivers and is intercepted in the end zone. Rudy Ford has a convoy.
Packers also said goodbye to longtime kicker Mason Crosby, going with Anders Carlson, who they nabbed in the 6th round. Beware kicking off to them. Keyshawn Nixon made first-team All-Pro. He led the league in kickoff return yards.
That boy said, crap. What was that, 103? 105.
No floor in Cheeseland. Love is far from a known quantity, so trading A-Rod for him isn't an upgrade on the surface. 6-11 is not familiar territory at Lambeau, but they went backwards before going forwards the last time they did this. 6-10, actually. If Love is a revelation, though, 25 touchdown territory, not many turnovers, Watson and Dobbs are close to 1,000-yard guys, the pass rush is better, and in turn the defense is better, then push them over 500 in Love's first year.
Eagles fly on the road to victory.
Fly, Eagles, fly. 14-3 last year, division winners.
It's a Philly thing.
That's a Philly thing.
NFC champions.
They poured Gatorade on me.
I'm sweating.
And more than held their own in the ship. But success cost them, both coordinators in this case.
Was Keith Byers the one in Ace Ventura? I'm asking.
Sean Desai takes over the D for Jonathan Gannon. He was Seattle's DC last year.
He was unstoppable in Tecmo Ball. He was a great player, and I think he was in Ace Ventura. Yes, we got him all.
And the last time a Brian Johnson took over an important role, it worked out pretty good. He's their new OC. He was their QB coach in 2022.
So what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Let's see. Third most points per game, third most yards per game, fourth best on third down, third best in the red zone.
They are in for the touchdown.
So, no pressure, Brian. Just have to make sure you go back in black, so to speak.
God, I was gonna be calm today.
Will Johnson tinker with their run-pass split? Philadelphia, a rush-dominant outfit.
Hey, I went for that because of you guys. You're tired. Great job.
Third most ground attempts compared to being 23rd in air tries.
We got some balls. We got some balls.
You could see it happening. They didn't break the bank for Jalen, expecting more of the same.
They're trying to hurt our quarterback, but they can't. He's tough. He's mean.
Not that it was bad, mind you. Hurts rating over 100, over 244 passing yards per game on a nice 8 yards per attempt.
Remember I told you last year what we were going to do? I don't tell no lies.
Hey Hurts, why is Brady hawking cars for you? Jalen's name is Hurts. His low TD figure tied to the fact he scored so many with his legs.
He's going to score! Jalen Hurts!
But the point is, they expect him to get better as a passer. He's plenty equipped to. A-level pass-catching trio, wide receiver A.J. Brown, almost 1,500 yards, 11 scores.
It's double coverage. It doesn't matter. He throws the ball into an area where A.J. Brown can make the adjustment.
AJ, aren't you glad you play in Philadelphia?
Wide receiver Devontae Smith, 95 catches, close to 1,200 yards.
Out of bounds at the 1.
Hey, 4th and 7. You know why? You know why we got these? Big old with you.
Tight end Dallas Goedert, over 700.
Woo! Thank you, Goddard. That boy Goddard, boy. Woo! He is nice.
They have Quez Watkins, a 350-yard guy.
Caught and backing in is Quez Watkins for the touchdown.
And they added Olamide Zaccheaus, who was a 550 dude.
Yeah, wide open receiver, Zaccheaus, touchdown, Atlanta Falcons.
4 of the starting 5 O-linemen responsible for being PFF's second-best line are back. Guard Isaac Seumalo, the lone departure, but center Jason Kelce returned. As long as they have him and Lane Johnson, blocking isn't going to be a big problem.
This offensive line, they're so good. They block so well.
They're in the ring now. They can't tap out now.
Another reason they might run a little less, no more Miles Sanders, 1,200-plus rush yards, 11 scores, 4.6 a run.
Touchdown! Miles Sanders, 6 yards.
However, they traded for DeAndre Swift.
Gets the block inside the 5.
He split time, but he still had over 500 rush yards and over 350 through the air.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? To the house!
Shouldn't overlook the pickup of Rashad Penny. Lost his job after getting hurt, but in his last 15 games, over 1,000 yards on a Cartman-like 6.2 per.
Touchdown Seahawks! Rashad Penny!
They still have Boston Scott and Kenneth Gainwell for depth. As for Hurts, 13 rushing TDs in 2022, 760 yards on the ground. It's what makes him special.
Goodbye! Touchdown, Jalen Hurts! He now has 13 on the season.
Eagles' offense will look pretty similar overall. Philadelphia's defense, on the other hand, is going to look a lot different.
Keep the energy. Keep having fun doing this.
Eagles likely to roll out 5 new starters. Last year's group, good enough for 3rd fewest yards per game allowed. They were top 5 in turnovers and top 10 in points per game allowed.
None of this defense. Hold up.
The D's strength found at the point of attack, so you can guess what happens if your QB doesn't have good protection.
Boy!
Normally, losing Javon Hargrave and his 11 sacks from the DT spot would be a huge loss, unless you're lucky enough to draft Jalen Carter.
This is the most talented football player in this draft class, and I think if you pulled all 32 teams and just said what you see on the field, who has the most talent, it's this guy.
Carter will have Fletch mentoring him.
I'd rather play. I'd rather be.
Fletcher Cox rents. He has a lease with an option to buy. He got home 7 times last year.
Nobody like us and we don't care, you know that, right?
And when the old man gets tired, they bring in last year's first-round pick, Jordan Davis.
Travis Etienne never had a chance. Jordan Davis.
Then you move to the edges. Brandon Graham, 11 bags in 2022.
Can't get tired of whooping ass. Can't get tired of whooping ass.
Josh Sweat, 11.
The Eagles have just teed off on Tannehill.
They've got him again.
Their king QB hunter.
That's you. Do that, dude, when you do that.
Hassan Reddick, 16.
We ain't ready to go home yet. We still, look at the link. Look at the link. We ain't going nowhere yet, baby.
Oh, almost forgot. They had 2 first-rounders, and they took Nolan Smith as well.
The comp is Hassan Reddick, who is now his teammate with the Philadelphia Eagles.
So theoretically, they have a deeper pass rush than last year.
Do they got another quarterback? Do they have another quarterback? I could be a quarterback.
And that bunch blew up the QB 70 times in 2022, first by a country mile. Which made things easier on the Eagles' back end.
And it's intercepted by the Philadelphia Eagles.
Eagles' pass defense last year, top 3 in yards per game allowed, rating allowed, yards per attempt, yards per completion allowed.
It's intercepted!
The good news, all 3 corners return and all 3 balled.
Huge! That's huge!
Avonte Maddox held signal callers to a sub-80 rating.
Ass is picked again! Avonte Maddox!
Darius Slay did as well and made the Pro Bowl.
And it's intercepted! And it is intercepted! Big play, Slay!
Somehow, James Bradbury didn't make the Pro Bowl. 54.7 rating and 17 passes defense doesn't get you in.
And it is intercepted! Intercepted!
I told you I suck at math because I don't get it.
Pick 6!
The first set of question marks comes up at safety. Losing Mike Epps isn't ground shaking. He gave up 7 TDs and his rating against was over 140. Taking his place, Terrell Edmonds from Pittsburgh. Rating allowed over 120, better but not great.
Is sacked. Brought down by Edmonds.
If you've already crushed me in the comments, just know it ain't your booty, it's your beauty.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know it's Marcus, man, and I know losing CJ Gardner-Johnson will hurt. He bounced around from free safety to cornerback, sub-80 rating allowed, 6 picks.
Deflected and intercepted on the deflection.
No clear replacement as I'm reading this, maybe someone like Reed Blankenship. He was a rook last year, not much playing time.
Then he is tackled and down by Reed Blankenship.
Reed Blankenship with a final shot there to sink the 49ers.
They also lost both their starting linebackers, Kazir White over 110 tackles, while holding passers to a sub-80 rating. Not a lot of linebackers had that kind of success.
And a good play by Kazir White.
While the other linebacker they lost did too, actually. TJ Edwards, almost 160 tackles.
And he's outstanding in coverage.
So plug in Nicholas Morrow, former Bear, not great in pass coverage, but 116 tackles at least.
Oh, and coming in to lay the hammer, Morrow hits the tight end.
And then Kobe Dean, a rookie last year who didn't play a lot.
Going backwards that time because when Kobe Dean made a great tackle, it's Chestnut.
Hey, if Game Preview guy was in charge, I'd just play all those pass rushers at once. Probably why I get fired coaching Madden.
He's slow. Sit on his side.
The only real defensive weakness they had last year, the 4.6 yards per carry they gave up on the ground.
Oh my God. Ooh! Ooh! Ooh!
We harped on this a lot in game previews, though it never really mattered.
I felt the trap the whole time, the wham. I went back.
But it is an area Davis and Carter could help improve.
This is as calm as I've ever been.
Their footballer returns, Jake Elliott, 5 for 6 from beyond 50, long of 56, and he hit 87% of his tries.
The kick is up, and the kick is perfect.
The Eagles could slip if Hurts doesn't play at an MVP-type level again. He set a really high bar. Ask Lamar what that's like. rush attack isn't what it was without Sanders. Losing Hargrave and 2 linebackers and Gardner Johnson hurts the defense closer to the 9-8 team from a few years ago. Their trajectory isn't downward pointing though, so 12-5 and division champions again. Hurts should be just as good. They just want a shot at the Super Bowl again, and they're plenty good enough to return. If Hurts improves even more as a passer though, Swift and Penny replace Sanders without anyone noticing, and their young D linemen are a force, 14-3, and celebrating another title at the end of it. Dallas Cowboys 12-5 in 2022, good enough for a ticket to the rodeo. Had no problem taming the Bucs in the wild card.
Now he escapes out to his left, pumps, throws it in the end zone, caught, touchdown! What a play by Prescott.
The final team to defeat TB12.
And it is intercepted in the back of the end zone.
The divisional bowl they tried to ride, young Sarah Lynn would be all over it. It was too much, man.
Throws out left, ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner.
Even so, Mike McCarthy is back. He has a new OC, no more Kellen Moore. In comes Brian Schottenheimer, says their offense won't look all that different. That's a good thing because it wasn't a problem.
Coming left with a block, 5, strolls it in, touchdown.
In the regular season anyway.
Diving to the goal line, touchdown to Michael Gallup.
4th highest scoring team, best team in the red zone, 5th best on 3rd down.
Skinny post, walk in, CeeDee Lamb.
Schottenheimer doesn't think it's the plays, it's how and when they're used that will lead to a happier O-face. You know what I'm talking about. Dallas's offense does have room for improvement.
How you doing? I'm good. How you doing? Can't complain, man. No place you'd rather be. What about you?
No one threw more interceptions than Dak Prescott, and he only played 12 games.
Picked off!
This is year 8 for Dak. Pressure is on. You want to stay stuck in the white Romo zone all your life? You want ants? Because that's how you get ants.
We're not getting off the gas. We're not getting off the gas. We're going to get off our own feet, right?
Prescott's play is one way the O could get even better than it was last year. The O-line's play is number 2.
These guys do not want to play with us.
Even though they didn't give up a lot of sacks, PFF dubbed them a middle-of-the-pack group.
He's not going to get a lot on that throw because of the hit.
Compared to the rest of the league, said they were below average pass blockers.
Jalen Ramsey, Dax Cooper rush.
So how might they get better line play? Ditching their lowest rated guy, guard Connor McGovern, moving their left tackle from 2022, rookie Tyler Smith, back inside.
Back to Prescott, he's got a lot of time.
And they're hoping to have Tyron Smith back on Dak's blind side.
Ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it, man.
Dallas's pass catchers appear more dangerous.
Oh, he broke a tackle, runs to the 10, runs to the goal line.
That's a grown-ass man.
Oh, he stole one. He had no business scoring that touchdown.
Brandon Cooks hops over from Houston.
Not by Brandon Cooks.
He takes the spot of Noah Brown, a 500-yard chap. Cooks was on a team with QB problems and few other legit receivers. Double-teamed more than a $2 bill and still almost 800 yards.
Caught by Cooks. Touchdown, Houston.
He should have much more room to roam with CeeDee Lamb on the field, 107 catches, over 1,300 yards.
Lamb, caught in one hand.
Found the end zone as often as Ferris ditched class.
That's a big boy play.
Michael Gallup rounds out the top 3 on the outside, 400 yards and change.
Caught it. Touchdown, Cowboys.
No more Dalton Schultz at tight end. He was a Dak fave. Leaves a 57 reception, 577 yard, 5 TD hole.
Caught, touchdown!
That Dallas thinks Jake Ferguson can fill. The rookie has the look, just didn't get a ton of looks last year.
And Jake Ferguson has his second NFL touchdown.
They also picked up a tight end in the second round of the draft.
Schoonmaker, to me, is inline tight end, real easy mover. They can move him around in that offense. They throw him a lot of these tight end screens, just get the ball in his hands.
Tony Pollard also proved to be pretty good as a pass catcher out of the backfield, close to 400 yards, 3 scores through the air.
Pollard, 25, 20 on the right sideline. Pollard streaks in.
He also gave him 1,000 yards on the ground and also scored 9 times.
Chased from behind at the 30, turns left at the 20.
On a very fat 5.2 a run.
Pollard with a house call.
Mr. Buckets isn't in the D anymore, though, and while Zeke only mustered 3.8 per on the ground, 876 yards and a dozen TDs is nothing to sneeze at. Pollard, of course, will pick up some of that.
Whoever got your fantasy, they get paid.
But expect the Cowboys to even out their play calling some to absorb the rest. They were 19th in pass attempts, 6th in rush attempts. Variety of factors.
It was weird.
The Cowboys were one of the more balanced teams in the big picture. They had a top-tier O and a top-tier D.
No, the Cowboys defense making the case that they're the best in the NFL.
Ow! Ow!
Top 10 in the red zone and on third down, top 5 in points per game allowed.
How is that a drop?
We do one hand out the jump. That's a drop.
No, you're reaching.
No team had more turnovers.
And the ball came out, and Dallas picks it up.
Dan Quinn back as DC. Only 2 big changes to the lineup he relied on.
Parsons has him, and it's a strip sack.
Cornerback Anthony Brown is gone. He was a solid defender, but Stephon Gilmore is better than solid.
Hey, you know what I need?
I got you, bro.
I know you do.
Held QBs to a sub-90 rating, picked off a couple passes, knocked down a lot of big ones.
Broke it up! It's broken up! Stephon Gilmore with the pass breakup!
So now they have Gilmore on one side, Trayvon Diggs on the other.
You held me.
No,
You just held me.
you just held my face.
No, I did not. Stop capping.
Diggs made the Pro Bowl again and had almost the exact same kind of year Gilmore did.
Your eyes are in the right spot. Anything downfield could be interception.
He knew it was his ball. Something overcame him.
Quinn is hoping to get a full year from cornerback Jordan Lewis. Only 6 games in 2022, but he kept quarterbacks under an 80 rating.
That's intercepted.
Safety Malik Hooker played the passing game well too. 3 picks, a 71.8 rate against.
Intercepted by the Cowboys at the 2-yard line.
And Quinn made great use of Donovan Wilson. He held quarterbacks to a 70.1 rating while making over 100 tackles and coming up with 5 sacks.
Now Dobbs, 3rd and long, pressured.
Their secondary is deep too.
All eyes on this. Let's go beat Greg today.
Safety Jaron Kearse held dudes to a 71 rating as well.
Wait till you see this pick. He's trying to get the ball in here to Quez Watkins. Watch, he reaches over with just his right hand.
Back to Ron Bland, forget it. He was more than tasty. Led the team with 5 INTs.
Bland has been anything but since he's taken over that slot position.
So no shock, Dallas held quarterbacks in check last year. Good numbers across the board for the most part.
The ball's on the ground, incomplete.
I failed math, but Gilmore for Brown doesn't equal drop-off, I don't think.
He was looking for A.J. Brown.
Especially if their front keeps the heat on like it did last year.
Pressured. Good night, Nurse Parsons.
Only 2 teams came home from shopping with more bags.
Here's Sam Williams. Boom. Fumble.
They racked up the 6th most QB hits. 34.9 pressure percentage, highest in the league.
It's another 2-sack game for Micah Parsons.
Thanksgiving without seconds. You know what I'm saying?
The heartbeat to their rush, Micah Parsons, 13.5 sacks, first team All-Pro.
It's Micah Parsons again. He's got 2.
That's twice. I got it. Then you two got to help him.
Wait for it, though. He's still not there yet.
Parsons recovered a fumble and brought it all the way back.
All his supporting pass rush cast members are back. DeMarcus Lawrence, Pro Bowl year, 6 sacks.
Keep going. We ain't got here before. We can't hit whoop. Keep going.
D-end, Dorrance Armstrong, 8.5.
Flushed out, runs, sack.
Outside linebacker, Dante Fowler, 6. Defensive tackle, Osa Odigizua, 4 sacks.
Now he's taken down for the sack. Odigizua.
A lot of buzz around Sam Williams, rookie last year, 4 sacks. There's a feeling he's a big star in the making, maybe in the WWE if the NFL doesn't work out.
And this is a stuplex right here at the end.
The only key change to their defense to try and address the run D deficiency. 4.4 a run allowed, not terrible, not great.
Runs out of an arm tackle inside the 20.
So draft nose tackle Mozzie Smith in the 1st round.
This is the guy that's going to do all the dirty work, CD and Mozzie Smith.
Leighton Vander Esch will be behind him. 90 tackles in 2022. He's sufficient.
Sidesteps him, and it's another sack. Sack number 6.
And linebacker Damone Clark, 5 starts last year. We'll see more after the departure of Anthony Barr.
Damone Clark
able to split through those blockers and toss him down for no gain.
Can't skip out without touching on their return man, Kevontae Turpin. Made the Pro Bowl as a rookie for all those defenders he made miss on returns.
What in the name of Tony Romo was this number 9 doing?
Kicking, new blood. Cowboys had a dude who hit 90% of his tries, 9 for 11 from downtown, hit from 60. It was like having Curry back there. And then before your eyes, he turned into game preview guy.
Wow.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Did he miss again?
Worst case, if Dak is more Danny Tony than Roger Dodger, is just an above-average QB, lack of Zeke's scoring touch hurts them, the defense slips because they don't come up with so many takeaways, they stumble to 9-8. They have so much talent, though, on both sides of the ball, and they won 12 last year while listening to Geddy Lee for a few weeks. 11-6, back in the picture everyone wants to be a part of. Dak is a 35 TD guy again, cuts the INT act down. The O-line is a top 10 unit, no defensive slippage, 13 wins, and they overtake Philadelphia for the division. New York Giants 9-7-1 last year, back in the playoffs in year 1 of Dable.
And dives ahead, and is he in for the touchdown? Yes, touchdown Saquon Barkley. And the Giants have the lead with 7:47 to go.
What does he have for an encore? Has to be better than M's. If that's going to be the case, though, 10-cent coins better start falling from the sky this year.
And it's caught for the touchdown!
The G-men dropped more than dimes to keep Daniel Jones in town. They believe his arm can be as dangerous as his legs.
Throws it to the end zone, touchdown Giants!
Jones comes in off his best year as a passer, rating over 90, high 60s completion percentage.
Fires to the right, caught first down. Darius Slayton.
His best year. Let's slow our roll here. Just 15 TD passes, just 6.8 yards per attempt, barely 200 yards passing per game.
If it can go wrong, how about that?
And despite their strong rush attack, it could only take them so far.
He and Barkley and James ran into each other.
It's literally something from the Three Stooges there. You can't have that.
Offense was middle of the pack in points per game, yards per game, and they were below average on third down.
Come here. I'm gonna need you. Head up. Got me?
You can make the case it wasn't really DJ's fault. He had no major receiving threats and one of the worst O-lines blocking in front of him.
Hit, sack, ball free.
We hear you, Andrew Thomas. He's singing that old Shaggy tune from his left tackle spot. Giants were 25th in pass attempts, yet managed to finish tied for 27th in sacks taken.
That's another sack.
It was like a jailbreak every time Jones dropped back. So how's the passing game going to get better? 4 of the 5 O-line starters from last year, back again. Tell a friend. They drafted John Michael Schmitz in the second round to play center.
From the center position, pull out there in that RPO-based scheme, and rest assured, they were running the rock at Minnesota, and the big reason why was John Michael Schmitz.
But the key to improvement may reside at right tackle. They have to get better play from their first rounder from last year, Evan Neal.
Brandon Graham has himself a quarterback.
Neal got sub-50 grades across the board from PFF. That's Michael Kelso territory.
And Neal just is not anticipating the speed that Lawrence has off the edge.
They didn't overhaul their wideout group, but they did bring in a new tight end they hope makes a big difference.
Open Waller! Welcome back, Darren!
Darren Waller only played 9 times, but obviously has the ability to be a 1K kind of guy.
Touchdown Raiders!
As for the wide receivers, Darius Slayton returns over 700 yards last year.
I like we gonna need that. Every single one of us. When the play needs to be made, we gotta make that.
They let Richie James walk. He went for $550 and change. They replaced him with Paris Hilton. Not great at catching balls, so they got Campbell instead. A little over 600 yards with the Colts last season.
Breaks a tackle! Oh my goodness!
Isaiah Hodgins is back. Only 8 games in 2022, scored in half of them.
Jones fires it deep into the end zone. Touchdown Giants! Yeah! Isaiah Hodgins!
Sterling Shepard is trying to bounce back again. He only played 3 games.
He's got Sterling Shepard at the 30. Shepard to the 20.
And when all else fails, dump it to Saquon.
Jukes a man at the 40. Jumps over a tackle at the 30 to the 25.
No one on the Giants had more targets than Barkley last year. They hope it won't be the case again, no matter how good he is with the ball in his hands.
He hit the turbo button and got right through there.
Saquon is the franchise right now, and he got tagged for it. He dropped over 1,300 on the ground, 10 scores.
Saquon Barkley on a 28-yard burst.
Ah!
Jones was the second half of their two-headed rush attack that drove the offense. Over 700 yards for the QB, 7 TDs. The two of them willed points on the board at times.
Second rushing touchdown for Daniel Jones.
Waller the big add on O, a couple other small tweaks. Dable mostly relying on his staff being able to whip the O-line into shape, though he also has to hope his defense improves.
Play pissed off right here. Hey, Hardy. Play pissed off right here.
New York's defense wasn't terrible. Top 5 on third down and in the red zone, and they played the pass respectively.
Let's go, Giants! Let's go!
They also ended the year on the wrong side of average in points per game allowed, didn't create a ton of turnovers, and gave up bunches of yards, especially on the ground.
We running right at you now, Sam. We running right at.
Giants gave up 5.2 a run and over 140 rushing yards per game.
Giants can't stop the run, not tackling well.
Addressed this issue a few ways. Linebackers Jalen Smith and Tay Crowder, gone. In comes linebacker Bobby Okereke, over 150 tackles in Indy last year.
You watch him, he did that punch, he was going right for the football.
No other big linebacker names for the other inside spot, though. Could be the likes of a Gerard Davis or returnee Micah McFadden.
Tries to get away, spun down.
He started 7 games as a rookie for New York. Up front, they added defensive tackle Ashawn Robinson to clog the middle, over 40 tackles in only 10 games for the Rams.
Right into Ashawn Robinson.
He will be flanked by 2 monsters.
Let's go! Let's be some bad boys!
Dexter Lawrence, he played like one last year. Made the Pro Bowl, 7.5 QB takedowns.
The pressure, Ellinger's gonna get sacked by sexy Dexy Lawrence.
Leonard Williams had a down year, only 12 games played, but we know what he is capable of.
Number 1 on the year. He's been looking for it. He had 18 the last 2 years combined.
Filling out the front 7, and this is where the potential lies. Azeez Ojulari only played 7 games. He still had 5.5 sacks.
See the dip underneath and then continuing to hunt.
And then there's Kayvon Thibodeau, last year's highly prized first rounder. 14 games, 4 sacks.
Who is a bright lights guy, big time player, wants the pressure in the key situations.
Have a day, five! Have a day, five! I don't know where that came from. Yeah!
Giants' pass rush was solid, but if Ojulari plays a full slate and Thibodeau makes the jump, it could be more than solid.
Tic-tac-toe.
Giants pass defenders would love that. Their play against quarterbacks last year, plenty respectable.
Intercepted by Landon Collins down the left sideline.
Held QBs to a sub-90 rating, under 7 yards per attempt.
Christian Kirk made the catch at the 1, and then the Giants rallied to the ball, and the ball game is over.
The group they will rely on this year, a little different. Cornerback Fabian Moreau allowed a rating close to 100. He's out. In his place, first-round pick Deonte Banks.
He's a pure man corner to me. You want to line up and play nose to nose, that's what Wink Martindale loves to do.
They hope cornerback Adoree Jackson is across from him all year. Only 10 games last season, played the pass well enough.
He throws it to Lockett in the right flat, gets slammed down, and then lost the ball, and it's recovered by the Giants' Adoree Jackson.
Darnay Holmes will cover the slot, held down the fort to a sub-90 rating.
Just rake at the ball, just rip at it. Does a nice job finishing that play.
Backing up those 3, safety Xavier McKinney, another injury victim. Just 9 games played, another sub-90 rating guy though.
Stop! Clear! Stop! Clear! Stop! Clear! Come on!
Losing safety Julian Love could hurt, over 120 tackles while holding QBs to a sub-80 rating. We'll have to see who replaces him. No big resume players lined up for that spot at the moment. Graham Gano at kicker, 29 to 32, 90%, 8-9 from deep, 57 is long. More like Graham Ga. Lana would cut me off. Nope.
It is good!
New York's passing attack is banking on Waller making it better, but he hasn't had a big year in 3 seasons. That would probably leave DJ stuck in the mud and the offense as well. And if the defense isn't any better, it could lead them to a 6-11 season. Going with 8-9 as the guess of record, with Saquon in the fold, their rush attack keeps them close in most games. The regression year to year, more to do with their schedule than the roster being changed. But if DJ makes a leap, 25 TD pass territory, 100 rating guy, the O-line is more like a top 15 unit, defense shores some things up, they improve and hit 11 wins, another dancing opportunity. On our way to Washington, where work is done by men with gavels, and where the Commanders went 8-1 last year.
I'm excited that we back.
There is a fresh feeling around the org this season. The team is finally off the schneid. Sort of anyway.
Strike up the band, baby! The Sammy Howell Show has arrived in D.C.
This year also comes with a big roll of the dice, but if TB12 can go 199, BCB last, then why can't Mr. Howell succeed coming out of the 5th?
Sam Howell's first career pass is a 16-yard touchdown to Terry McLaurin!
Sam never got lost at sea like Thurston, but he's never lost a game in his NFL career either.
They shouldn't retire. 1 pass, 1 completion, 1 touchdown.
Perfect 1-0, so ride the hot hand, I guess. That game gives us video of him at least. Went to North Carolina, has nice touch on his deep ball.
It's caught at the 15-yard line!
That was a bomb!
Only meat he eats, chicken. Can he produce more than Taylor Heineke? He was a 12 TD, 6 INT, close to 90 rating kind of guy. We've all seen worse.
Now back to the middle of the field, to the back of the end zone, Antonio Gibson!
How goes Howell will obviously dictate the team's ceiling. Good thing he's a scrambling man. If he's going to make it work in Washington, he may need to do a lot of it.
Hit, sack, back inside the 20!
Washington didn't throw a lot last year, 20th in pass attempts. Finished 26th in sacks taken. O-line got a PFF ranking of 21st.
He fumbles the football, and let's see.
Washington's line had a hard time staying together most of the season. Lots of injuries, so health could help them perform better. It would also help if left tackle Charles Leno could clean some things up.
Here comes Bosa!
PFF gave him a high pass blocking grade, said he didn't allow his QB to be pressured much, but he also gave up 8 sacks. That's a lot.
Sack by Thibodeau, the ball's loose.
They signed a new right tackle, Andrew Wiley, Super Bowl winner. Gave up 1 more bag than Leno, though, so both dudes have work to do to improve.
In trouble, and he is sacked.
As bad as the line's pass blocking was, PFF said they were worse as run blockers.
Yeah, I'm good.
Antonio Gibson, Brian Robinson can attest. Both guys finished under 4 yards per carry. Still, Washington ran 4th most of any team.
Reaches over the goal line! Touchdown!
Combined, the Commanders' top 2 backs rushed for 1,300 yards, 5 scores.
Get out of my way!
The run-heavy approach did not really work, though. 24th in points per game, 26th on 3rd down, and 25th in the red zone.
Am I in shape, bro? Hey, what's going on?
If the line improves, Howell has sufficient time to work with. He has a good young pass-catching group, complete with an A-lister.
Dude, you see Terry? Oh, there's Terry.
Terry McLaurin, almost 1,200 yards and 5 scores.
That's why you come out here. That's why you grind in the offseason.
We'd have to change his nickname to Terrifying Terry if he ever ends up with an upper-tier QB.
McLaurin caught at the 10 and in! Touchdown!
Come on, man! Come on, man! Come on, bro!
Hey, maybe Howell is that upper-tier QB. Just saying, so far, Terry has just been scary.
Ain't no reason to be scared now. That's the fun part.
Jahan Dotson, 7 scores as a rook in 12 games. Good start.
Unbelievable catch by Dotson! Spins at the 10! He's going in! Touchdown!
Curtis Samuel over 650 yards out of the slot.
Hey! 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 Hey!
And at tight end, Logan Thomas is looking to get back on track.
End zone touchdown, Logan Thomas.
323 yards last year. He was beat up, but he definitely did regress. Regression is not something their defense can afford to do.
Oh my goodness! We have won this game! What a tremendous effort!
That even Steven record they put up, that was them.
I don't give a what's going on. We control us.
Washington's D quietly kept the squad competitive. Top 5 in yards per game allowed, top 10 in the red zone and points per game allowed, and no team was better on the most important down in football.
Half a football length to the goal line. Didn't get in.
If the old Wendy's lady went to a Commanders game today, she might ask, what's a commander?
That's how you be great, baby. That's how you be great, baby.
But she would not have to ask, where's the beef? It's in the middle of that D line.
Ain't nobody messing with us. Bring it on.
The Rock and Sock'em Robots were the NFL's top DT tandem in 2022. Jonathan Allen made the Pro Bowl, 7.5 sacks.
4th and 1. Give to Patterson. I don't think he got it. John Allen met him there. It's close.
Big time play by Jonathan Allen.
Daron Payne didn't make the Pro Bowl despite getting home 11.5 times.
Ripped down by Daron Payne.
If they get that kind of interior pressure again, it's likely Montez Sweat gets another 8 or so sacks. 8 bolsas el año pasado.
He is caught by Montez Sweat and sacked back at the 16-yard line.
Chase Young, he's never come home from a year of shopping with 8 bags. Chase Young has only gone shopping 12 times in the last 2 years, 1.5 bags in that time.
Is he different than us, bro? Because he got short legs.
Commanders' pass rush may need to bother QBs even more than last year. Washington drafted cornerbacks with their first 2 picks.
The Washington Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes.
He's 166 pounds, but somebody forgot to tell him because he plays with his hair on fire. Rolling downhill again, an aggressive tackler. He does not mind throwing that weight around.
The Washington Commanders select Jartavius Martin, defensive back, Illinois.
This is the second best nickel in the draft. He's plug and play.
Those rooks can't afford rookie years if Washington hopes to hold its ground defensively. They held QBs to a respectable 90 rating.
Oh, that is bobbled up in the air.
Touchdown!
They said he went out of bounds inside the 1. And so for the 3rd time in this game, Washington gets a stop inside their own 5.
Second lowest completion percentage allowed, held passers under 7 yards per attempt.
Picked off by Fuller. 35-30 down the sideline he goes.
Oh, he just jumped it. Wait. He's waiting on it.
Kendall Fuller and Benjamin St. Juste are both back. Both guys ended the year with sub-90 ratings against.
Pick 6!
Got him!
Safety Derek Forrest, he played the pass great, held his targets to a sub-70 rating, picked off 4 passes.
Picked off by Derek Forrest.
Safety Cameron Curl also returns. He didn't handle pass duties as well as the year before. Linebacker Davis, on the other hand, low 80s rating against when it was in the air. 104 tackles, 3 sacks, much better than year 1.
Jamin Davis, he's really good at rushing the quarterback.
He will have a new partner. Cole Holcomb is gone, only played 7 games. Taking his spot, Cody Barton, another tackle monster type, had over 130 with Seattle last year.
He reads it right away.
Barton will try and help Washington's defensive flaw, run D. 4.4 a carry allowed.
Defense, bring it up! They don't deserve that. We gave it to them. That's all they get.
Kicking duties, still with the sly guy. Joey was 25 of 30, 4 of 6 from 50 plus, 58 the long.
Kick is good.
The Howell roll of the dice could easily turn up snake eyes, despite the famous ones. Overlooked QBs don't usually hit. The O-line could be just as rough, too, and the defense could wear down from having to carry things week in and week out. They could be a 4-13 squad. Tacking on one more win because Riverboat Ron always gets more out of his guys than most. He kept them competitive without a top-tier QB the last few years, so why not do it again? He's got that defense. And if Howell pulls an ollie and shakes up the world, he's like a 25-30 touchdown dude, mid-90s rating. McLaurin is a 1,300-plus yard, 10 TD type cat. Defense is just as stingy. Move their win total to 8. Rivera's that kind of dude. New Orleans Saints, one of 3 7-10 NFC South teams in 2022, which meant they weren't far off from making the dance.
You're in striking distance. You're on blood.
Why buy new if you can get a great deal on used? That's what my dad always said.
Yeah!
Hey, let's go do it again.
Saints are pinning their 2023 hopes on that being true.
For sure. Are you sure?
Carr steps back, lobs the throw. Waller in the end zone. Feet down. Touchdown.
Throw some beads at Derek Carr, why don't ya? From the Strip to Bourbon Street, that Fresno kid is living it up.
The Fresno connection works for the Raiders.
Carr replaces the red rifle, so has New Orleans really upgraded their wheels?
Far corner of the end zone for Hollins. Jump ball, grabbed it.
Dalton, 18 touchdowns, 9 picks, a rating just over 95.
Offs it into the end zone for Juwan Johnson, who brings it down for the touchdown.
Carr's rating, sub-90, 24 TDs, 14 INTs, completion percentage 6% lower than Dalton's, all while playing with his BFF.
Being negative.
Did Carr feel pressure to feed Adams? Did that hurt his game? Some argue it did.
Intercepted!
Carr's overall body of work equals at least a solid QB, though.
Yeah!
Carr working out is not hard to imagine, so long as you believe in Chewbacca or Thor.
a touchdown. Welcome back, number 13, Mike Thomas.
Both those characters can pull off amazing feats. Michael Thomas, he caught more passes in a season than anyone ever.
Winston throws, end zone, touchdown! It's Thomas again!
Was it for real, though? Is that all he is? 10 games over the last 3 years makes that year seem so mythical.
Nice job beating man, and that's what they've always loved about Mike Thomas. He can beat man on man.
Say Thomas is even like 70% of his peak. Now add some Olaves.
Olave, who makes the catch? 53 yards.
Chris Olave, the rookie receiver, sparkled in his debut.
Complete to Olave, spins out of it.
Over 1,000 yards receiving, over 70 catches, even though he had the bullseye on his back most games.
Chris Olave scores.
Then, if you have a Camaro at your disposal, Alvin Kamara, the human safety valve, over 50 catches out of the backfield.
Makes the catch inside the 5, on his feet still.
And it almost seemed like a down year for him.
He does break the plane.
In the slot, one of the coolest names in the game, and he gave him close to 500 yards as a rookie, only 12 games.
Rashid Shaheed, welcome to the NFL.
Now throw in Juwan Johnson at tight end, over 500 yards last year.
Juwan Johnson spins for the goal line.
When they keep it on the ground, Kamara gave him close to 900 rushing yards, standard fare for him.
Breaks away, Kamara takes it in for the touchdown.
He does tend to need a partner in crime, so how about some Hinkle McCringleberry?
Right side end zone, touchdown Detroit Lions.
Jamal Williams, game preview guy, GOAT, Hall of Famer, legend.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Over 1,000 yards on the ground, gave himself 17 chances to thrust those hips.
Yeah, there was just one too many hip thrusts. I mean, this probably isn't safe for kids at home.
Plus, there's the human Swiss Army knife.
31, put Taysom in.
Taysom Hill's biggest impact tends to be on carries.
Oh my gosh, Taysom backfield. It's got to be a QB draw. Can't stop it.
575 yards last season, 7 TDs, 6 per run.
Haven't been able to really corral him yet. Of course, on the run, almost nobody can. He's just that good.
You know what's going to happen. You can't stop it.
There seems to be plenty of potential with this engine. But it won't hum as smoothly if that O-line finishes 28th in PFF's rankings again.
Damn it!
4 of the 5 starters from last year back again. Ryan Ramczyk gets the shaggy pass. The rest of those blokes have to play better.
What happened to going over and looking at the little tablet?
It wasn't me. And they welcome back their 2022 first-round pick to left tackle, Trevor Penning. He only got 6 games in.
They have high hopes for him essentially at some point being a left tackle.
Saints playmakers plus Dalton didn't pass much, 27th in attempts, 22nd in points per game, 19th in yards per game, and tied for 27th in turnovers.
No.
New Orleans needs growth on offense. On defense, try and hold the line at the very least.
What are we reviewing right now?
9th fewest points per game allowed, 6th in yards per game, 6th best in the red zone.
Let's go, this stuff here. You got to be desperate for a win. You got to be desperate for that rock.
2nd fewest passing yards per game allowed, 9th lowest rate against.
They don't want to put the ball in the air, man.
48 trips that ended with a visit to mom.
Let's go!
They have stars at every level.
Lord Jesus, you know that's too long for me. All right.
Cam Jordan at defensive end, Pro Bowler last year, 8.5 bags.
They can't stop this! Gotta love it!
Inside linebacker, Demario Davis, joined him in the dodgeball festivities.
We always saying, I love you, bro. I love you, bro. But love ain't no word, it's an act.
Over 100 tackles, played the pass well, and 6.5 sacks.
If Beef Jerky really knew how much Beef Jerky I ate on the sideline, you ever try these?
And their secondary appears stacked.
Too easy. Too easy.
Randall told us Honey Badger still doesn't give up.
And that is picked off. Just jumped in front of it.
Tyrann Mathieu in his first year wearing the black and gold, over 90 tackles, 3 picks, held QBs to a low 70s rate.
Just played it perfectly.
Cornerback Marshawn Lattimore, low 60s rating in his games.
And that's picked off by Marshawn Lattimore.
Cornerback Bradley Roby, sub 90 rating allowed in 13 games.
Roby almost intercepts his pass.
Safety Marcus May only got in 10 games. You can see the theme here, right?
And there's May. That guy is all over the place.
Paulson Adebo is part of the injury club, 13 games, needs to rebound, 5 TDs allowed, rating against over 115.
Chase, touchdown!
We should see a lot of cornerback Alontae Taylor, 13 games, 11 passes defensed. That's fat. Held it down to a sub-60 rating, too.
That is 2 pass breakups from the rookie Alontae Taylor.
Up front, some changes. No more Shai Tuttle, close to 50 tackles. No more David Onyemata. He gave him 5 sacks. Those guys didn't prevent the Saints from giving up 4.5 a run, though. Their one defensive flaw last year.
Got a little running room, breaks 340.
So they used their first-round pick on defensive tackle Brian Breesy.
This guy, when he's healthy, you go back to when he's younger, you can really see it, but he can penetrate. He can get on the other side of the line of scrimmage. His testing numbers were outstanding. He ran a 4.86.
They lost inside linebacker Caden Ellis, too. He had 7 sacks. Zach Vaughn probably takes his place. 1 start, 16 tackles in 2022.
Zach Vaughn right there to make the stop.
Pete Werner, he's probably a sure thing, so to speak. 12 games played, 80 tackles.
It's like he's taken that big step. The light's gone off, replacing Quan Alexander in his defense.
And let's not disrespect defensive tackle Carl Granderson. They'd take another 5.5 or so sacks from him in the middle.
Saints defense, answer the call.
Kicking duty, Will Lutz is back to handle those for them.
Is down, and the kick is good. Will Lutz puts the Saints on top.
Worst case, you got yourself a lemon. Carr isn't any better than Dalton. Seeing Thomas is still as likely as seeing Bigfoot. Defense slips just because they tire out from having to carry the load. Could be ugly, say 5-11. More realistically, the defense still flexes its muscles. Olave is better in year 2. Carr plays with a chip on his shoulder. 9-8, good enough to win the division. But if Carr goes all Bugatti and throws 30-plus TDs, and Michael Thomas goes for 1,200-plus yards and 10 TDs, McCringleberry and Kamara are just Sarah Lynn too much, man. I mean, that's at least 2 more wins, so call the ceiling 11'6". Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 8-9 in 2022, still good enough to make the playoffs. Yep, Tampa Bay joined the infamous list of sub-500 division winners, but that's as good as it got. The 3-year run with the GOAT at QB is over.
Calm him down. Look, hey, relax.
Baker, the key is under the mat. The previous renter was an older gentleman, so place should be pretty clean.
I don't have that young arm like I used to.
Since Mayfield's eviction from his house, he's spent a lot of time couch surfing. His numbers from last year are what you'd expect. Rating under 80, 10 TDs against 8 INTs.
You're kidding me! Where are you going?
If Mayfield is his body of work, then he sees what I see in the mirror, and that means they move on to Kyle Trask. But what if being equipped with an elite set of receivers brings out the 2020 Mayfield?
Cut!
The Baker that looked like a number 1 pick, the version good enough to live next to Alice Cooper.
It was a perfect throw.
Mayfield will have 2 A-list receivers to throw to. Mike Evans sneezes and puts up 1,000-plus yards.
He makes the catch of the 10. 5, 3, 2, 1.
He went for 1,100-plus last year, 6 touchdowns.
Why you always so open, bro?
Dude doesn't know what 900-plus is. 9 years in the league.
The end zone, Evans. Andre May makes the catch.
9 times he's had over a K in receiving yards.
Caught ball as he inbounds. It's a touchdown, Tampa Bay. Mike Evans.
Chris Godwin also squared up numerically, just over 1,000 for him.
Caught and reaching for the end zone for a Buccaneer touchdown.
Russell Gage is back at the 3 over 50 catches, 5 touchdowns.
Back in the end zone, and it's a touchdown.
Tight end Sitch. Cade Otton is the leading candidate, over 40 catches, almost 400 yards last season.
Oddball, touchdown, Cade Otton.
TB12's individual stat line was solid. 25 touchdowns against 9 interceptions, over 275 yards passing per game, and a rating over 90. Mayfield would be ecstatic with those digits.
Julio Jones with a touchdown grab.
The Buccaneers playmakers Mayfield will have at his disposal this year, all Bucs from last year. So can he use them to get more out of the O than Brady did?
That ain't gonna win! That's not gonna win!
25th in points per game, 21st on 3rd down, and just as bad in the red zone.
Intercepted!
Was it an OC issue? I'm not sure if Byron Leftwich spent too much time watching Seth, Marissa, Summer, and Ryan.
It has to be a hammer time. Yeah, big boy ball.
But they parted ways with him. Brought in Dave Canales. He's been under Pete Carroll for some time, so unlikely the Bucs finish with a split even Donnie or Walter couldn't knock down. first in pass attempts, last in rush attempts.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay!
Never saw one episode of the OC, by the way. Leonard Fournette won't be one of the guys helping close that gap. He's gone. 3.5 per run last season, so not a huge loss. But it means Rachaad White gets his first chance to be the man.
Hey, too little!
White only managed 3.7 a carry, though. You could attribute that to lack of use, you can't break any big runs without opportunity, or because the O-line couldn't open holes for their backs to run through.
Gotta be better than that!
Tampa Bay's O-line is a consistent debate point for Fire the Cannon faithful. PFF said they were one of the worst run-blocking units in the game in 2022.
That's good enough to suck right there!
However, they finished 13th overall for their pass-blocking skills. They threw the most, remember, and gave up the fewest sacks. That's rare.
Brady has time. Throws a dart, caught ball, Godwin to midfield.
You'll hear the cries. It's because Brady played hot potato with the ball. He didn't trust them.
Well, what do you want me to do? Gotta be sure he's coming. I don't know.
Or he didn't want to get hit anymore.
That's twice. I got it. Then you two gotta help him.
Either way, their starting five will look different. Tristan Wirfs is back. Stud lineman is moving to left tackle. They lost guard Shaq Mason and tackle Donovan Smith, though. They drafted Cody Mock in the second for Mason's spot.
Look at that smile. The teeth. Once they were out, there was no need to put him back in. He just rocked with it. He made it a lifestyle. When he plays, he has 5-position versatility. He literally can play any position along the offensive line.
Ryan Jensen is back to play center. He was out all of 2022. Have to see who takes over at right tackle.
It's caught! Touchdown, Tampa Bay!
So the Bucs' O-face will look different enough, like they grew a beard over the offseason. Their defense may not have new facial hair per se, but they'll be sporting a new cut for sure.
Hey, we got plenty of time to win this game.
Changes to this side of things are a little harder to spot. They didn't lose any of their big names.
He's hit! Fumble the football! It's fumbled, it's loose!
Ball!
Tampa Bay's 2022 defense was a mixed bag, so they're hoping the new do shores some things up. They didn't play the run well, 4.5 a carry allowed. So draft defensive lineman Kalijah Cansey with your first-round pick.
You can't compare anyone to Aaron Donald, but this guy plays with that type of energy and that type of quickness. Doesn't have his length.
Then signed DT Greg Gaines away from the Rams.
Dalton under pressure, wrapped up. It's Greg Gaines coming through.
Then sandwiched the best nose tackle in the game between them.
Hit by Vea.
Vita Vea, 6.5 bags in 14 games.
Vita Vea got him and slaps him up and sacks him at the 10-yard line.
Behind them, a game preview guy first-teamer.
He is sacked by Devin White.
As Lois would put it, Devin White is just the bee's knees, Meg. 120 tackles, 5.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 3 fumbles recovered. He should be mic'd up every game he plays.
They don't like us, we don't like them, huh? But we ain't dodging no smoke.
Levante Legend will be next to him again.
Oh!
David had over 120 tackles as well, 3 sacks.
Let's go!
You can see they have plenty of interior guys who like getting home, and it's why they were top 10 in sacks last year.
Your pressure coming at sacked in the backfield. Ritter goes down hard.
So imagine if outside linebacker Shaq Barrett plays a full year. Sackmaster only got in 8 games last season.
And Winston is sacked. Shaq Barrett comes in.
This one's for the dads. Put on earmuffs otherwise. And what if Joe tries on more than 4 QB takedowns this season? The potential is there for Shoyinka.
Sacked! Welcome to the sack party, my friend.
All that terribleness is just my way of amusing myself, by the way. If their pass rush is even more pestering, they become harder to throw on, and they weren't an easy bunch to pass the ball on last year. Top 10 in yards per attempt allowed, yards per completion, and held QBs to a respectable rating.
That's intercepted at the 35.
Outside cornerback spots are set. Jamel Dean held targets to a sub-80 rating.
I love the conversation I had with Jamel Dean. He said he's up for this challenge.
Carlton Davis also in the sub-80 rate club, only 13 games.
He said Davis needed a big game. Neal with a tip, that's huge for the Bucs.
Their nickel spot a little up in the air right now, and it was held down by Sean Murphy-Bunting, who had a good year for them.
Oh, he threw an
reception. They're doing it across his body and across the field.
Safeties, Antoine Winfield, 13 games, didn't play the pass great last year, gave up a rating over 110.
I know he's pushing you off, but you got to be outside no matter what. Even if you have to cheat it, you got to be outside. All your help is inside.
They have a new strong safety, Ryan Neal. Not a big name, but he played big, holding quarterbacks to a low 70s rating in Seattle.
Over the middle, it's intercepted. Ryan Neal with the pick.
Tampa's defense was generally a strength for them last year, and they think it can be again this year. 10th in yards per game allowed, tied for 13th in points per game allowed, and top 10 on third down.
Smith going to DK. Tipped.
In his final year, Brady went 8-9 in Tampa Bay, and now you have Baker. Would anyone be shocked if that was a 3-game drop? Floor of 5-12. A 1-win drop isn't much based on the change at QB. Evans and Godwin are good enough to make any passer look decent. If their impact on Mayfield makes him look good again, they find a way to run the ball, and the defense holds its ground, a game over 500, possible division winners. In my mind, we're going to Carolina, where the Panthers went 7-10 in 2022.
Anytime you see Panthers win up on that jumbotron, it's a great day, dog.
Then followed it up with a bold move up the draft ladder.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
Let the Bryce Young era begin, as well as the Frank Reich era. Young expected to get the Panthers pounding once again.
He played like he's getting to the stage with a slow heartbeat, with patience. This guy's in control all the time. All the guys have talked about him being a point guard in a way that Drew Brees distributed the football. That's why the comparison exists, not just because of their size.
The trade for Young did cost the Panthers wide receiver DJ Moore. He was their WR1 with close to 900 yards and 7 scores.
Touchdown, Carolina!
But Carolina isn't letting Young roll out there naked, as Walter would say.
Bro, stop thinking about your shoes.
They signed Adam Thielen, over 700 yards and 6 TDs in his Robin role in Minnesota.
Touchdown, Vikings!
They picked up DJ Chark, over 500 yards in just 11 games for Detroit.
One-handed DJ Chark.
Wide receiver Terrace Marshall is back, almost 500 yards last year.
I mean, that's the story on him coming out in the draft. He's a great 50-50 ball winner.
They also drafted Jonathan Mingo in the second round.
But this is run after catch. This is physicality. This is the ability to play physical down the field, go up and get it.
They added Hayden Hurst at tight end, over 50 catches, a little over 400 yards.
And Hurst showing off that athleticism for such a big guy.
At running back, Miles Sanders comes over from Philadelphia.
Hey, if you hear me yelling like Bobby Boucher, that's me.
Over 1,200 yards rushing, 11 scores, 4.9 a run. Plus, they still have Chuba Hubbard. He also hit at 4.9 last year.
Handoff, Hubbard straight up the gut. Another big hole.
The O-line that's supposed to help all of them do their thing. Middle of the pack performance in 2022, according to PFF.
He's hit. He's sacked.
They received especially poor marks when it came to run blocking. As pass blockers, not so bad. A sub-20 pressure rate allowed. Can't ask for it to be much lower.
Has time. Throws. Complete.
All 5 primary starters return, too, so they have continuity in their favor.
Here's the blitz, the snap. Sam throws deep down the left side for Moore. Makes the catch.
The offense as a whole doesn't have to do much to outproduce last year's group. Middle of the pack in scoring, 29th in yards per game, and 30th on third down.
Panthers' trip to Cincinnati right now is going down like a bowl of day-old Skyline chili.
Plus, remember, Sanders takes the place of Donta Foreman. He was no slouch. Panthers' ground game was already a strength.
Carolina gashing Detroit on the ground.
It's the aerial attack that needed upgrading.
Cold weather, ground and pound.
As for what Young individually is trying to best, hopefully, not much.
Tell you what, Skyline Chill is still pretty good after a day.
I don't know, man.
Well,
I don't know.
The collection of passers Carolina fielded, rating just over 80, completion percentage just under 60.
Ramsey's got it again!
Maybe check the renter's history better next time before you go leasing out your house.
Looks, fires middle, and that is picked up!
Only 3 teams threw less than Carolina. That should not be the case again with all the changes they made.
End zone! Touchdown!
Panthers defense now. They have just as much room to grow. 19th in points per game allowed, 22nd in yards per game, tied for 27th in turnovers, 23rd on third down.
High points the football. Touchdown!
They gave up 4.3 yards per carry on the ground, tied for 25th in sacks, and were 24th in passer rating allowed.
Caught for a touchdown!
If their DB room stays healthy, they should be tougher on QBs.
This is J.C. Horn off the edge. He tips it, and the Panthers picked it off.
They still have a legit CB1 in J.C. Horn. 13 games, held passers to a sub-70 rating.
Looking, and he throws a pick.
3 INTs.
Great read by an elite cornerback.
Dante Jackson only got 9 games in, respectable low 90s rating, couple picks.
It's picked off Dante Jackson.
Free safety Xavier Woods ended with a sub-90 rating last year.
Caught, knocked loose.
They picked up strong safety Von Bell, sub-60 rate, 4 picks. Great 2022.
Picked off at the 29-yard line.
They still like Jeremy Chin. The safety could spend some time at corner this season.
Nice coverage by Jeremy Chin.
He was a mid-90s rating guy last year. What kind of help can they expect from their front?
Yeah.
Mr. Burns, he is excellent indeed.
I need juice.
Brian with 12.5 sacks in 2022, Pro Bowler.
Finally!
He needs a Smithers, though. Outside linebacker Yetur Gross-Matos. 17 games started, only 2.5 sacks, though. He's got to make more of an impact. Otherwise, give more reps to Marquise Haynes. 5 sacks, third most on the team.
Pressure trying to escape. Running for his life, and he's sacked!
Frankie Louvu, he got to the quarterback 7 times from his inside linebacker spot.
Did somebody say Frankie Louvu makes plays?
111 tackles, 19 TFLs, underrated season.
Breaks a tackle, down the sideline.
Shaq Thompson returns as his partner, 130-plus tackles. They have a nice inside LB duo.
Brown the carry, dropped by Shaq Thompson.
How about the defensive line? That will look different compared to last year. They got Deshaun Williams out of Denver, 4.5 sack dude for them.
Brought down by Deshaun Williams. Followed the elusive quarterback well.
They added Shy Tuttle, former Saint.
Wants to run, he's not gonna get there! Shy Tuttle covers him up.
Close to 50 tackles from the inside. Plop those two next to Derek Brown, 60-plus tackles for him last year.
They're gonna try to hold me, man. Huh? Let them hold you, man. If they don't hold me.
If the game is close, they have Eddie Pinheiro, 33 of 35 in 2022. That's a tough bar to match.
Eddie Pinheiro wins it for Carolina.
No need to talk about a floor with the Panthers. It feels like the start of something. Just remember, Joe Burrow didn't win a lot in year 1. He still looked good. But Young has to start out without a true number 1 receiver and without an elite line blocking for him. Sanders is nice, but they were already good at running the ball. If Young is a 25 TD type guy in year 1, Thielen is like 900 yards, 7 or 8 touchdowns, Chark 800 yards, 5 or 6 tugs. Defense is middle of the pack type unit. Add 4 more wins, 8 and 9 in Young's rookie year, could be enough to dance. Welcome to Atlanta, where the players play for the Falcons, I guess, every single day.
Hey, turkey, stop. Let's go have fun. Eat up, 1, 2, 3.
Rode them things last year to a 7-10 record and still almost made the playoffs.
Victory.
They may have to change their mascot soon. How about the Atlanta Falkland Steamer Ducks?
Hey, just trust me. We're getting ready to run the football. Time to get something going. I got you.
No offense had a split like theirs. 31st in pass attempts, 1st in rush attempts.
Guys, here's what we're doing. We're going to run the piss out of this football.
The run first, run second, run third approach.
Think about these next runs tonight. Get hot in the water.
Good enough for a top 10 finish on third down, but Atlanta was 24th in yards per game, middle of the pack in points per game.
It is intercepted at the goal line.
So go out and get a big-time QB or WR in the draft, right?
I need a spark. I need some play. You need spark.
I mean, Atlanta has running back Tyler Algier returning after a rookie year that saw him hit at 4.9 yards per carry on his way to a 1,000-yard season.
Algier going to try and go right side this time. He'll turn the corner.
They still have Cordero Patterson.
I got y'all, boy. I promise y'all do.
4.8 a run, 8 scores, almost 700 rushing yards.
Patterson and Cordero rolls in for the Atlanta touchdown.
What else could their rush attack need?
Timeout! 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 Timeout!
How about Bijan Robinson, who they took in the first round of the draft?
If we have somebody in Deebo Samuel who majors as a wide receiver and minors in a running back, why can't we have a guy major as a running back and minor as a wide receiver? He's got that type of skill set.
This offense will make a fan out of Forrest Gump just yet.
The kid over there wanted me to gritty. There ain't no way in hell I'm gritty.
With their lineup, they do have a reason to go for plenty of runs this season.
It'd be the worst gritty in history, G.
4 of the 5 members of their top-rated 2022 offensive line by PFF standards are back.
Got a little spit on your jersey. Built character.
The only new member, guard Matthew Bergeron, who they took in the second round.
Plays with really good balance. You rarely find him out of position.
Falcons' attempt this offseason to reset the rules to the 1920 APFA standards failed, though.
Yeah! That boy CP! Yes,
So being the forward pass is still legal, Desmond Ridder should keep his arm loose.
Touchdown Atlanta Falcons, and then Ridder throws his first career touchdown pass.
Ridder takes over at QB for Marcus Mariota. As stated earlier, Atlanta's passing game sightings were few and far between, in large part because the results were much like a dodo bird trying to land. If you haven't seen that on YouTube, it's pretty hilarious.
The pocket, he's gonna get hit, knocked down, they got him!
Forget sacks taken since they didn't drop back much. Falcons were 26th in sack percentage.
Mariota dropping under, he's sacked! Welcome to the sack party, my friend.
Being their line was held in such high regard, it means much of the blame landed on Mariota.
Pressure trying to escape, running for his life, and he's sacked!
So in comes Ridder. Hey, sent TB12 to his first and only regular season losing record. That's something.
Yeah, wide open receivers, a keyest touchdown Atlanta Falcons.
How well he fares could depend on whether we're still making dad jokes about his tight end.
Keep running. It's coming.
Kyle Pitts is supposed to be the unicorn-type player. 10 games under 400 yards.
And Kyle Pitts caught it! Touchdown!
The unicorn comparison infers he can do amazing things. Disappearing isn't supposed to be one of the tricks, though.
Caught! Kyle Pitts! Touchdown!
London will also be calling for plenty of balls to fly his way. Drake's rookie year on par with 4 p.m. in Calabasas.
Drake London is in for the touchdown.
The rookie receiver put up over 850 yards despite the team keeping things on the down low. Underrated indeed.
We talked about Drake London before, just how physical he is.
They said goodbye to Olamide Zaccheaus. He gave him close to 600 yards. In his place, former Raider Mac Hollins, who racked up close to 700 yards last year.
We got to finish that, though, you know what I'm saying? We got to show that they saw.
Hollins makes the grab in midfield. Stiff arms a defender at the 40.
They also added former Buck receiver Scotty Miller. He didn't even have 200 yards, though. Have to see who ultimately fills out that starting lineup of receivers.
Wide open Scotty Miller, who juggled it and went down. He's ruled having made the catch.
An inefficient passing game was one of the key reasons Atlanta couldn't get off the ground. A pretty porous defense was the other.
Negotiates the blitz down the middle. Touchdown!
23rd in points per game allowed, 27th in yards per game, didn't create very many turnovers, and only one team was worse on third down.
He runs right, he's got the end zone, and he leaps in! Touchdown!
They weren't strong against the run, 4.4 yards per carry allowed. Only one team had fewer sacks, and only 3 teams gave up a higher passer rating.
Jarvis Landry goes up and makes the catch.
They made a lot of changes to this side of things. New DC Ryan Nielsen comes in with plenty of new faces. They got themselves a new free safety and former Bengal Jesse Bates. Top-tier dude, held QBs to a low 60s rating.
But it's intercepted by Jesse Bates. Bates with the pick.
Pair him with strong safety Richie Grant, over 120 tackles, rating against low 90s, plenty respectable, gives them a pretty good back-end duo.
Fires downfield, it's intercepted.
They have solid depth, too. Jalen Hawkins, 80 tackles, low 80s rating allowed.
It got broken up and intercepted. Jalen Hawkins off the deflection.
They need cornerback A.J. Terrell to bounce back, though. He's shown he can be a lockdown dude. He wasn't last year, though. 8 touchdowns allowed is fat. Rating allowed over 115, fatter.
Lost A.J. Terrell in coverage.
Only one guy really played the pass really well for Atlanta, cornerback Isaiah Oliver. Rating allowed under 80, but he's gone. 2 former Lions are in the house. Cornerback Jeff Okudah comes in off a solid year, low 90s rating against. Faced the most targets in Detroit, too.
Okudah coming the other way!
Mike Hughes is in Terrell's boat. He allowed a rating over 120. That bunch could really use some help up front, and Atlanta made a ton of changes to try and make that happen.
What they do, I don't give none of that. We going hard today. I don't feel that over there. I feel this.
Defensive tackle Grady Jarrett isn't the problem. He had a half dozen sacks from the inside. He should have had 7, too. He just forgot to lay the goat down gently while singing him a lullaby.
The flag comes out.
Hopefully he learned his lesson.
This is going to be a horrendous call.
Stack nose tackle David Onyemata next to him comes over from New Orleans after a 5-sack season.
Brought down by Onyemata.
And then throw Calais Campbell next to him. The vet got home 5.5 times, not too shabby.
Calais Campbell gets him down low.
Another new face that's supposed to help on this front, outside linebacker Bud Dupree. Only 4 sacks in 2022.
Jones, pressure again, flags down, Jones down.
Only 11 games played each of the last 3 years, but a hope he's still capable of being a 10-sack guy.
They want 2019 Pittsburgh Steelers Bud Dupree when he had 11.5 sacks.
If all those guys work out, it could allow edge rusher Lorenzo Carter to make more than a 4-sack impact.
Smith is going to go down, and Atlanta gets its first sack. It's Lorenzo Carter.
Falcons inside linebackers, no more Rashaan Evans. He led the team in tackles with close to 160. They're rolling with former Saint Caden Ellis at one spot, who, by the way, can also get to the QB. 7 sacks for the Saints.
Under pressure again and going down.
Linebackers Troy Anderson and Michael Walker both return. Walker was a 100-tackle guy for him last year.
But it did not fool Michael Walker.
Michael Walker, nice play.
Special teams.
Drive home safely. Younghoe Koo wins the ball game.
Over 85% of his attempts were good, 7 for 11 from 50+. And that Patterson dude, he is a game preview guy, Hall of Famer. As Bob would say, I celebrate his entire catalog, including his kickoff skills.
Holy smokes!
There's the record. The crown on the head of Cordero Patterson is the king of kickoff return touchdowns in National Football League history.
Hey, this is the Hall of Fame one.
No point hitting a floor with the Falcons. 5-12 is low enough. They just won't spend many weeks as favorites. Ritter is such a huge unknown in the big picture, and using that draft pick on a running back with Algier already in place instead of addressing another area of need felt like the opening scene of Super Troopers. We're already pulled over. We can't pull over any further. What if Ritter is a 23 to 25 touchdown, 10 INT type guy? They hit their pits with some Old Spice and he's 1,000+ yards. Revamped defense is somewhere in the 15th to 20th vicinity. That's a 3-game swing. 8-9, and in that division, that's maybe enough. Kansas City Chiefs, 14-3, AFC West champs, and more importantly,
For the second time in 4 seasons, the Lombardi Trophy has a red and gold reflection. The Chiefs Kingdom will raise a banner above the National Football League again.
need one more to gain entrance into the Dynasty Club, right? Means they still have motivation to fight for their right to party.
I love the big guy. They always believe in the big guy.
Like the authors of their latest mantra, there are 3 faces at the heart of their festivities. No disrespect to Mixmaster Mike or Chris Jones.
That's only one. That's only one.
Andy Reid is back, doesn't have Eric Bieniemy as his OC anymore. Chiefs Empire is doing their best Family Guy Bruce impersonation. Oh no.
Yeah, we're about ready, man. No, we're ready. We're ready. We're ready. We can't wait. How about those?
Now let's break down what KC fans should expect from the QB position. Patrick Mahomes.
Hey, embrace this moment. Everything you got for the Cowboys. We flying around, we making plays, we dominating.
2022 MVP. No Tyreek Hill, yet had a better year. Cheetahs have nothing to do with Mahomes' talent. KC's got the best signal caller going.
call? Yes, he did. Touchdown Chiefs.
Third beastie comes off another Travis Kelce year. It's okay to ask, is he the tight end GOAT?
Sheds a tackler up the right sideline. 10, 5, touchdown! Kansas City!
Silent count. How you jumping outside on silent count? Hit the sideline, bud. Never satisfied. I told you, let's put this in.
So the trifecta returns intact. The gents who allowed them to do their thing do not. Understand, their offensive line, third best according to PFF last year, third fewest sacks allowed.
Keep playing!
Mahomes now throws it left flat, caught by McKinnon. He'll walk into the end zone left side. Kansas City!
The bad news, 2 new tackles. Have to see who takes over on the right side. Andrew Wiley is gone, but he gave up the third most sacks in the NFL. Shoes his replacement fills aren't huge. No more Orlando Brown at left tackle. They snagged Jaguars' Jawan Taylor in his place. Not as good a run blocker as Brown, but equal when it came to pass pro. The interior of the line returns intact. Trey Smith at guard, solid year in 2022. Creed Humphrey, one of the best centers in the game already. Joe Thuney, 6th best guard by PFF standards.
Let's go. Great job. Yeah, how are you?
Wideouts. McCole Hardman, gone. Didn't do much last year, so whatever. Juju Smith-Schuster and his 933 yards, also gone. He was their top wideout. They replaced him with former G-man Richie James, over 50 catches, over 550 yards. This, no disrespect, goes to DJ. If James was able to produce that with Daniel Jones and the run-first Giants, then, you know.
Jones again over the middle, caught, touchdown! Richie James is in for the score.
Kadarius Toney does know he'll get his first full year with the Bath Bomb King. He was the 20th overall pick in 2021. Maybe we'll see why.
Gonna throw a quick pass to Toney. He's got it on the edge. He will walk into the end zone. Kadarius Toney couldn't be more wide open. A 5-yard touchdown pass from Mahomes.
MVS provided exactly what you thought he would. Marquez Valdez-Scantling close to 700 yards last season.
Mahomes throws, end zone, touchdown, Valdez-Scantling.
The group is rounded out with dudes like Justin Watson. He chips in here and there. Sky Moore will get more reps this year after a 250-yard rookie campaign.
A 4-yard touchdown pass, Mahomes to Sky Moore. Did not have a TD in the regular season. He's got one now.
Jerick McKinnon returns. He's not a wideout, but Mahomes used him out of the backfield a lot, especially in the red zone. Over 50 catches, over 500 yards last season, 9 touchdowns through the air.
Patrick Mahomes, the magic man.
They were all over him, and he just slings it under his hip to McKinnon for a 56-yard touchdown.
Primary running duties. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he dealt with injuries. He still provides nice depth, but he ceded the starting position to Isaiah Pacheco. 4.9 a run, 830 yards as a rook.
Pacheco blasts into the end zone.
Ground game doesn't power their offense, though. The passing game does. Chiefs with the 5th most attempts through the air, number 1 in passing yards per game.
Let's get it, baby. You gotta love this, man. You have to. You have to.
Mahomes, quick pass, near flat, caught. McKinnon at the 5, trying to bounce off ahead, drags a Seahawk into the end zone. And Mahomes with his 2nd touchdown pass of the game.
In turn, their overall offense was first place in points per game and yards per game, 2nd best on 3rd down and in the red zone. Seems like they are lined up to be just as good as long as the new tackles blend in.
And a shotgun, they roll it to the right side. Mahomes pump faking, now fires it late for the end zone, caught! Touchdown!
When your O-face looks like that, your D only has to provide so much. In their case, finishing 13th on 3rd down, holding teams to the 12th fewest yards per game and 16th fewest points per game was enough.
Carlos Dunlap comes in for the sack.
Pass defense, relatively speaking, was the defense's strength. Their rating allowed was high. They gave up the most TD passes of any team.
Jimmy back. Jimmy gonna throw for the end zone. George Kittle took it away. Touchdown!
but they faced the 5th most pass attempts. They held teams to 6.7 yards per attempt, that was tied for 6th lowest, and just 10.2 yards per catch allowed, tied for 4th lowest.
Burrow will throw a fade, left side, the pass is knocked away, incomplete at the pylon.
L'Jarius Sneed is the lead cornerback, 108 tackles in 2022, 3.5 sacks off the corner, 3 forced fumbles, 3 INTs, faced 40 more targets than anyone on the team.
Throws and that is intercepted. Picked off L'Jarius Sneed, has it.
Remember that old 3 Men and a Baby movie? This is the opposite, and KC fans are geeked about it. Trent McDuffie, rookie last year, 90 rating allowed equals plenty respectable for a first-year cat.
Wilson under pressure, he got hit from behind. The ball is loose.
Jalen Watson, rookie number 2, also contributed to their ship.
Right side, trying intercepted, picked off at the goal line, at the 25-yard line. Watson can go all the way.
And the 3rd youngin, Joshua Williams. If those 3 guys all improve in their year 2s, the Chiefs could be even scarier than normal.
Burrow holding the ball in his hand. He's going to throw it long. Coming down near side T. Higgins. It's knocked away and intercepted. Intercepted by Joshua Williams.
The team did say goodbye to strong safety Juan Thornhill. He played the pass well for them last year, and no clear replacement right now, so that's a question mark. At free safety, Justin Reed put up 83 tackles in his first year at KC, rating allowed 98.5. KC's DBs enjoyed having a pass front that loves their mamas. Chiefs made it home 55 times, 2nd most of any team, 4th most QB hits.
Looking right, hit on a blitz, and sack, Willie Gay Jr.
He's hit, and he's spun to the turf back at the 46-yard line.
Chris Jones, first-team All-Pro, 15.5 sacks from the DT spot, spends all game doubled, then time and time again, still comes through with a huge 4th-quarter sack.
Front 4 against A5, we are better. We're going to collapse the box.
He'll have the same partner on the inside. DT Derek Noddy is back. He's a solid guy. On the outside, George Karlaftis kicked off his NFL career with 6 sacks. How many more does he get in his year 2?
3rd and 11. Smith under pressure. Down he goes. It's Karlaftis.
4th member of the band is different. Adios Frank Clark had 5 sacks. Ola Charles Omenahue, formerly a 49er. He had 4.5 takedowns.
Fumbled the ball away. It's free.
Oh, no. I touched that ball and I felt the ball come out.
Manning the middle linebacker spots, tackle monster Nick Bolton, 180 tackles, 2nd most in the league.
But he wants to run it. Cornell, the ball's out. He kicks the ball. It's picked up by Kansas City. They're going to the 20, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown! A defensive score by Nick Bolton.
His partner, Willie Gay, 88 tackles, 2.5 sacks, and he missed 3 games.
Intercepted. Picked up by Willie Gay, and Gay is going to take it all the way.
And an under-the-radar pickup, linebacker Drew Tranquil comes over from LA off a 140-plus tackle, 5-sack year. Kansas City did allow 4.4 yards per carry, which isn't great, but it was an improvement compared to years past. Harrison Butker will be back booting the ball around the yard. He hit from 62, but he had a rough year. 18 for 24 equals 75%. That was a career low, so needs to rebound a little.
Winchester the snap. The hold by Townsend. The kick is away and good!
What's the worst that can happen with them? They suffer the Super Bowl hangover. Mahomes cuts his hair and he goes Samson and Delilah. Offense is like a 10th best kind of joint. They win 12 and still make the conference championship game because that's what they do. So give them 13 wins. They won without Tyreek, and Patrick was better. He doesn't care about being the top paid QB, so it means he just wants dubs. The ceiling, the young QBs improve a lot. Karlaftis is a 10-sack guy. Richie James or Tony is a 1,000-yard dude. Cue up your favorite J.R. Ewing episode. Los Angeles Chargers, 10-7 in 2022. Good enough for some postseason action.
You guys have the fight that it takes, man. There's no magic in competition.
Just showing up to the dance isn't good enough when you're playing in the land of Kendrick, Dre, and Snoop, though. You gotta put on a show.
Throws downfield, adjustment caught, Mike Williams, oh my goodness!
The Chargers didn't make too many changes to their roster, though, hoping for better health on both sides of the ball, and for Kellen Moore, their new offensive coordinator, to get more out of the O, which is pretty much running it back.
Hands to Eckler, Eckler bounces to the left, touchdown!
Chargers!
Chargers offense wasn't bad in 2022, 13th in points per game. Very few turnovers, top 10 on third down.
And Austin Eckler, touchdown! Chargers!
They feel they have the pieces to be elite, though, starting with Herbie the Love Bug.
The most passing yards through 3 seasons in the history of the NFL.
Justin Herbert's numbers came down a bit from 2021. Again, not anything terrible. 25 touchdowns against 10 interceptions.
He is into the pylon. Touchdown! Chargers!
Close to 280 yards passing.
Touchdown! Chargers!
Last year was the first time he didn't crack 30 TD passes, though, and his yards per attempt fell below 7. Those slips, in part, tied to the fact he didn't have Keenan Allen for 7 games.
Feel good, yeah, all right. We good?
Allen is the centerpiece to the passing attack, so it's paramount he play a full season. They expect 1,000+ yards of production out of him.
Caught, right sideline, 5, into the end zone.
Their big play guy is back. Mike Williams gave him close to 900 yards, and he missed 4 games.
And Mike Williams, did he make that grab? One-handed.
This is one of the deepest pass-catching groups in the league. Joshua Palmer returns after going for close to 800 yards.
Hey, that's the way to start. Way to start.
Tight end Gerald Everett, 500-yard guy.
Now they trying to make me a real tight end though, blocking it.
And to top it off, they used their first-round pick on slot man Quentin Johnston. Believe it's what you call an embarrassment of riches.
Big and physical. The comp for me, I went back old school a little bit with Sidney Rice. Think about his ability, just with that size and physicality. But this dude can also run. I know the 40 time was solid. He plays even faster than what his 40 time was.
Well, yeah, and we haven't even touched on Austin Eckler out of the backfield, who gave him over 700 yards receiving.
That's 2 right now?
Should have been 3, but I'm slow.
Fantasy going crazy.
You can see why they threw the second most then, while finishing 28th in rush attempts.
All kinds of green in front of him, throws to the end zone, caught!
They are plenty happy when they do hand off to Eckler. 4.5 a run, 13 TDs, and over 900 yards.
Boom, baby! Boom!
Their O-line is another key to an improved offensive showing this season. They were 20th overall in PFF's grading system.
Pocket collapses, Herbert is swallowed up. They cannot protect.
Once again, they're banking on avoiding the injury bug that cost them their left tackle, Rashawn Slater, for all but 3 games, and getting better play from guard Zion Johnson, who struggled some as a rookie.
When he's tried to climb up, he's just climbing up into sacks.
Continuity and better health, the offensive theme. And really, it's the same with their D. Chargers defense is loaded with big names. They just weren't on the field as much as needed last year, which is why they were 22nd in points per game allowed, 20th in yards per game.
Wow. That's how they're going to score?
And they could not stop the run to save their lives. No team gave up more than 5.4 a run, which was the figure they gave up.
Huge crease, untouched, 10-5.
Their pass rush, which was supposed to be a major strength, 29th in QB hits despite being blitz happy.
Ain't no panic on this side, man. Ain't no panic.
Ideally, LA isn't having to send extra heat as often. That all hinges, though, on the health of one Joey Bosa.
Here comes Bosa, he's got him.
The elder Bosa only got in 5 games last year. He's capable of being a one-man wrecking crew. But if all goes as planned, he won't have to be a one-man wolf pack.
That ball is ripped out of his hands. Chargers have it. Khalil Mack.
They have Khalil Mack still. He had 8 bags, couple forced fumbles in his first year in baby blue.
Hey, they trying to come over here, that's it.
And they drafted Tuli Tuipulotu in the 2nd round.
Some wondered, okay, is he going to bulk up and kick inside, or do you keep him out on the edge? I think he's most comfortable out there on the edge.
Did I say that right? I think I did. Now add in Morgan Fox in the middle, 6.5 trips home, and you're cooking with some gas.
Get hit, dropped.
They have Sebastian Joseph Day and Austin Johnson up front again as well. Those dudes, along with linebacker Kenneth Murray, need to do a better job of stopping ball carriers. Murray, 17 games played, only 76 tackles. 7 TFLs isn't bad, but he needs to rebound.
Kenneth Murray with a pick!
They lost linebacker Drew Tranquill to the Chiefs, and he led the team with 146 tackles while sacking the QB 5 times. They replaced him with Eric Kendricks, a 137 tackle guy for Minnesota.
Yeah! Let's go! Let's go, man!
Their secondary should be a strength. They held QBs to a sub-90 rating in 2022, 8th lowest completion percentage.
And that pass is intercepted!
Leader of the band, safety Derwin James.
Oh!
Monster season, over 110 tackles, 4 sacks, 2 picks, held QBs to a sub-80 rating.
Bro, you see that lifted his ass up? He say, well, I hear him, he say, damn.
Another departure, free safety Nasir Adderley. He played the pass well for them. So did Alohi Gilman, though. Sub-90 rating allowed. 4th-year guy slides into the starter's role.
Throwing, and it's intercepted!
They like their cornerback situation plenty. Asante Samuel, 11 passes defensed, respectable low 90s rating, while sticking lots of number 1s.
Lawrence with time, throws, intercepted again!
Pick, another pick, another pick. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's going crazy. Oh my God, he's going crazy.
Michael Davis held targets to a low 70s rate. Dude doesn't get the credit he deserves. Just needs a cool nickname like Flash or something.
And now throws a pick. Intercepted by Michael Davis.
No more Bryce Callahan. He was solid for him, but they have hope that all that coin they dropped on J.C. Jackson pays off in year 2 of his deal. He only got in 5 games, and they were rough. He was a stud as a Patriot, though.
Well, he has been the premier ball hawk at corner here the last 3 seasons.
Who does the kicking, Dustin Hopkins or Dicker the kicker? Cameron hit 95% of his tries after coming in when Hopkins got hurt, and unlike Davis, has a name you'll never forget.
Good! Oh, Cameron Dicker!
The only way they seemingly could slip, the taste of the Jaguars' playoff loss spills over. It rattles Staley, who knows what Kellen could represent. The offense is stagnant. Herbert is more last year than his first 2 years. 9-8 out of the playoffs with change a-coming. But if Allen is healthy, which we assume he will be, Herbert should be just as good as before. The defense should approach the top 10 area, at least 11 wins for the Bolts. The ceiling, add 2 more wins and a division title. They need KC to feel bored, Herbert to be a 40 TD chap, defense to be at least top 15. They could hit the AFC Championship game. In that case. They seem to have all the cards needed. Denver Broncos, 5-12 in 2022. Orange Crush was like unrussing believable.
Bring energy, bring energy, bring energy.
Denver brings back the same cook, and he'll have most of the same ingredients to work with, but he'll have himself a new Gordon Ramsay, so to speak.
Hey, let's put on a show. Let's put on a show tonight.
It's up to Sean Payton to make Russ great again.
Believe in it, believe in it. Let's go, come on, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, let's go.
Wilson had by far his worst season as a pro under Nathaniel Hackett.
And it ends up in the hands of Kirko on the way down.
4-11 record, low 60s completion percentage, 16 touchdowns against 11 INTs, sub-90 rating.
Picked off by the Colts.
All of a sudden, he went from putting out prime rib for Lowry's to burning Big Macs.
Broken up! It's broken up! Stephon Gilmore with the pass breakup!
The Broncos' offense, as a result, one of the worst in the NFL.
And they get him!
Last in points per game, last on third down, 21st in yards per game, 26th in turnovers. It was ugly.
He gets back up. He's finally flattened at the 32-yard line, loses yardage.
Payton is expected to get Wilson back on track, and we all know what he's capable of when he's in sync.
Let's get it. Let's go. Set the tone. Set the tone.
The offense doesn't even have to be elite if the defense performs like it did last year. Payton and Wilson have the pieces to work with, too. Jerry Jeudy, close to 1,000 yards, 6 TDs. He's the one who could really break out. Cortland Sutton went for over 800 yards. He can be a beast.
Hey, I was going to be dangerous. You know that, right?
They should have Tim Patrick back in the slot. He didn't play at all last year. 700-plus yards in each of his 2 previous seasons.
To the goal line, and Patrick, and a touchdown to take the lead for the Broncos.
They also drafted Marvin Mims in the 2nd round.
And our coworker, Emmanuel Sanders, at the NFL Network, that's the comp that came to me when I'm watching. He's got vertical speed. He attacks safeties, understanding their leverage. He spins guys around like tops down the field.
At tight end, another guy they think could break out, Greg Dulcich, over 400 yards in just 10 games.
Brother, you don't have to cut your hair for the entire season if you do that.
He just got himself a shampoo and conditioner endorsement.
Is he cool? pretty sure he hangs with Slater and Wooderson, right? Another reason for optimism, they only got 4 games out of young running back Javonte Williams. He was carrying some buzz before he got hurt.
And there goes Williams again. Into the secondary.
No more Latavius Murray, though. He gave him over 700 yards, but Williams' ceiling is viewed as being much higher. And they picked up Samaje Perine from Cincy for depth.
Perine fighting, struggling forward. Touchdown!
Broncos O-line, rated middle of the pack by PFF.
Let's go to work.
They also gave up more sacks than any team in the NFL.
Wilson's going to go down. He's sacked.
Wilson is very much a part of that, though, and it'll be interesting to see how Peyton's approach changes that.
Wilson in the pocket is hit, and he is sacked.
He ran a Drew Brees offense predicated around quick passes. Wilson's style is more about holding on and creating something crazy.
Russell Wilson, some magic there.
As for the line itself, getting more than 3 games from left tackle Garrett Bowles would make a big difference. And they signed 2 news. Mike McGlinchey takes over at right tackle. He was with the 49ers. Guard Ben Powers comes in from Baltimore.
Let's go answer, babe. Let's go answer right here. Here we go.
You can see why it doesn't seem likely Denver's O-face can look as awkward as it did last year.
Hey, believe in it. Don't doubt.
And if it improves and their D holds the line, they are a playoff team.
Justin Simmons, his second interception of the game.
Broncos defense tied for 13th in points per game allowed, top 10 in yards per game allowed, and in the red zone, second best on third down, elite stats against QBs.
Jackson just did not feel it until it was too late.
Most of the dudes responsible are back, too. They lost 2 D linemen. Draymond Jones, a 6.5 sack cat. Deshaun Williams, 4.5 bags, so neither should be overlooked. Zach Allen covers at least one of them. He had 5.5 sacks for the Cardinals last year.
Down he goes, back at the 20.
DJ Jones is back at DT, more of a run stopper. Third spot in the trenches, a little up in the air, but their linebacking core is not.
And now he's down, short of the sticks.
Here again, we are talking potential if guys don't get hurt again. Outside linebacker Randy Gregory only played 6 games for them after signing that big deal.
Gregory's coming, he's got it, knocks the ball out.
His partner, outside linebacker Baron Browning, 5 sacks last year in 14 games.
Pressure from Browning, and down goes Herbert.
They love their inside linebacker duo. Josie Jewell, over 120 tackles, 2.5 sacks, and a couple picks.
Going down, and he's sacked. The linebacker, Josie Jewell.
Alex Singleton, over 160 tackles on the season.
Watch the job that he does in just kind of sensing this. That you'll see 72 Smith try to get out there to him, but just too quick.
Secondary is loaded again, same 5 dudes. The Broncos held QBs to a sub-85 rating last year. No team allowed fewer yards per attempt or yards per completion.
Kicked, intercepted. He was looking for Hopkins and Surtain.
Convo starts with Patrick Surtain, first-teamer, sub-80 rating allowed, 2 INTs. QBs stopped throwing at him.
You see right there, that's a hand underneath that's on the ground that takes it to his chest.
Damari Mathis faced the most targets, so his 93.8 rate against wasn't too bad.
Intended for Cooks and the rookie Damari Mathis, who's out there for Pat Surtain, had the coverage for Denver.
Nickel cornerback K'Wan Williams, low 70s rating against.
Williams, along with the edge of this defense, instead of just giving up on a play, they're helping out.
Plus, their corners have one of the best behind them.
Throwing for the end zone, it is intercepted.
Justin Simmons, 6 picks, held passers to a low 80s rating.
And picked off, that's Justin Simmons.
Strong safety Kareem Jackson fills things out. Not great against the pass last year, but 94 tackles. The band is back.
Lost the football, and Kareem Jackson has it.
Could Russell Wilson have forgotten how to cook altogether? Their floor is tied to that reality as far-fetched as it seems, but last year was pretty far-fetched, so who knows? That would mean no emergence of a big-time wide receiver, and if Randy Gregory doesn't live up to the money they gave him and can't sack more than 7 guys, they're not much different than last year. 7-10, out of respect to Peyton. His presence feels like it has to make them a 10-win team. Wilson can't be as bad as last year, and therefore the offense won't be either. 10-7 and in the convo for more games. No one will be shocked if Peyton turns Wilson back into the old Wilson either. Judy goes for over 1,200 yards in that case. The defense holds the line, move them to 11 wins with a secure spot at that 14-team soiree. Las Vegas Raiders, a very unmoney 6-11 in 2022, led them to kicking some tires, deciding it was time for some new wheels.
We gotta wake up, bro. That's the only way we're gonna wake up, bro.
The Derek Carr era in Vegas ran out of gas. Weird exit being he made the Pro Bowl, but a sub-90 rating, low 60s completion percentage, 24-14 TD to INT ratio wasn't enough to extend the lease.
It's gonna be picked off! Anticipating Duggar! Walks in!
So now they turn to Jimmy G.
Jimmy Time gonna throw for the corner of the end zone, broken up, caught!
In theory, he has a foot ailment that has some wondering when and if he'll make it on the field. Garoppolo played in 11 games for the 49ers, 100-plus rating, 16 TDs, only 4 interceptions.
Ah, no! Tassion!
Assume it's Garoppolo. It's sad not to. He would be operating a nice offense in theory. They were 12th in points per game and 11th in yards per game.
Touchdown Raiders!
Josh Jacobs wouldn't be denied again!
They had flaws, though. 16th on third down, 26th in the red zone. Part of why they made a change at signal caller.
Now it is picked off!
Did Carr overdo it with his BFF? Don't get it twisted, as they say. Davante Adams is as good a receiver as there is.
Adams grabs it falling down!
Adams caught 100 balls in his first year in silver and black, over 1,500 yards, 14 scores.
10! Touchdown Raiders!
But he had 80-plus more targets than anyone else on the team. Won't likely be the case again, not if Hunter Renfrow stays healthy. Only 10 games last year. He went for over 1,000 receiving yards in 2021.
Who grabs it, makes a move, and scores!
They also signed Jacoby Myers, 800-plus yards in each of the last 2 years in New England.
Deflected to Myers, who makes the catch! A touchdown!
Tight end will be different. They traded away Darren Waller off an injury-plagued year. They signed Austin Hooper, over 400 yards for the run-happy Titans.
Touchdown, Titans!
And they used their second-round pick in the draft on Michael Mayer.
Look at the comp on the bottom there. Mark Andrews as a big, rangy, excellent pass-receiving tight end who also can get involved in the run game. The big body target, that shows up in the red zone.
Garoppolo will utilize running back Josh Jacobs plenty in the passing game. He racked up 400 air yards, over 50 catches. Jacobs was solid when he was handed the ball, too.
I'm about to try somebody. I gotta try somebody.
Over 1,600 yards, 4.9 a pop, first team All-Pro, 12 TDs. All right, a little better than solid.
Ball game! Bye-bye, Josh! 86 yards in overtime!
All 5 of their starting O-linemen return. They were good enough for a 12th place finish in PFF's rankings.
I don't know if y'all heard enough, but I'm proud of y'all boys, bro. For real. I do owe y'all dinner. Whenever y'all ready, y'all make me look good, bro. For real.
The truth is, the Vegas O-face wasn't their black hole. It was their defense.
Breaks a tackle! Oh my goodness!
26th in points per game allowed, 28th in yards per game, fewest turnovers of any team.
Pylon! Touchdown!
27 sacks, that was 30th. Highest rating allowed in the NFL, 29th in the red zone, 26th on third down.
Cut! Cut!
Almost done. Bad run defense, too. 4.5 per carry allowed.
Block from Juszczyk. McCaffrey's in the end zone.
So the big alteration? They drafted outside linebacker Tyree Wilson in the first round.
There were some concerns with the foot injury with Tyree that apparently has gone by the wayside.
He's going to be able to close the backside with his speed. You see the power, speed to power, and again, those long arms of his, he gets into the chest of a tackle and it's over.
Little odd since he might not even start, but maybe covering for the fact Chandler Jones only had 4.5 sacks in his first year as a Raider.
Chandler Jones, his 3rd sack of the half!
They need both those guys to make a big difference because Mad Max is doing everything humanly possible to keep them competitive.
Time to deal, can't find a target, scramble straight ahead.
Crosby led the team with tackles from his D-end spot while hitting the QB 36 times, sacking him 12.
I'm just giving a hug. Thanks, bro.
He needs help, man, and so does that secondary. Their best cornerback last year, Rock Yassin, the only DB they had to hold QBs under a 90 rating, gone.
A.J. Green, the intended receiver.
They'll have Nate Hobbs back, but he gave up a rating over 110, so he was part of the problem. Amik Robertson likely nabs a starter's job. He at least held QBs to a low 90s rate.
However, the ball is out!
and Robertson has it in his stomach, and he's racing downfield for the Raiders.
At safety, they have Trevon Merrick, only 55 tackles and a rating allowed over 110.
So he's sitting inside looking at the quarterback, and he just loses vision on Akins.
They signed Marcus Epps from Philadelphia. He struggled versus QBs as well. They just don't have many household names in their secondary.
And Marcus Epps coming up to make the play.
They do have one of the best names in the game at linebacker, though. Divine Diablo, tackling machine. Only 8 games played, but he had 74 wrap-ups.
And Pierce trying to shake a tackle. Going to lose yardage on the play, though. That's Divine Diablo.
Their kicking game should be good to great again. Daniel Carlson is back after hitting over 90% of his tries, 11 for 13 from deep. He was first team last year.
Crossing from 49.
At this moment, Jacobs says he's sitting out, and if that happens, that's brutal. And what if Jimmy G isn't any better than Carr? The defense is still a dumpster fire. They could really struggle to find wins. 4-13 could be a reality. Tacking on 2 more wins just because Adams owns a Taco Bell in his house. This is based on no Jacobs. Waited as long as we could. Their passing attack should be okay, but that D is still problematic. If it somehow got better, just like 20th best better, Jimmy G was a 30 TD kind of bloke in a pea coat, Jacobs plays and is just as good, they could get to 8-9. I wanted to say 9 and 8, but that defense, man.
Who they say gon' beat the Bengals? Who they say gon' beat the Bengals?
Welcome back to the jungle, where the Bengals went 12-4 last year. Division winners made it to the conference championship game. The bar for this team is going to be high for a while. Bowl or bust, as Snoop might put it.
Cincinnati walks in water. They say it can't be done, and they do it.
Cincinnati will rely on its aerial attack to lead the way again in 2023. It's going to be that way for, who knows how long.
Caught at the 9, Chase straight ahead, into the end zone.
Only 3 teams ran less than the Bengals in 2022.
They're not running the ball no more. This is the time where they make the switch to get a game to Joe Burrow.
Makes sense, right? They have Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd. Throw some Joe Mixon in there, too. Joe is an equal opportunity distributor.
Hold you! Let's go, he can't hold you! House, man! House, yeah, man!
Bengals offense in 2022, for the most part, put out plenty of hits.
Toddy!
8th in points per game, didn't turn it over much, top 5 in the red zone and on 3rd down.
And it works out just fine for Cincinnati.
They could be better, though, 15th in yards per game, and they should average 28 plus, right? And that's because Joe Shiesty comes in with a chance to be even better than he was last year, and that would make for a happier O-face.
You like that little audio message I sent last night? I literally burst out laughing in my little room.
He was plenty good last season, 35 touchdowns, a rating over 100, almost 280 yards passing per game.
Number 4 in the second half for Joe Burrow.
But he could easily top 40 TDs for the first time. He cuts back on those picks, 12 of them.
Oh, it's disgusting.
And gets Chase for a full 17 games.
Chase makes the catch at the 6-yard line. A 35-yard gain on 4th and 6.
Wow!
Jamar only got in 12 games, still had over 1,000 receiving yards, and scored 9 times.
That's why you got me, Zach. You know it.
Higgins also broke the K barrier, 7 scores.
Nah, I ain't get on that girl.
He would be numero uno on teams without a numero uno like the one he plays with.
T. Higgins, full-grown man.
Boyd returns. He'd be a 2 instead of a 3 on most squads. Over 750 yards, 5 TDs.
Caught by Boyd, tackled at the 5.
The only big change to the pass-catching group at tight end, let Hayden Hurst walk 400-plus yards last year.
Caught by Hayden Hurst. Touchdown!
Brought in Irv Smith, former Viking. He only played 8 games. He's only been in the league 3 years. Hasn't ever had over 400 yards. Hasn't ever had a guy like Joe Burrow, though. No disrespect, Kurt.
Sometimes.
Earmuffs. Dad joke ahead. Burrow mixins in passes to his running backs more than his tight end anyway.
That's stupid.
Joe 60 catches last year.
It's like you're in your backyard. It's get open. He finds Joe Mixon, and puts it right between the 2 and the 8.
What if those cats get better play from the O-line?
They tried to solve the riddle of the Cincinnati Bengals offensive line, but they're just going to get Joe Burrow killed.
Someone tell those dudes Big Uglies is supposed to be a nickname, not a style of play.
He's sacked back at the 26-yard line.
They finished 26th in PFF's rankings. Got a game preview guy grade in pass protection. That ain't good. No one gave up more sacks than their left tackle, Jonah Williams.
And he's going down. They got him again.
That is why they spent some coin on former Chief Orlando Brown. He had a much better year than Williams, according to PFFers.
Tell him to finish angry right here.
Right tackle Lyle Collins also had a rough year. Williams will try to slide over, but they need one of those guys to rebound, as well as guard Cordell Volson.
Let's be legendary on this drive.
It's not like the line did much to help Mixon when they handed it off either. 3.9 a carry is rough.
Hey, Alex, talk to me. How's it going inside there? How's it going inside?
Their ground game might be an afterthought, but it would help if it was more efficient when used.
We're running out today. We're running out today. Let's get loaded up for some runs.
Cincinnati's defense is also often an afterthought due to Burrow and company.
Butt is on fire.
But the reality is, it quietly made things tough on opposing offenses. Fifth fewest points per game allowed, 7th fewest yards per game, top 10 in the red zone.
We're barely tough. We're barely tough.
They held QBs to the lowest completion percentage in the league and held them to the lowest rating in the league.
Y'all go home. You gotta work tomorrow.
And this is where their 2023 outlook gets a little dicey. They had maybe the best safety duo against the pass in the NFL. And both guys, Jesse Bates and Von Bell, are no longer in the band.
Knocked up in the air, intercepted, game over.
The two guys replacing them, returning Bengal youngster Dax Hill.
And only gets back to the line.
He played 15 games last year, only faced 10 targets. Reminder, he was a first-round dude. They picked up safety Nick Scott from the Rams.
And an interception ends the Panther red zone threat.
He was a 16-game starter for them, rating allowed near 110. And another big loss, cornerback Eli Apple held QBs to a rating under 85, so they'll turn to Cam Taylor-Britt more.
He's going to launch it deep downfield. Intercepted!
A recent second-round type, rating allowed over 115 in 2022, so they really need cornerback Chido Awuzie to play just as well as before he got hurt last year. Only 8 games, but was locking it down, held QBs to a 50s rate. That's elite.
He really probably isn't the guy that you want to attack if you're throwing the ball against the Bengals.
They also have nickel cornerback Mike Hilton returning. He was solid, sub-90 rating last season.
He's a baby!
The changes at safety could be mitigated if their pass rush could step up. They must feel like Happy Gilmore putts. Are you too good for your home? Only 3 teams made it to the crib less often than the Bengals.
Hey, keep rushing these. I'm not done calling zone. Yeah! Man-to-man rush him. Let's go.
No new reinforcements were brought in either. Defensive end Sam Hubbard comes off a 6.5 sack year.
It wasn't fear that gripped him, only a heightened sense of things.
Defensive end Trey Hendrickson made the Pro Bowl off 8 bags.
From the end zone, hit and brought down. Where was the ball? The ball comes out, recovered for a touchdown.
Those two are the threats, and they do make a difference. They'd love some help, though.
Jump in the stand. Go jump in the stand, man.
Defensive tackles B.J. Hill, D.J. Reader, great run stoppers, which the Bengals were so-so at. 4.2 yards per carry allowed, not terrible.
Huntley sticks the ball out. The Bengals have the ball.
Their linebacking duo is also back. Both guys played the pass well. Jermaine Pratt just under 100 tackles.
Hell yeah, baby!
Jermaine Pratt knocked it away from Kelsey.
Logan Wilson over 120.
Woo! He's in trouble. Wilson's got him. The ball comes out.
15 tackles, man. It is what it is. Take it easy on him.
Kicking game. Evan McPherson, over 80% of his attempts made, 5 for 5 from 50 plus. The loss of 2 really good safeties shouldn't be overlooked. It could cause slippage to their secondary play. That would trigger a domino effect because their overall defensive strength was built on stopping the pass. Brown's addition to the O-line doesn't make a deep impact on their O-line play, and it's no better. They check out with 10 wins and aren't assured of anything. They have been Super Bowl threats 2 years in a row now, though. Burrow and those wide receivers are back. They are a Super Bowl champion ceiling team. Burrow throws 40 TDs. Chase goes for over 1,600, 10-plus TDs. O-line is at least average, and their young safeties mitigate the loss of Bell and Bates. They are a Super Bowl contender on a 14-3 mark. Baltimore Ravens, 10-7 last year, made the playoffs again, despite not having their captain at the end of the ride. So just plug Lamar back in, and it's business as usual, right?
Very hard, man. I love you, man.
Not really. I mean, yes, Jackson is back. Lamar indeed got that money. But the 2023 Ravens O isn't expected to run like your dad's old Ravens O. Your dad is very young in this example, just roll with it. No more OC Greg Roman. In comes Todd Monken. He was Georgia's OC the last 3 years, and get this, he wants Jackson running less. Cue Arnold then. What you talking about, Willis? Maybe change is needed. Baltimore's run-heavy approach hasn't led them to the bowl.
Driving the ball down the fairway, but no points on the board.
Offense was 19th in points per game last year, 16th in yards per game, and they were pretty terrible in the red zone.
He sticks the ball out. The Bengals have the ball. They are running it back.
Ravens run-pass split, 28th in pass attempts, 7th in rush attempts. How far does Monken try and push it?
It doesn't have to be pretty and sweet and all that kind of stuff. It's got to be tough and hard. It's got to be what's got to be done.
Jackson the passer last year under the old system, of course, 17 TDs against 7 INTs, rating over 90 at least.
Duvernay makes the catch. Touchdown, Devin Duvernay.
Lamar has worked with an A-level tight end for years. Now he gets a chance to work with an A-level receiver. Okay, he has many A-level receiver years at least. OBJ hasn't had a 1,000-yard year, though, since 2019. They signed him to a 1-year deal, so low risk, high reward.
What an effort by OBJ!
Ravens also drafted wide receiver Zay Flowers in the first round.
But this guy is fun because of how explosive he is. Look at what he does after the catch.
They still have high hopes for former first-rounder Rashad Bateman, too. He only got 6 games in last year.
Leg race 50, far side 40, he's to the 30.
Then you get to super tight end Mark Andrews, just another ho-hum Pro Bowl year for him in 2022.
Give me some.
Over 70 catches, over 800 yards, found the paint 5 times. Likely his backup sees his fair share of targets still. Sorry, it's lonely in this closet. Isaiah Likely had almost 400 yards and scored 3 times.
Throw towards the end zone, and that is caught on the near side. Isaiah Likely.
Ravens O-line seems ready for the change. 4 of the 5 starters from last year's group that was 5th best according to PFF return, and they received especially high marks in pass blocking.
Great block! Great job, O-line! Great job! Great job, Snoop!
Only change is at guard. Ben for a Ben. Powers out, Cleveland in. And let's not get all this Lamar in the pocket mambo jambo twisted. Jackson's still going to get his on the ground.
Lamar Jackson midfield and going 40.
How and when is the question. Another one, how often and when will their running backs play? J.K. Dobbins, 5.7 yards per run.
He's got a touchdown, Ravens!
Gus Edwards, 5 per pop. 17 games played. Combined. Gonna have to get Lumberg in there to give them the speech.
Leg race 20, 15, 10. J.K. Dobbins, welcome back to the backfield.
The season is 17 games. It's not a half season or anything.
60 minutes of football, all you can give.
Won't disrespect fullback Patrick Ricard. He doesn't fly a spaceship. Man, can he block. Pro Bowler in 2022. If the Ravens offense makes up ground and they come close to playing defense like they did last year, they end up as scary as the inspiration for their name. They held QBs to a sub-90 rating, were top 5 in points per game allowed, in the red zone, and on third down. They held runners to 3.9 a carry, third lowest. They were 10th best in yards per game allowed, top 10 in turnovers, and had the 5th most sacks.
And the Ravens dropped Joe Flacco for a 3rd time this afternoon.
They did sustain some significant losses, though. Justin Houston led the team with 9.5 sacks. He's gone. Defensive end Calais Campbell had 5.5. He left. They said goodbye to cornerback Marcus Peters. He wasn't great last year, so not a huge loss, but Chuck Clark was. over 100 tackles while holding QBs to a low 80s rating. He's out.
Dang, bro, this is crazy, bro.
Give him the Rock to replace Peters at corner. Yassine isn't as big, as rich, or famous as his counterpart, but the dude held it down to a sub-80 rating in Vegas last year.
Oh, God! Oh, crap!
At safety, they will hand more starts to Kyle Hamilton. He had a couple sacks last season. His rating against was over 100, though. His partner, Marcus Williams, he balled against QBs, holding them to a low 80s rating in his 10 games.
Intercepted.
Cornerback Brandon Stevens returns, sub-90 rating allowed, 15 games, 4 starts. And the linchpin to the back end, Marlon, you could have been a contender. Here's looking at you, kid Humphrey.
Cover sack. That's a cover sack. Appreciate you.
Someone out there gets it. And Marlon Humphrey gets how to play cornerback. He made the Pro Bowl again.
Greg punch out! Greg punch out! Greg punch out!
What about all those sacks that left town? They're relying on in-house blokes to cover them. So instead of JPP, Houston, and Calais, it'll be dudes like outside linebacker Odafe Oweh. Needs to come up with more than 3 QB takedowns, though.
Brought down by Oweh.
Outside linebacker Tyus Bowser will also see more starts. He only made it on the field 9 times last year. The front 3 will be made up of guys like Michael Pierce, he only played 3 times in 2022, Broderick Washington, a close to 50 gen. And defensive tackle Justin Madubuike returns. He made it home 5.5 times from the trenches.
Come on, baby.
As far as inside linebackers are concerned, they may have the best duo in the game. Wait, do you say that about every inside linebacker duo? Who cares? Patrick Queen had a king-size 2022, held his targets to a sub-80 rating, 2 picks.
Trubisky fires across the middle, it's intercepted! Patrick Queen at the 5-yard line!
Had over 110 tackles, 5 QB takedowns, and he's not even their best ILB. They get that Roquan cat for a whole year.
Intercepted! Picked off by Roquan Smith!
Smith was first team in 2022. Bears fans are still wondering what that trade was all about. Ravens special teams, very special. Justin Tucker has an Uncle Rico leg. Devin Duvernay used his ninja skills to make the Pro Bowler as a return man.
All the way he goes! 103 yards!
There are some Ravens pessimists that worry Lamar in the pocket more isn't a good thing. If the offense getting away from its roots backfires, the D is average without Calais, Houston, Clark, Peters. They could fall under 500 with just 8 wins. Harbaugh won 10 games last year, though, so why can't he do it again? Some guys know how to coach, and this division has 2 of them at least. He adapts as well as anyone. And what happens if Lamar blows up in the new system? Passing game with OBJ is a legit threat. Their backs stay healthy. Give them the division at 12-5 and at least 1 playoff win. Pittsburgh Steelers, 9-8 last year, means that Tomlin's streak is alive and kicking.
Don't it feel good?
No postseason action, but they may have only been a player away. That player, the most famous TJ since Hooker.
He's hit, and TJ has him!
This is one of the few teams you have to start on defense with. They go 9-8 overall last year. 6 of those losses came when TJ Watt was on the shelf. He made the Pro Bowl despite only playing 10 games.
Number 90, TJ Watt!
You can argue he was the real MVP. The dude makes everyone around him better. It's like having a QB as your edge rusher.
And it's Watt again! TJ Watt on the turnover!
So, if you get 17 games from him, the win-loss column improves, and so does the overall defense, and it needs to be better. 10th in points per game allowed isn't bad, 14th in yards per game, 18th on third down, tied for 14th in sacks, 25th in QB hits. It was a little meh.
Touchdown! Bengals! No time left.
Those mediocre digits led to change. They will have 2 new inside linebackers, and 3 of their key DBs are no longer around. Their secondary was a strength last year, sub-90 rating allowed. No one had more INTs, top 10 in completion percentage allowed.
At the 30, 25-20, Minkah Fitzpatrick goes into the end zone.
They did give up 12.2 yards per catch. Only 1 team allowed higher, so they weren't flawless. Group in charge back there is different. Losing Cam Sutton off a low 60s rating year would normally leave a mark, but they replaced him with Patrick Peterson. He held QBs to a mid-60s rate and had 5 picks.
That's why they pay him.
They may have upgraded their nickel cornerback. Arthur Mollett allowed a rate over 110. The new guy, Chandon Sullivan, former Viking, held his targets to a low 90s rating.
One-on-one with Sullivan. Breaking on the ball.
They still have cornerback Levi Wallace, 4 INTs, sub 80 rating allowed last year.
Waits, fires a pass. Intercepted, and with the football is Levi Wallace.
They drafted cornerback Joey Porter Jr. in the second round. The last guy they had with a name like that worked out pretty well, I think.
The length is rare. You're talking about extremely long arms, and he can run and carry these vertical routes all day long.
This is a grow-up moment right here for you young studs. Let's live.
Strong safety Terrell Edmonds is gone. Not strong against the pass in 2022. They may roll with newcomer Keanu Neal in his place. Buyer beware. Against the pass, Cartman-like rating against last year. Maybe Fat Albert-like. It was over 150 in Dallas. Good thing he has one of the best free safeties covering for him.
Man, we need Minka to do some of that Minka.
Minka Fitzpatrick, point to the sky and give him the first team cry, because he was and is. He's the elite type.
Another magic Minka moment.
That's why they pay him to be so.
Those guys, of course, will get an assist from Watts Heat, and so will Alex Highsmith, 14.5 bags as TJ's Heather Locklear, if you will.
He's hit and he's sacked.
In between them, Cam Hayward is back, another Pro Bowl nod, another 10-plus sack year.
Oh! Let's go!
They picked up another Keanu when they drafted defensive tackle Benton in the second round of the draft.
The quick hands, you see his ability to win early, kind of get on an edge and win that way, but then he can also hang in there and be real stout against the run, really firm at the point of attack.
Reeves is at linebacker too. No, he's not. And neither is Miles Jack, who piled up over 100 tackles for them, or Devin Bush, over 80 wrap-ups.
Broken up at the goal line.
Cole Holcomb almost had that many in only 7 games for the Commanders. He's new inside linebacker number 1.
How sweet it is, baby.
Landon Roberts is number 2, over 100 tackles and 4.5 sacks for the Dolphins last year.
Brought down back at the 33-yard line, Landon Roberts.
Pittsburgh's defense kept them in most games in 2022, and that's because their O-face was lacking, to say the least.
Intercepted by Mills.
26th in points per game last year, 23rd in yards per game. Starting back couldn't muster even 4 yards per carry. QB didn't even average 185 passing yards per game.
Always tight, ain't it? This business we chose. It's like the mafia.
And yet, to Pittsburgh dad's chagrin, and therefore Deb's too, I imagine, OC Matt Canada is back, as are most of the players he had at his disposal last year. What's he going to get out of Kenny Pickett in year 2? In year 1, just over 6 yards per attempt, rating in the mid-70s, only 7 TDs, through Ferris's senior absentee record in picks.
Heaves a bomb in the double coverage, and I think intercepted.
He did go 7-5 though, and he had some nice clutch moments. I don't know if he went to their concerts or if he's a fan, but Pickett showed some flashes that give one hope.
Kenny Pickett, how sweet it is, baby. What a job.
Only one change to the group he's throwing to. They picked up Allen Robinson from the Rams. Has had some nice years, but it's been a while. Deontay Johnson was Pickett's go-to by a mile, almost 50 more targets than anyone else on the team last season.
Oh, sweet Marie, what a play.
Johnson hauled in over 80 passes, over 850 yards. He shouldn't see as many balls thrown his way this year, though, only because George Pickens should see more.
Pickett throws that ball down the field. And a back shoulder beauty by George Pickens.
Pickens' rookie year, over 800 yards, just over 50 catches, scored 4 times.
George Pickens will score right here. Watch this.
Touchdown, George Pickens. Pickett to Pickens from 31 out. And the Steelers in position to tie it up.
Pickett will lean on tight end Pat Freiermuth again, over 60 catches, over 700 yards.
Oh, the Muth was Luth on that one.
Najee Harris is also a solid option out of the backfield, caught over 40 balls and scored 3 of them.
Pickett in the gun. He looks, chased out of the pocket, throws it for the goal line. Touchdown, Najee Harris.
Harris also broke off 1,000+ yards on the ground, added 7 TDs there.
Turns, hands it off. Najee, stiff arm, gets to the 5. Stiff arms his way into the end zone for the Pittsburgh Steelers touchdown.
3.8 a run. hasn't had more than 4 in either year in the league, which many believe is a product of that O-line. Was it terrible last year, though? PFF said no, ranked them 15th, but they got a much better pass blocking grade than run blocking one.
Come on, stay with it. More football, more football.
The big offseason move here, the drafting of left tackle Broderick Jones in the first round.
It's a little art of coaching, that's all right there. You got to make them like it. You know what I mean?
They also signed guard Isaac Seumalo away from Philadelphia, so they think things will be better for Harris and the passing game. Chris Boswell is back to kick, but he better dial it in. A low 70 success rate is rough, but he was 7 for 9 from 50 plus at least.
And that's the game, and the Steelers come in with a mild upset.
Look, if Pickett doesn't improve, has a sophomore slump type year, Najee still can't break loose, the offense is still mediocre, the changes to the defense don't lead to better production. I mean, what, 9-8? I won't go lower with Tomlin. Watt playing all year alone is worth at least one win. I won't overstate how valuable he is to their team. But if Pickett grows and he throws like 25 to 30 TDs, Pickens is a 1,000-plus yard guy with 8+ TDs, the defense is top 10 with TJ back. Give them the division at 12-5 and at least one playoff win. Cleveland Browns, 7-10 in 2022, wasn't how it was supposed to go. They broke the bank to land Deshaun, and they finished last.
And he's running around, and he's hit that down by Captain Cam with 1 second left. They say that's it. The game is over.
Okay, sure, Watson only played 6 games, 7 TDs against 5 INTs, a rating under 80, 4 games without topping 170 passing yards, 4 without topping a rating of 90.
Watson in a hurry up is back. Waits, fires a pass, intercepted, and with the football is Levi Wallace.
It was just rust, right, Dog Pound? Just rust? Jacoby Brissett outplaying him in his 11 games means nothing. 2023, he goes right back to looking like the QB he used to. Remember 2021 Watson? No, remember 2020 Watson? That Watson. He was great.
Watson, pressure off the edge. Watson survives it and then checks down to Jones. Jones inside the 40, inside the 30, inside the 20.
Remember Chewbacca? Head coach Kevin Stefanski's future tied directly to how he manages Watson this season. Cleveland's offense was middle of the pack last year, 18th in points per game, 19th on third down, with Brissett most of the time.
We're going to get in that locker room. We're going to all own it. Moving on.
Puts a lot of pressure on Watson to revert to form. All of the Browns' key offensive starters return, including all 5 O-linemen, which was one of the team's biggest strengths last year. Joel Bitonio, Wyatt Teller, Jack Conklin, Ethan Pocic, Jedrick Willis, collectively the 6th best bad batch in the NFL. Nick Chubb can vouch for those dudes. 5 yards per carry, 1,525 yards, 12 TDs. That's become ho-hum for Chubba-Lubba Hubba-Lub.
He is incredible on his feet. The power of the ballot. Runs near side right. He's got the first down. 40, 35. He's 30, 25. Cuts to the middle, 20, 15, 10, 5. He's gone. Touchdown, Nick Chubb. Boy, I got to tell you, when he gets into the second level.
995 plus yards in all 5 years, 1,000 plus 4 in a row, and he never looks tired.
Trying to get rolling, bro.
For the first time this season, the Ravens defense gives up an opening drive touchdown.
I don't want to tackle. I do not want to tackle.
He will have a new backup. Kareem Hunt is out, but their ground attack will benefit from Watson's legs. 20-plus rush yards in all 6 games as a Brown. He can scamper.
Here's a straight run by Deshaun Watson. 10, 5, and he high steps it in. Touchdown!
Running the ball has not been a problem for the Browns. They ran 5th most last year, were 22nd in passing attempts. It would be a shock, though, if they didn't balance things out this season. The pieces are there, too. Amari Cooper, the number 1, over 1,100 yards, 9 touchdowns, despite the QB situation.
Looks, throws, middle, Cooper caught it, touchdown!
DPJ is a nice 2. He can stretch the field, over 60 catches, over 800 yards.
Out of a tackle, out of another tackle. He's down the sideline, 35-30, 25-20, 15, 10, 5. He's gone! Touchdown!
That's big time. Just what we needed.
And tight end David Njoku went for over 600 yards in 14 games.
Brissett looking, firing.
throwing, end zone. Oh, what a catch by Njoku! Touchdown!
Browns did pick up Elijah Moore from the Jets, too, over 400 yards in New York last year, enters his third season, so there's promise.
3rd and 4, he'll look to throw. End zone, Moore! Touchdown, Jets!
Journeyman Marquise Goodwin can still make an impact. He comes over from Seattle. He scored 4 times. Good depth guy. Browns fans also know those 12 sacks you saw Watson take in his last 2 games, standard fare and often not a reflection of your line. He loves the risk-reward.
Watson can't get away.
Browns defense, like their a middling group in 2022, 20th in points per game allowed, 19th on 3rd down.
Doesn't matter, it's great defense.
25 seconds remaining. The ball at the Browns' 15-yard line. The Jets down by 6. Flacco looks up the seam, fires, caught! Touchdown!
Change at DC. Joe Woods out, Jim Schwartz in. He will try to get his guys home to see mom more often. Browns, the second fewest QB hits in 2022, tied for 27th in sacks.
Pass the right side, caught ball, Coach Heap, touchdown Tampa Bay, touchdown Buccaneers.
Think about it. Cleveland had the second fewest QB hits and were tied for 27th in sacks, and they have Myles Garrett.
We don't change. We come out hottest, what's it, 100 degrees or 0 degrees. We always stay the same. We are who we are. Keep balling. Let's go.
16 bags. No one else on the team had 4. That man was out there shopping alone most weeks.
Myles Garrett hooks in and gets him. He's going to go down again. Myles Garrett got him.
Hey, as long as I can feel my fingers, I'm cool.
Jadeveon Clowney, gone. Browns fans, you now understand what Texans, Titans, and Seahawks fans feel like. Makes sense they traded for Z then. Zadarius Smith made the Pro Bowl off a 10-sack year.
Bridgewater spins, wrapped up, taken down at the 35-yard line. What a game for Zadarius Smith.
And they added outside linebacker Ogbo Okoronkwo. 5 sacks for the Texans last season, 8 starts.
Lawrence takes a big hit, and it's a sack again for Okoronkwo. He now has 5 sacks in his last 5 games.
The guys the Browns have in the middle, more run-stopper types. DT Taven Bryan departed, replaced by vet Dalvin Tomlinson. Close enough swap, nothing to dig into. Tomlinson joins Jordan Elliott in the middle, solid guy. Their middle last year, struggling to stop opposing runners, though. Cleveland gave up 4.7 per run.
Breaks away, Kamara takes it in for the touchdown. Taysom will keep it, breaks the tackle. Taysom still on his feet, and Taysom takes it in for the touchdown.
Browns' linebacking core was also to blame, and injuries were to blame for their poor play. Anthony Walker only got 3 games in. Sione Takitaki, he played 12 games. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, 11 games. Deion Jones, 11 games. It's the same group coming back, so hopefully fewer trips to the blue tent this season. Despite Cleveland not harassing the QB, their back end held up pretty well. Held quarterbacks to an 85.2 rating, under 200 yards per game passing, 4th lowest completion percentage.
Mayfield looks, fires middle, and that is picked off.
Ball collected. Ball collected.
4 of the 5 key DB members that helped post those impressive digits are back. Safety John Johnson is the lone departure. He had a good 2022, too. But so did newcomer Juan Thornhill, sub-80 rating against, 3 picks, a Super Bowl ring.
Backside pressure as Smith throws, looking for the end zone, and it's intercepted. Juan Thornhill.
He joins a pretty stacked unit. Grant Delpit comes off a 100-plus tackle season, rating allowed under 70, 4 picks.
Dotson in double coverage. Grant Delpit had his hands on it, and it's picked off.
Greg Newsome, rating allowed under 80.
Dalton up the seam, and it is broken up and incomplete.
Martin Emerson saw more targets than anyone on the team, 15 passes defensed, held QBs to a 53% completion percentage. Did I mention he was a rookie?
Martin Emerson coming in. He had some tough moments earlier in the ball game, but yeah, he's made some plays, getting a little bit of help. Able to knock it down here on 4th down.
Not to forget Denzel Ward, every bit the equalizer when it came to shutting down passing games. Okay, he actually battled through some injuries, so his rating was a little high, but he still scored 2 TDs on fumble returns.
Underneath center, Allen. He's going to quarterback sneak it, and he just dives over the pile. A loose ball is picked up by Denzel Ward. Touchdown! And the crazy game in Houston rolls
Kicking game, Cade York, 75% last year. That's fantastic. If you were me in high school, it was time to throw a party, but not so much if you're an NFL kicker. They need more consistency from him this year.
Just guys say thank you for getting us to the 40-yard line and giving me a shot at it.
Dog pounders know the story. They'll believe their QB curse is over when they see it. So if Watson isn't his old self, their passing attack remains semi-stagnant. Chubb isn't a superhuman back, because that happens with those guys. Don't always see it coming either. They get run by their division. It could get as ugly as 4 wins. But let's assume Watson is at least decent. They'd be one of those scary teams no one really wants to face. A 7-10 team that's pretty competitive week to week. If Watson is the man, though, and he is worth all the coins they paid him, Za'Darius and Miles destroy QBs all year. Defense is a top 10 type unit. It's worth 2 more wins, gets them to 9-8, according to the blindfolded clown I have throwing darts at a window. Buffalo Bills, 13-3 in 2022, made the playoffs and all that, but the Mafia is getting antsy. Gonna break more than tables if they don't punch a Super Bowl ticket soon. The Bills are sticking with most of the personnel they rolled with last year, a couple tweaks here and there. They don't believe they have a roster problem, but they need the roster to show up when it counts.
It's just a disappointing end to a special season for the Bills.
Production-wise, they were and should be elite on both sides of the ball again. Their offense put up the 2nd most points per game, 4th most yards per game, number 1 team on 3rd down.
And he makes the catch, and he's in the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo, Stephon Diggs. Wow.
That offense, Josh Allen, nothing new there.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
35 TD passes, almost 12 yards per completion, threw for more than 265 yards per game.
It's down the left sideline. He's got Diggs. Caught. Touchdown, Buffalo.
Oh, my God. What a throw!
He could have an even better year, though, and so could their offense if he lets go of the Oprah act.
He fumbled the football.
You get a football, you get a football, and you get a football.
Intercepted by X-Man.
The Bills' offense turned the ball over 27 times. Only 2 teams were more generous.
That's his 3rd turnover today.
Allen gave it away 20 times, so maybe lay off listening to the Chili Peppers pre-game, Josh.
He's going to launch it deep downfield. Intercepted!
Allen will have his right-hand man again. He should Diggs that.
I ain't a man, bro. Stop playing with me, bro. Tell him leave me one-on-one. Leave me one-on-one. I'll make you call your mama home.
Stephon made another Pro Bowl, dropped over 1,400 yards, over 100 catches, 8 touchdowns.
Stephon Diggs, touchdown Buffalo!
He's their edge, he's their attitude.
Come on, weather the storm, weather the storm. Come on now.
I'm only asking for one thing for Christmas this year, that he and Trayvon are healthy when they meet.
Y'all came to see me.
Gabe Davis back as the WR2, over 800 yards last year, 7 touchdowns.
Did he get both feet down? Touchdown, Buffalo!
Hey, I'm giving it to my mama.
Allen will be using tight ends a lot. Dawson Knox made the Pro Bowl, just over 500 yards, 6 scores.
Zone, it is caught. Dawson Knox, touchdown, Buffalo.
And then they drafted Dalton Kincaid in the 1st round.
You want to leave us the best tight end in the draft? We'll go ahead and take him and pair him up with Knox in the middle of the field.
Kincaid may absorb a lot of passes their slot man would normally see. Buffalo still thinks Khalil Shakir could be that guy, but they snagged Trent Sherfield from Miami as well. He was a 400-plus yard guy for them.
Trent Sherfield.
He replaces Isaiah McKenzie's numbers, which were pretty much the same.
Yes, touchdown Buffalo. Isaiah McKenzie.
Running back Devin Singletary also contributed a little something to their passing game. He's also gone. His loss in the run game more significant as he produced over 800 yards toting the rock.
Pulls his way into the end zone. Touchdown Buffalo.
They will now hand off mostly to James Cook if all goes well. Over 500 yards as the backup with a fat 5.7 yards per carry.
James Cook with a 12-yard touchdown run.
They also added former Patriot Damian Harris, 4.4 yards a run, over 450 yards.
There goes Harris. Up the middle, slipping through tacklers.
And they picked up Latavius Murray, who ran for over 750 yards on 4.4 a run.
Goes to grinding at the 2. He's in the end zone. Touchdown save.
O-line now. Their 2022 group was one of the worst in the league. According to PFF, they ranked them 29.
No secrets, okay? Yeah, no. Let's make sure we say something.
They were given a pretty bad pass blocking grade despite giving up the 8th fewest sacks. But sacks aside, PFF said they allowed boatloads of QB hits and pressures.
Allen with a deep drop. Here comes the rush. Gets hit.
Only one change to the starting 5. They lost Roger Saffold, rough year anyway, drafted Osiris Torrance in the 2nd round.
This is value here with Osiris Torrance. There's a lot of talk about him going in round number 1. They end up getting him here in the 2nd round. His cleats are always in the ground, which allows him to play with a lot of power with his base.
Buffalo is one of a few teams that enjoys both a stacked offense.
Heads to the end zone. He is in. Touchdown, Buffalo!
And defense.
Make him earn it, no points. We don't care about yards, we care about points.
Only one team allowed fewer points per game. No team allowed fewer yards per game. Tied for 4th in turnovers.
And he fumbled.
2nd best in the red zone. Top 10 on 3rd down.
Intercepted by Tremaine Edmonds! Tip Drill City!
Their secondary was and should be dominant again. Top 5 in rating allowed last year. Tied for the 4th most interceptions.
Intercepted in the end zone.
Top 10 in yards per attempt allowed and yards per completion allowed.
Throws left side, ball tipped up into the air, intercepted by Buffalo.
They could be even harder to throw on for a number of reasons. Their back-end group returns intact, and several members didn't even get a full slate in last year. Cornerback Tre'Davious White, for example, a sub-80 rating guy, only got in 6 games.
And it's intercepted at the 1-yard line. Tre'Davious White.
Safety Micah Hyde is half of one of the best safety tandems in the game, only played 2 times last year. His partner, safety Jordan Poyer, he made the Pro Bowl, held QBs under a 90 rating, only got in 12 games.
Intercepted in the end zone.
I told you. Hey, I told you.
Cornerback Khair Elam was a rookie last year, a respectable rating allowed, only 13 games.
Intercepted by Khair Elam!
Cornerback Dane Jackson, sub-90 rating allowed last season, 2 INTs, very little publicity, very good corner.
Dane Jackson intercepts Kirk Cousins.
They have Taron Johnson at nickel cornerback again, rating allowed a little high, but tackle machine. Doesn't let dudes get too far after they catch it.
Is picked off by Taron Johnson.
And safety Damar Hamlin heads into his 2nd year, needing to work on his pass coverage skills a little bit, but he had over 90 tackles.
Any ball in the air, that is ours. That's ours. They throw that stuff, take that personal.
They could also make things tougher on passers if Von Miller can get on the field and make an impact. He had 8 sacks in 11 games. Hard to know when he's back, though.
Let's go! Let's go!
Defensive end Greg Rousseau may have to go solo till the chicken farmer is back. Picked up 8 bags last season.
He's going to be dropped and sacked.
Buffalo's pass rush was middle of the pack in sacks and QB hits in 2022.
The pressure comes from the left. He throws over the middle. Caught at the 9.
Defensive end Shaq Lawson had 3.5 QB takedowns. He'll get plenty of snaps in Miller's absence.
And they are able to get to Mahomes.
In the middle, they signed defensive tackle Ed Oliver to a huge contract. Played in 13 games, no big stats, but clearly he doesn't need them to be effective.
And who's right there coming? Ed Oliver gets his head right in. Big play, Bills ball.
The only big loss to their defense, middle linebacker Tremaine Edmonds, over 100 tackles, played the pass well, and a key leader.
3 went out, I got to get my eyes at 2.
There isn't a clear replacement for him right now. It'll be a camp battle. Lucky for them, though, linebacker Matt Milano is back. He was first team in 2022, 3 INTs, held QBs to a sub-70 rating, 99 tackles.
Picked off, intercepted at the 45-yard line, picked off by Matt Milano.
Defensive coordinator Leslie Frazier stepped down, by the way, so head coach Sean McDermott will take over calling the D.
The snap is good, the hold is good, the kick is up, the kick is good, it is good! The Bills get back to the playoffs for the 4th consecutive year!
So what's the worst case? Buffalo's road schedule is brutal, and Miami and New York should be better, so the division is not an easy trek. What if Allen proves to be really good, but not great? They lose the division with a 10-7 record. Hard to imagine Allen leading the league in turnovers again, though. The personnel is there, they do have a really tough slate to contest with, and only because of that, a dip in wins, but still enough to take the AFC East crown. Look, this isn't a team that really cares about 12, 13, 14, or even 15 wins. It's about the after part. So Allen cuts back on giving it away now. Regular season schedule preps them for postseason action like nothing else can. The offense and defense are just as good. The Mafia will be breaking tables deep into February. Miami Dolphins, 9-8 in 2022. Good enough for a little postseason taste in Eminem's first go-around.
It's a fabulous note, Summer. Nice subterfuge.
Time out! Can we get two back?
What if Mike McDaniel follows Marshall's path? Things could get pretty interesting in South Beach.
Watch out, there's a camera right in front of us. Domain time here.
How spicy things get with the Finns, clearly tied to whether their QB can stay on the field.
And so then I YouTubed you and saw this Trent Dilfer thing. And bro, your technique was trash.
Tua Tagovailoa threw 25 TDs against 8 INTs last year.
Let's go! Let's go!
He led the league in rating and yards per completion.
Boss, I always stutter every time I give a speech. I don't know how to give a speech.
He puts up digits when he's healthy.
Another just perfectly thrown pass.
The pass and the feet, it doesn't get any better than that.
His pass catchers, as fast a pair as you're going to find.
Just be ready to use our releases on some of these guys. Try to get through it, just get speed going down the field.
Tyreek Hill looked in the mirror. Nope, turns out he's not a reflection of Patrick Mahomes.
No nice guy. Nope, nice guy. All game. Mentality.
Hill went for over 1,700 yards, almost 100 catches.
It's not bad.
Shouldn't he change his nickname to the Joker? He's a funny dude, and it would work so well with Jalen Waddle.
We got the Penguin in the end zone.
Over 1,300 yards, 8 Waddles.
And it's a touchdown for Waddle. Gone!
Right down the middle, and nobody was going to catch him.
Are those two enough, or do they need 8? Sorry, 80s flashback. Dolphins' passing attack wasn't overly diverse, but maybe it doesn't need to be.
Waddle's got a blocker in front of him, and he's going to outrun one man.
If Tua, the Cheetah, and the Penguin can all avoid the blue tent for the most part, Miami's pass-happy offense should be even better.
The big ones will come. We just need regular plays and just keep the sticks moving.
And it wasn't terrible by any means. 11th in points per game, top 10 in yards per game.
And it's caught! And touchdown Miami!
They need to be better on third down though, 24th. Some minor changes to the other pass catchers. They lost wide receiver Trent Sherfield off a 400-plus yard season.
Caught by Trent Sherfield, the former Niner!
They picked up Chosen Anderson, the artist formerly known as Walmart Robbie. He was a 1,000-plus yard dude in 2020.
Anderson wide open!
Over 800 yards over the last 2 seasons combined. Tight end Mike Gesicki is out of there, only 352 yards, 5 touchdowns, so they didn't lose too much actual production.
Yeah!
They'll trot out Bull Durham at tight end a lot. Smythe mostly a blocker though.
On a dime for Durham Smythe.
Their run game, they were thought to be maybe looking at a Dalvin Cook type, but they have 2 guys who were plenty effective. Raheem Mostert almost hit a 5 a carry, almost 900 yards. Jeff Wilson, over 700 yards between Miami and San Francisco and over 4.5 a run.
Wilson takes the handoff. Touchdown, Miami!
It's not really a matter of not having quality runners. They have them. They just didn't lean on them too much. Only one team ran less. The O-line that sets up all those chaps was ranked 18th by PFF.
Yeah, you just got to keep chopping the wood, boss.
Oh, that's the name of the game.
Despite Miami tying for the 9th fewest sacks allowed, PFF gave only one team a worse pass blocking grade.
Jets score on defense as the blitz gets to Bridgewater, who grounded the ball.
No new reinforcements were brought in. They hope to get more than 2 games from young tackle Austin Jackson. They need more than 10 games from young guard Liam Eichenberg and much better play.
2 under pressure, gets sacked!
This is an area of potential growth for their offense.
I ain't gonna count, boy. Let's start with y'all, dog.
Tua's noggin would appreciate it too.
Tyreek Hill got behind everybody and Tua let it rip.
Miami's defense has even bigger strides it can make. The unit has a new leader guy. Vic Fangio takes over.
All right. Non-negotiable.
He's trying to correct some things that led to them finishing 23rd or 24th in points per game in the red zone and on third down.
Poor tackling. There's 3 guys.
Miami also went 27th in passer rating allowed, 27th in completion percentage given up.
So leaps and makes the catch.
Their pass rush, 40 sacks, meddling total.
Left side of the end zone, touchdown!
The Dolphins did handle runners well, 4th lowest yards per carry against, 4th fewest yards per game allowed.
The price is wrong, Billy. The price is wrong, Billy.
Much of that credit goes to Christian Wilkins, who is the current face of why Pro Bowl nods don't mean much.
You got fined this week, didn't you? Yo, you playing for free this week, fat boy.
98 tackles, 16 for a loss, 3.5 sacks, bats 6 passes, 2 forced fumbles, but apparently not good at dodgeball.
Oh yeah, you about to get it. You about to get it right there. You about to get this. No, don't say that. I'm not scared of you.
Stacked next to him, another underrated dude, Zach Sealer, 70 tackles, 3.5 sacks.
Goff can't get away, and Sealer buries him.
Raekwon Davis fills their trench trio out. He's a run stuffer.
Cousins wrapped up, sacked. Back at the 44-yard line by Raekwon Davis.
They will have a new face behind them. Linebacker Landon Roberts and his 100-plus tackles, 4.5 sacks, skip town.
Brought down back at the 33-yard line, Landon Roberts.
Replaced by David Long, former Titan, also a lover of wrapping it up. 86 tackles in 12 games.
Brought down in the backfield by David Long, who has played himself a pretty good football game so far today.
Linebacker Jerome Baker returns, triple-digit tackles and 4 visits to mom.
Great pressure put in there. It may have been Jerome Baker.
They believe their pass rush will be more of a threat since they'll get a full year of linebacker and Pro Bowler Bradley Chubb, who had 8 bags in 2022 between 2 teams.
And it's got a bump down by Bradley Chubb.
Outside linebacker Jalen Phillips' sack total may have come down in year 2. He still had 7, though, and his QB hit total jumped by double digits.
Pressure, and they finally get to him.
Increase the heat up front, add a Jalen Ramsey to the back, and presto. Pass defense is better, right?
Jalen Ramsey, Dax Cooper rush.
It should be, so long as Ramsey's play in 2022 was fluky. He did make the Pro Bowl, and he picked off 4 passes.
You see I finally got me a sack?
Yes.
Well, that's the first one in my career, huh? That was a good one, huh?
He also gave up 7 TDs and a rating allowed near 100.
Diggs stops, and he makes the catch, and he's in the end zone!
Sort of had a year like their other corner, Xavier Howard. He also made the Pro Bowl.
Oh!
Akins,
that's going to be a
dropped
touchdown!
The football picked up by the Dolphins.
He also gave up 5 TDs, a rating over 100. He was hurt and tried to play through it at times, but you know, players will tell you that's the norm.
Huh.
Cornerback Kader Kohu had himself a nice rookie campaign. Sub-80 rating allowed, knocked down 10 passes and over 70 tackles.
It's picked off! Kader Kohu!
They should have Brandon Jones back at safety. He only got in 7 contests.
Brandon Jones applied the hit to Mac Jones. Melvin Ingram cleaned it up for the touchdown.
His partner, Javon Holland, close to 100 tackles, 2 picks, 7 passes defensed.
And intercepted by Javon Holland.
Is it okay to point out his rating allowed was near 110? Dolphin fans are very protective of the former Duck.
Nice.
When the Fins have to kick, Jason Sanders, 26 of 32 last year, 2 of 6 from 50+, so 4 of his 6 misses were deep. Maybe the laces were out. Heard that happens in South Beach sometimes.
It's up, and it is good!
Don't usually incorporate injury possibilities, but with Tua, you have to. If they don't get him back for a full year, Jalen isn't the man when he comes back. Defense doesn't improve under Fangio. I mean, that's last year, right? 9-8. Tua's there all year, though. Hill and Waddle are just as dangerous, and even without Ramsey for a while, they feel like they're good for 11 wins. Like Buffalo, they have a really tough road slate. Can't go too much higher for a ceiling with this group, but Fangio works his magic with the defense. The O-line improves, reason to believe it should. Tua is upright all year, 12-5, which would make them division champions. New York Jets, 7-10 in 2022, but who cares? It's 2008 all over again.
Go! Let's go!
Throw on some Breaking Bad, pop in The Dark Knight, jam to some Flow Rida. Actually, maybe not.
I'm not feeling you, dog.
Come on, man!
Unless you want to see your new QB lead the league in INTs and miss the playoffs.
And the Jets lose to end the season at 9-7.
Jets went back to the well anyway. It's like Yogi said, it's deja vu all over again.
Hey, I knew you liked that Thanksgiving dinner.
The hope being that Aaron Rodgers can do what Buckethead Brett could not.
Now rainbows into the end zone. Touchdown!
New York felt like they were a QB away in 2022. They had the defense, but their offense had all kinds of issues, most tied to the play of their quarterbacks.
Throws. Intercepted, coming up the near side.
The mishmash of guys New York had throwing the ball combined for 15 TDs against 14 INTs, mid-70s rating. That's not even really mid, that's pretty bad.
And incomplete!
So out of the darkness from Oregon emerges Mr. Rogers, Aaron looking to set up his neighborhood in the Big Apple.
Rodgers lofts right side of the end zone. Touchdown!
Question everyone has, will New York get pre-2022 Rodgers, the MVP version?
Rodgers throws. Watson, touchdown!
Or the 2022 Rodgers, which mind you wasn't terrible. 26 TDs, 12 INTs, rating over 90, probably enough to have gotten New York a playoff spot.
Leaping grab, touchdown, Aaron Jones!
Rodgers did that without Devontae Adams, or a true number one, really. That won't be the case this season in New York, though.
Bring some juice. Make something happen. Yes, sir.
Jet Rookie of the Year number 1, wideout Garrett Wilson, over 80 catches, over 1,100 yards, the 4 TDs, with what that tattoo artist in the commercial might call some of the QBs in the league.
10-5, touchdown!
Stay in your lane, bro. Rodgers brought several of his buddies from his old neighborhood. Anna Platypus and King Friday the 13th wouldn't budge, but Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard did. Lazard had close to 800 yards. He'll benefit from Wilson's presence.
Block from Dobbs, touchdown Green Bay!
Cobb chipped in over 400 yards. His importance to Rodgers, very situational.
Diving grab, Randall Cobb!
Jets also picked up wide receiver McCole Hardman. He only got 8 games in for KC, but he's a burner.
McCole Hardman, 15 inside the 10, breaks a tackle, stays in bounds!
The one significant returning New Yorker, Corey Davis, over 500 yards receiving in 13 games.
Caught, touchdown! Corey Davis!
New York traded away Elijah Moore, 400-plus yard dude. At tight end, Rodgers will have Ty Conklin, over 60 catches and over 550 yards. Good year.
Touchdown! Tyler Conklin!
Now to the other sore spot with the offense, the O-line. PFF ranked him 30th in the NFL last year, 28th worst in pass blocking.
The Jags blitz him, they hit him!
Oh, that's a big-time play.
Injuries had a lot to do with that. The left side of the line better play better this year, or it may not matter who takes snaps.
He is sacked, and then he throws the ball into the ground.
Left tackle Dwayne Brown and left guard Laken Tomlinson both received really poor marks last year. Brown started camp on the PUP list, too. He only played 12 times before he got hurt. Right tackle Mekhi Becton is trying to come back from a serious injury. Guard Elijah Vera Tucker, ditto. Only played 7 games before hitting the shelf. The only noob added of significance, center Joe Tittman, who they drafted in the 2nd round.
He was the second interior offensive lineman in this draft behind Peter Skoronski. Bend and balance. Look at the size, 6'6", 313 pounds. Think of a guy like Max Unger, who played the center position at that height.
An injury also took out their rookie running back, Breece Hall, who looked like he could have been Offensive Rookie of the Year before getting hurt in his 7th game.
He's gone! Breece Hall!
Michael Carter returns, as does Zonovan Knight. Both are depth guys. Neither guy made it over 3.5 a run last year.
Hey! Starving, bro!
Rodgers and company don't have to do much this year to outdo what the Jets did last year. 25th in yards per game, 29th in points per game, 28th on 3rd down. Yeah, that ain't good either.
A struggle all night for the Jets on offense.
The digits we find on the defensive side, on the other hand, on the other end of the spectrum.
This is not the time. This ain't the time to take shots. So let me see. It's the time to knock somebody's ass back and make the play, okay?
Top 5 in points per game allowed and yards per game. 4th toughest inside the 20.
4th down and goal inside the 1. Running left, Williams. The Jets get him stopped.
Secondary held QBs to the 2nd lowest rating, top 5 in yards per attempt allowed and yards per completion.
And
Intercepted on a dive by C.J. Mosley.
Pass rush tied for 7th in sacks.
Under pressure is Simeon, and he's sacked Bryce Huff.
They were okay against runners. There's your one slight blemish. They did lose 3 key contributors, but none with what you'd call star status. Defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins was a 40-plus tackle, 3-sack guy. Linebacker Quan Alexander had almost 70 tackles.
Has it knocked away?
Safety Lamarcus Joyner, sub-90 rating guy with 3 INTs.
It rolled right into the arms of Lamarcus Joyner.
To be clear, good dudes, not insignificant.
Hey, a lot more meat on the bone. This game ain't over. Let's go.
But the reason New York isn't too nervous, their secondary was such a pain in QB's A's due to the cornerback trio they trotted out. They're all trotting out again this season.
We got it where we want them now. You feel me? Just believe it.
NFL receivers around the league are asking for their burgers and sandwiches dry these days. Just no more sauce, please.
Stay ready for vacation.
Gardner was New York's 2nd Rookie of the Year, first teamer.
It's knocked away! Sauce Gardner in position on Gabe Davis, and the Jets are going to take a knee.
Held it down to a low 60s rating.
Intercepted by Sauce Gardner.
Across the way, DJ Reed, 12 passes defensed, 80 tackles, sub 75 rating.
Deep down the sideline, intercepted. Great catch by DJ Reed.
Onyx would tell QBs, wait, it gets worse. Their other Michael Carter held his targets under an 80 rating.
It is intercepted! Intercepted on the play by the New York Jets.
Not easy to do from the slot. Jordan Whitehead returns to man 1 safety spot. Not as good against QBs, but still picked off a couple passes and had almost 90 tackles.
And I think intercepted. It's intercepted. Tarabin intercepted.
His partner, newcomer Adrian Amos, very similar year to Whitehead. Meh versus the pass, but over 100 tackles.
And he has nowhere to go, Adrian Amos.
Their secondary had a symbiotic relationship with their front. Thanks, Qui-Gon.
Under pressure, lost the football. He was sacked. It's scooped up by Quinnen Williams.
Can't hold on too long when first-teamer Quinnen Williams is coming after you.
Quinnen Williams.
Oh my God. Williams ate up 12 QBs from the inside, hitting him 28 times. Beast.
Under pressure, he goes down. The ball pops out. It's loose. The Jets have it.
His new partner, Quentin Jefferson, 5.5 sacks in Seattle last year.
And he's sacked. Mariota goes down at the 32 in the arms of Quentin Jefferson.
Same 2 blokes coming off the edge. Carl Lawson closed things out 7 times. Nice 24 QB hits.
Carl Lawson all over Mac Jones.
John Franklin Myers, 5 sacks, 20 QB hits. Gang Green is officially back.
Burst and that closing speed. Frightening from the guy that kind of size that can move like that.
Looking for a weakness on this side of the ball? You won't find one. Linebacker C.J. Mosley, Pro Bowler, over 150 tackles, rating under 60. Touche. Linebacker Quincy Williams, over 100 tackles, 12 for a loss.
Pressure coming. He's sacked by a blitzing Quincy Williams.
Kicking game. Greg the Leg will handle the duties again. 30 for 37 isn't great, but 5 of those were from deep. 6 for 11 from 50 plus. That's a lot of shots from beyond the arc. He can still get it done.
Greg Zuerlein is 5 for 5.
If their O-line isn't better, that's a problem because Rodgers ain't no spring chicken. He in turn could have one of those old man seasons a la Peyton. Hall isn't as electric. They have no run threats to keep defenses honest. I mean, they couldn't be worse than 7-10 though, right? But Rodgers has to be better than what they had. Their passing attack has to be better. Their offense should be. 10-7 and in the mix for a playoff spot. 10-7 could be common this year. If Rodgers takes to the lights of New York and shines, Garrett Wilson is a 1,300-plus yard dude. Hall picks up where he left off. 12-5, maybe division winners. Get a playoff win, too. Broadway who? New England Patriots 8-9 in 2022, but maybe with a splash of OC, they can return to their winning ways.
All the things that we got to get done, we got to do it.
New England in the playoffs used to be as certain as death and taxes, but unfortunately what that one coaching legend said was true. With the exception of the wit and wisdom of Calvin and Hobbes, not much lasts forever.
Did Mom let you stay up late tonight?
Last year's stumbles were most evident when New England had the ball. The offensive production lately a shell of its former self.
Stacked up, going backward,
ball,
tackle.
Ball's
the ball is out.
It's out.
It's why this is such a big year for Lil Mac. Can't be taking so many body blows and roundhouses from the bald bulls and soda Popinskis of the NFL.
Bam! Bam!
Bam!
Jones hit the dreaded sophomore slump, just 14 touchdown passes, 11 INTs, rating under 85.
It is intercepted!
I'm not one to lay blame on anyone, but don't be shocked if he rebounds.
He got the gritty going! Mac Jones with his first career rushing touchdown.
Bill is coaching goatness, but it turns out offensive coordinators might actually matter.
He's sacked again! Carl Lawson all over Mac Jones.
Jones had two guys calling plays who really didn't have a track record calling an offense, and it showed.
And it's intercepted by Minka!
So bring back Bill O'Brien as offensive coordinator, and Mac could make it back for a shot at Tyson.
Kobe with a catch, first down and more! Dive to the end zone!
Jones won't have his favorite target this year, Jacoby Myers off to Vegas. He provided 800-plus yards for them.
Myers who leaps and makes the catch, and the Patriots add to their lead.
His replacement, former Chief Juju Smith-Schuster, over 900 yards with Mahomes throwing him the rock.
That catch, Smith-Schuster at the 30, off a hit, 25, touchdown!
Another guy who could be happy about O'Brien's return, tight end Hunter Henry, over 500 yards in 2022, but could see a lot more targets in O'Brien's system.
Takes it to the house!
They also picked up tight end Mike Gesicki. Quiet year with Miami in 2022, but he scored 5 times at least. Has some good years on his resume.
Started like he was going to go to the corner, came back inside wide open.
Rest of the wide receiver picture, deep ball man Devontae Parker, over 500 yards.
Parker, Devontae leaps and makes the catch! He comes down in the end zone! Touchdown!
And they have Kendrick Bourne back. He had over 400 yards for him. They don't have a traditional number one, but they do have a solid group.
Touchdown!
Ramondre Stevenson played a huge role in their passing attack, almost 70 catches, over 400 air yards.
He throws it to the left. It's caught by Stevenson. Touchdown!
He was second on the team in targets. They'd rather that not be the case again. Stevenson had himself a nice second year in the league, over 1,000 yards on the ground as well, nice 5 yards a run.
Goodbye to the 10, to the 5, end zone bound! Patriots take the lead!
The O-line trying to open holes for him and keep Jones upright. They were middle of the pack in sacks taken.
Near side wide open, Henry at the 15, to the 10, to the 5, waltzing into the end zone!
4 of last year's 5 starters are back this season. Veteran tackle Riley Reif is the new guy. He was with Chicago in 2022. Pat's offensive personnel isn't drastically different, and neither is the personnel on their defense.
Gotta keep going. Gotta keep going.
And if they show like they did last year, that's a good thing.
We're gonna answer the call every time.
Top 10 in points per game allowed and yards per game, tied for the second most turnovers.
Just lost the ball! He fumbled it! It's recovered by New England!
Pass rush closed the deal 54 times, tied for third most.
He's hit! He's sacked!
The secondary they had led the way to top 10 finishes in rating allowed, yards per attempt allowed, and completion percentage.
Gonna be picked off! Anticipating Duggar! Walks in!
And they played the run pretty well to boot. Now, they did lose a key player from that secondary, said goodbye to Patriot legend Devin McCourty.
That's the last time you at home in a blue jersey! What would that mean to you?
Had 4 INTs his last year, and he was their defensive leader.
Another killer.
Still, their DB room is crowded with talent. If you're jonesing for some good corners, they got them.
And then we got the Joneses.
It's the first time we done ran as the Jones boys. Let's get it.
Jonathan held QBs to a sub-80 rating, 4 INTs, 3 forced fumbles.
Ball is tipped and then intercepted by Jonathan Jones along the far side.
Marcus Jones, sub-80 rating allowed.
He's gone to the 30, hit by P-Rhyme, stays on his feet, stays in bounds to the 10, into the end zone.
The third member of the Jones clan, Jack, 2 INTs, low 60s rating against.
Picked off by Jack Jones.
The Jones brothers. We gotta take the field together so somebody get a pick, dog. I'm out here with me and my youngins.
Now, throwing cornerback Christian Gonzalez, first-round pick.
He was my 10th overall player, second overall corner. I did not anticipate he would last this long.
4 INTs last year for Dan Landing's team up there with the Ducks. He's a really good player.
Lots of guys will man the safety spot. Adrian Phillips, for one, not great versus quarterbacks last year with a plus 100 rating allowed.
Coming in from a safety position, Adrian Phillips.
Jalen Mills returns, held passers to a low 80s rating, 2 INTs. Moves around a lot, versatility is his game.
Mills with some great coverage here today.
Kyle Kyle Duggar, sub-90 rating, allowed 3 INTs.
10, Duggar to the 5, Duggar to the end zone!
It doesn't appear they're going to be any easier to throw on them, and especially since Matt Judon is back.
That's how you win.
Here comes Judon to the quarterback. Full speed ahead to a 3rd sack.
Judon made the Pro Bowl off a monster year, 15.5 sacks, 28 QB hits.
Yeah, another one.
His bag partner, Josh Uche, broke out in his 3rd year for 11.5 trips home.
He's under pressure. He's going to be sacked yet again.
They got a nice push from defensive end Dietrich Wise.
Under pressure. Lost the football.
7.5 QB takedowns for him.
Dietrich Wise applied the hit.
Again, not too many changes to their front 7. Nose tackle Devon Godshock tackled over 60 guys. That's hefty from that position.
Hit on the play and brought down on the play.
DT Lawrence Guy almost had 50 tackles.
Wilson walks into a sack. Lawrence Guy.
They added depth up front, too. They used their 2nd-round pick on defensive tackle Keon White.
But he is twitched up and heavy-handed coming off the edge. They use him inside. They use him outside.
Their starting middle linebackers are the same. Jawan Bentley took down over 120 ball carriers, 3 sacks as well.
Let's go! Let's go!
And Jelani Tavai completes the puzzle, close to 70 wraps for him last year. Patriots drafted a new punter and kicker. Very Bill thing to do, right? And back to one of those Jones dudes. Marcus was 1st-team All-Pro, excelled as both a punt returner and kick returner.
Marcus Jones down the middle to the 10, into the end zone!
If O'Brien makes Mack a legit QB again, tosses like 25 touchdowns with a mid-90s rating, Juju is an 1,100-plus yard cat, Henry like 700 to 800 yards with 8 touchdowns. The defense is better on 3rd down and in the red zone. They can go 9-8. Skipping the floor with the Pats, the division appears even tougher than last year. Go through their schedule. They don't have very many easy outs, and it's mostly the same dudes as last year. Tennessee Titans, 7-10 in 2022, ceding the South throne to those cats to the east.
It's all back is against the wall, but guess what? We're going to play this together.
Tennessee's king, though, still wears the crown. He just might have to carry more weight on his shoulders this season than Jon Snow did.
Moving the pile, still moving the pile. Wow!
The Titans fell from power despite having Derrick Henry put up over 1,500 yards.
Can't tackle there. Okay, so they can't tackle there. You understand me?
Run the damn ball!
They stumbled even though Henry scored 13 times on the ground.
The franchise record for touchdowns! Number 75 for the King!
Henry's season was remarkable, really. Defensive coordinators were like, here's the plan. We're going to go goal line defense no matter where they are on the field.
No unforced errors. Make them tackle Derrick as long as we get it into Derrick's hands and everybody knows the play. That's the most important thing.
Not really, but you get it. Only 2 teams threw less often last year than the Titans.
The difference between this league and our team is we got Derrick Henry. Most 200-yard games in a career, man. Congratulations.
Snow couldn't do it on his own. Henry, too, needs a dragon or 2 up in the air to keep defenses honest.
You know, we all got each other. You feel me? So just stay with it no matter what happens.
Their unbalanced offense wasn't a good thing. 28th in points per game, 30th in yards per game, 23rd on 3rd down.
Guns it downfield, picked off, intercepted at the 45-yard line.
So new OC, Tim Kelly time. If they want to make up ground on the scoreboard and in the win column, Kelly has to get more out of that passing attack.
Throw back to Hilliard. He goes straight into the end zone. Touchdown, Titans!
And here's where it gets messy.
Grass stains, blood, sweat.
Ryan Tannehill, O-line.
The Eagles have just teed off on Tannehill. They've got him again!
Pass catchers. All of them were a problem in one form or another last season.
We're going to make mistakes, like whatever.
So now let's see what's different. Tannehill is back, 12 games played. He may not be a top 10 guy, but missing him for 5 games hurt them.
Boom! Great job, fellas.
13 touchdowns, just 6 picks, rating just under 95. A fat 12 yards per completion. He wasn't bad when he was on the field.
Tannehill, play fake, Swain, all alone. Touchdown, Titans!
Still, they used their 2nd-round pick on what they hope is another A-Rod draft slide, QB Will Levis.
The arm is a big power arm, not only to drive the football, but those deep shots down the field for an offense in Tennessee that needs to be more explosive.
O-line now, 49 sacks allowed last year. PFF said there was only one line worse.
Quit shaking up heads! Let's go!
Guard Nate Davis and center Ben Jones were two of their best big uglies. They lost them both.
Trying to break my spirit. What are we doing?
So used their first-round pick on guard Peter Skoronski to take Davis's spot at least.
The pass pro, he can really bend. He's strong. He's firm in pass protection. Does not have long arms, but knows how to use it and play around that.
They picked up guard Daniel Brunskill from San Francisco. He was a backup. Former Eagle Andre Dillard appears like their starting left tackle. He was a backup. Does all that equal improvement?
Grass stain, blood, sweat, grass game, get some sweat, get some blood.
If they can give the QB more time, then what? Well, then we get to see what DeAndre Hopkins can bring to the table. Only played 9 games last year, but we all know he is WR1 material, which Tennessee needed desperately.
DeAndre Hopkins, stab that out of the air.
No more Robert Woods. He was their top guy at just over 500 yards, so yeah. No more Austin Hooper at tight end. He gave him over 400 through the air.
What a catch! Austin Hooper!
But so did tight end Chigo Okonkwo.
Okonkwo tumbles across the goal line!
He's got some buzz heading into this season as being a potential breakout type dude.
Okonkwo catching! Touchdown! Titans!
And so does wide receiver Treylon Burks, only 444 yards, only 11 games. He was the first rounder they took to replace A.J. Brown.
Hey, this is an absolute ridiculous catch. The fact that he held on to that ball, he knows that hit is coming.
From there, you have Nick Westbrook-Akine, just under 400 yards in 2022.
End zone! Touchdown! Titans! Oh, goodness!
You hit him with that skip.
Filling things out, Kyle Phillips maybe, only played 4 games, only caught 8 balls.
Catch made by Kyle Phillips. Outstanding grab by the rookie Bruin.
Henry, by the way, almost 400 yards as a receiver, too. So, Derek, you up for another, 350 to 400 touches?
Henry to the 35 to the 40.
Hopkins is the only newcomer to their offensive lineup. Their defense, on the other hand, underwent a number of cosmetic snips.
Cleats in the ground. Good, cleats in the ground. Let's go.
Tennessee's 2022 defense was a mixed bag. No one was tougher to run on, which helped them finish third on third down.
It's tipped and intercepted by Mitchell, who takes a knee at the 1.
Yeah, let's take that one home.
But they finished 15th in points per game allowed, 23rd in yards per game allowed.
Stiff arms of the defender at the 40.
They had the 11th most QB hits, but tied for 18th in sacks. Have to finish the job more often.
Hit, sack!
Which would help their secondary. No team faced more pass attempts than Tennessee.
We got to loosen up. I feel like God's feeling like we got to play perfect, and you know what I'm saying? Let's go play free, be us. That's it.
In turn, they gave up the most passing yards per game, plenty of passing touchdowns allowed, and were 23rd in rating against.
We got create some juice.
3 of the 4 DBs they have coming back did play QBs well, so more of the same from stud safety Kevin Byard would be great.
Short and sweet, man, because I'm ready to play football, because it's football weather here today.
Tackled over 100 dudes, held QBs to a low 70s rating, picked off 4 passes.
And intercepted on the drop deflection.
He's one of the best.
I'm really him!
They hope cornerback Christian Fulton can play more than 11 games. He held the fort down to a mid-70s rating when he was on the field.
You can't play this, Greg, any better than Fulton does.
Same deal with safety Amani Hooker. Held targets to a low 70s rate, just 9 games though.
Good for Barkley in the end zone. It's intercepted! Picked off by Amani Hooker!
They need a better year from cornerback Roger McCreary. He gave up 7 touchdowns and a rating over 110.
Boxed him out. I mean, he got inside position and said, I'm bigger. You're not going to get over the top of me.
They have a new nickel cornerback, Sean Murphy-Bunting out of Tampa Bay. Sub-70 rating allowed, only 12 games. Hey, that fits.
Holmes throws. Oh, he threw an interception.
That group could make things tougher on quarterbacks, though, and especially if Harold Landry returns after missing all last year and reignites the pass rush.
Allen's going to be taken down. It's Harold Landry.
Landry was a 12-sack guy in 2021. Titans, in a way, will then have 2 new outside linebackers. They plucked Arden Key from Jacksonville to replace outside linebacker Bud Dupree in his 4 sacks.
Arden Key comes flying in. in for the sack.
Key 4.5 sacks in 2022, and this will be his 4th team in 4 years. It doesn't help they lost defensive tackle DeMarcus Walker and his 7 sacks. They still have defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons, though.
Guys, 1, 2, 3.
Pro Bowl year last year, 7.5 bags.
Stop playing with me. I'm like that. Go!
Danico Autry got home 8 times, and say it with me, only played 12 games.
Mahomes unable to escape and brought down.
Behind those dudes in the middle linebacker spots, adios David Long, he was underrated. Replacing him, Azeez Al-Shire, former Niner, and look at that, 12 games played.
That is read perfectly by Azeez Al-Shire.
But the preseason speech should be, the season is 17 games. It's not a half day or anything, okay?
Great sell, kid. Great sell, bro. Great sell.
Kicking duties no longer with Randy Bullock.
The NFL debut of Caleb Shudak.
Rookie from last year who only got 1 game in.
And he knocks it through.
I think this is the only punter I'm mentioning in this entire video. Ryan Stonehouse, as a rookie, broke Sammy Baugh's record for yards per punt. If you don't understand the magnitude of that statement, back to school with you.
What a kick.
The Stone Man hit at over 55 per punt.
Boom, what a punt.
Pretty sure he could boot a ball over a mountain. His legs gotta be stronger than Uncle Rico's arm, right?
Stonehouse booted that one 70
tremendous.
yards.
Floor talk first. If D-Hop doesn't inject life into the passing game, Tannehill's still just a QB. King finally tires of pulling the tractor and only manages 1,000 or so yards. The pass defense remains susceptible. They could stumble to a 6-11 year. Might have been the best guess before Hopkins joined. He should make a difference. The O-line can't be as bad, and that alone gets them to 8-9. Hopkins has a 1,300-plus yard type season, 10-plus touchdowns. Tannehill is close to 100 rating dude, throws at least 25 tugs. The secondary is healthy and makes them harder to throw on. It's Vrabel football, dang it. 11-6 and likely doing the waltz. Houston Texans 3-13-1 in 2022. The under construction sign is still up, but it looks like there are some more workers on the job now.
Gotta want it.
Team has a new head coach, new franchise QB, in theory at least, an elite left tackle to protect him, along with other O-line upgrades. A young stud running back to take pressure off of him, and a new vet tight end as a safety valve. On defense, 2 DBs you took in the first round last year, both coming off fine rookie seasons.
It's this ball right on top of it to knock it out of Alec Pierce's hands.
Along with Houston's other first-round pick from this year, who they believe could be their next JJ. Say what? As a team, production-wise last year, very few bright spots. Offense was abysmal. 30th in points per game, 31st in yards per game, 31st in turnovers, 31st on third down.
We just got to put it together. Don't call. Don't call. Don't call. Keep grinding.
Red zone, 27th. Davis Mills was given his shot, but after the big signing of D'Amico Ryans as head coach, it was time to swing for the fences at the QB spot.
When you watch C.J. Stroud play inside the pocket, he's got great tempo and pace with the way that he plays, with his mindset, and I believe that is something that can really translate to the National Football League.
He does not have any A-list pass catchers, though. Brandon Cooks is in the other Texas city now. Chris Moore is on an interdivision rival now. He gave him over 500 yards.
The end zone caught by Chris Moore. Touchdown, Houston!
In his place, Robert Woods jumps from the Titans after a 500-plus yard year.
Tannehill's got a wide open Robert Woods for a go-ahead touchdown.
Nico Collins returns over 450 yards.
He's got the catch for a touchdown.
Come on, y'all. Come on. This jersey's so damn tight. Damn. Bit can't even breathe in here.
And there's John who missed last year battling leukemia. He's ready to make his debut. The Texans lost their starting tight end, Jordan Akins, 495 yards, 5 TDs, replaced him with former Cowboy Dalton Schultz, who put up 577 yards and 5 scores.
Wide open! Dalton Schultz on the left side walks into the end zone.
Good thing for Stroud, Laramie Tunsil has his blind side. PFF graded him just fine.
Congrats on the Pro Bowl. You too, buddy.
But their O-line as a whole, they said they were the worst in football.
Climbs the pocket, hit, dropped.
Sacks allowed weren't bad, but they allowed their QBs to be pressured over 30% of the time. No bueno.
Bills in the shotgun. He stepped under a tackle, but he's sacked at the 45.
Very well then, Texans went out and picked up guard Shaq Mason. He was with Tampa Bay last year, solid pass blocking season. They also used a second-round pick on center Juice Scruggs. That's a first-round name.
Does a nice job keeping his hands inside, just kind of uses those pads as a steering wheel, CD. Keep your hands inside, controls that way. He can latch and create some movement at the point of attack. There's just times, though, you see his legs die a little bit on contact. So I just want to see him be more consistent in that area. I know he can do it. Just want to see the consistency improve.
Imagine if their first-round pick from last year plays like a first-round pick this year. Kenyon Green's PFF grades, I barely passed high school, he would not have with his marks.
Well, this is going to be the rookie, Kenyon Green, that's just going to get beat, and he just gets too far forward.
The revamped O-line could do wonders for Dameon Pierce, too. Over 900 yards rushing, and he only got 13 games in.
Rock and roll! Touchdown, Houston! 75 yards!
He was the reason to watch the Texans when they had the ball.
31 run hard, Coach.
Yeah, he does. Rookie. Yeah, he run hard.
Good enough, they should not finish 30th in rush attempts again.
He breaks a tackle, 15, 10. Gang tackled inside the 5. Does he stay on his feet? He does, down to the 2-yard line. What a run by Dameon Pierce.
I know. You can't run when you're always trailing. And they did that a lot because even though their D face was better than their O face, it was still unpleasant.
You know that's what Tennessee's going to do. You got to figure out a way to slow down Derrick Henry.
Couldn't stop the run. 5.1 a carry allowed. 27th in points per game allowed. 30th in yards per game.
Darius Slayton, 54 yards on a 3rd and 9.
Ryans is expected to have a direct impact on improving this side of things, so it made sense Houston moved up in the draft to snag Will Anderson to spearhead their future pass rush.
Elite character, elite work ethic, leadership, all that stuff's great. But when he gets on the field, this guy has got power and torque and plays the game in a manner that you see Khalil Mack play football.
Anderson has a nice tutor at the other DM spot. Jerry Hughes had a nice year with 9 sacks.
Bring that dog out, baby, all day, big dog.
They brought in defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins to try and make things tougher on runners. 43 tackles for the Jets last year.
Burrow is sacked to start the fourth quarter. Sheldon Rankins.
Malik Collins is back. He had 3.5 bags from the inside.
And he is buried, oh boy.
Linebacker Christian Kirksey returns, 124 tackles, 3 sacks, 2 picks.
And it ends up in the hands of Kirko on the way down. It's a pick.
They'll have Christian Harris again at linebacker, 74 tackles, held QBs to a sub-90 rating.
And it's intercepted! Picked off by Christian Harris!
And they added 2 more vets to the mix. Corey Littleton from the Panthers. Denzel Perryman comes over from Vegas, 83 tackles in only 12 games.
And down he goes in the arms of Denzel Perryman.
The Texans' back end, as Lloyd Christmas would say, they must work out.
Tipped and intercepted at the 45.
Texans held QBs to the 5th lowest rating in the NFL.
And it's picked off. That's it. The Texans win!
The only key DB not coming back from the group that did that, safety Jonathan Owens, who did have 123 tackles, but his rating allowed was almost just as high. So, swap him out with a known Ryans commodity, safety Jimmy Ward, 3 INTs in 12 games for the Niners.
Diving pick!
He will be joined by second-year man Jalen Petrie, 147 tackles as a rook. He also held QBs to a sub-90 rate and came away with 5 INTs. He didn't get enough pub.
Throws to the end zone. It's picked off. Petrie!
And neither did his fellow NFL freshman, cornerback Derek Stingley. Season was cut short to 9 games, but he held it down to a nice low 70s rating.
It's intercepted! Picked off by Stingley!
Cornerback Desmond King, rating allowed barely over 90. Healthy 89 tackles. He did it all.
Picked off by Desmond King.
And they have Steven Nelson, not the Dodger announcer guy, but the CB guy. Also kept his rating under 90.
Intercepted. Picked off in the middle of the field by Steven Nelson. Watson.
Texans kicking game is in great feat. Kaimi Fairbairn bounced back from a rough 2021, hit over 93% of his attempts last year, 6 for 6 from downtown.
Straight enough, long enough.
Let's talk floor first. A rookie quarterback with no A-list pass catchers. The O-line doesn't improve. Defense doesn't drastically improve. Same as last year, 3 wins. The guess, more like 5 wins. D'Amico and Will Anderson, along with all those young DBs and Pierce, are worth it. And if Stroud has a Rookie of the Year type year, 90-plus rating, 20-plus TDs, the line is at least like a 20th ranked type group. Anderson has a Defensive Rookie of the Year type year with 10-plus sacks. 7 wins isn't Joker crazy, right? Indianapolis Colts tumbled to 4-12-1 last year, triggered a complete overhaul. Frank Reich's reign as head coach over. Shane Steichen takes over. He ran the Philadelphia offense last year.
I've said this in the past, but I think, when you play fast with young quarterbacks, I think it definitely helps. They don't have to think about too much stuff.
He got Gus Bradley to run his defense. Jim Bob Cooter, best name in football, is his OC. They have a lot of work to do. Colts 2022 offense was borderline abysmal.
Fires, that ball is going to be intercepted.
The Jaguars are continuing to live rent-free in this Indianapolis Colts brain.
Bottom dwellers in the red zone, in points per game allowed, yards per game on third down, and kings of the turnover.
Straight drop under pressure, ball batted up in the air. It's caught. Tier Tart on his back, just intercepted the pass. Wow!
They didn't get great play from the QB spot, so they drafted a new one.
Came in, worked really hard, bright-eyed, energetic, really into learning kind of the information we were putting in front of him. The talent level's really evident, and the more time I spend around Anthony, the more I'm impressed with the person.
Anthony Richardson, early first-rounder, takes over for Matt Ryan. How likely is it Richardson improves the Colts' passing offense? Ryan wasn't great, but it should be pointed out he threw for the 9th most yards per game.
Matt Ryan to throw, end zone fires, it's Jelani Woods for a touchdown.
Ideally, Richardson isn't throwing 8th most in the league though. Colts just 18th in rush attempts, and that's because JT was missing from so many of their concerts.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you so much, man.
I'm a big fan.
Thank you, that means a lot. Hopefully I do good for you today. Just for you.
Indy's offense last year, never in sync. Jonathan Taylor missed 6 games, played hurt several others, still went for over 800 yards, 4.5 a pop. If he's healthy, their run game should again lead the way.
35-40, 45-50, a lot of room, trying to beat Harvey far sideline. 20, 15-10, high step 10, touchdown Taylor.
They also have Zach Moss, who hit at a fat 4.9 yards a run in limited duty.
Zach Moss still on his feet, and he is in. Touchdown, Zach Moss flexing his muscle.
Plus, Richardson is one of those dual threat dudes. Seems like Steichen knows how to utilize that type. Richardson's gonna need mobility if the Colts O-line doesn't improve, too.
It is a sack party. 6th sack of the night for the Chargers.
60 sacks taken. Only one team gave up more, and it wasn't just Ryan either. PFF blamed Colts Big Uglies specifically for the 2nd most sacks allowed. Ugly indeed. Both tackles, Braden Smith and Bernard Raymond, gave up 7 each.
He's backed up. He sacks back at the 36. Brandon Lamb with the sack.
Thing is, both of them return, as do their other 3 starters from 2022. And no new big-name receivers either. They lost Paris Campbell, 2nd most targets, 600-yard guy, brought in Isaiah McKenzie from Buffalo, a 400-yard guy, but he was like the 5th option. So he should at least replace what Campbell did.
Allen fires one down the middle to the end zone. It is caught. Bills take the lead.
Michael Pittman was Ryan's go-to, probably Richardson's as well. He saw 50 more targets than Campbell, 99 catches, 925 yards, 4 scores.
2nd and goal, Ryan, end zone, Pittman, touchdown Colts.
Alec Pierce rounds out the starting wide receiver trio. Almost 600 yards as a rookie, room to grow, right? They need all the help they can get.
23 seconds left. Ryan throws down the near sideline, looking for Alec Pierce. He's got it! Touchdown! A 32-yard grab over the shoulder snag.
Tight end is a combo sitch, over 600 yards between two dudes, respectable range at least. Kylan Granson over 300, Jelani Woods over 300, and he scored 3 times.
Colts down by 4. Ryan backs the pass, looking, fires upfield into the end zone, and it's caught. Jelani Woods, touchdown!
The offensive personnel isn't drastically different. The QB, the coaching, and the playbook are. Defensively, Colts weren't terrible last year.
Come on, let go, bro. This is about to be fun. Hey, let's get him off the field right here. Let's get him off the field right here.
Not terrible, but not great either. Gave up a lot of points per game, but that was tied to the O's generosity with the football. Middle of the pack in yards per game allowed, at least. How will they fare, though, after losing 3 key defenders? The Colts' strength on D was their front 7, tied for 10th in sacks.
Heineke flushed up in the pocket, and he is going to be dragged down.
Let's go!
They lost their sack leader, though, Yannick Ngakoue, 9.5 QB takedowns. Replaced him with Samson Ebukam, 5 sacks with San Francisco.
Third down, Blau has a moment, but he's going to go down inside the 20.
The Colts also played the run pretty well in 2022, held ball carriers to a respectable 4.1 yards per carry. Then watched Bobby Okereke and his 151 tackles leave town. They believe getting the linebacker formerly known as Darius back will cover his production. Shaq Leonard only played 3 games last season.
It is picked off by Shaq Leonard. Welcome back from the injury. The leader, the captain of this defense.
He'll have Zaire Franklin at his side, 167 tackles, 4th most in the league.
Just check it out. You got Zaire Franklin who gets the ball out. This is how you stay aggressive.
So Leonard, Franklin, and E.J. Speed should trot out at the linebacker spot most games. Speed had 63 tackles, but only started 5 contests. Their secondary gave up the 3rd highest rating in the league, 96.2, gave up the 2nd highest completion percentage, and now they don't have Stephon Gilmore anymore, and he was their best corner. They picked up Julian Brents in the 2nd round to fill the hole.
Long range, he had a 39 half in vertical, but what I like about him is his scheme, versatility.
Their other corners need to listen to plenty of Big Sean, Kenny Moore, Isaiah Rodgers, both with ratings allowed over 115 last year. Strong safety Julian Blackmon, rating allowed a Cartman like 136. They all need to bounce back. Free safety Rodney Thomas is the only returning DB who played the pass well for them last year. 4 INTs held QBs to a 50 rating as a rook. Dude was a 7th round pick, so fluke or for real.
He holds it up and throws an interception.
Whether the pass rush can produce as many sacks without Ngakoue may hinge on whether Kwity Paye can break out. 4 sacks as a rook, 6 last year.
Everyone is coming and it's almost like a meet you at the quarterback. DeForest Buckner, Kwity Paye.
Paye and Ebukam might not represent the best DE combo, but the Colts have a nice DT duo. Grover Stewart, 4 sacks, 70 tackles.
Oh, and Will Greer. No one picked up Grover Stewart.
DeForest Buckner, 74 tackles, 8 bags. 2 defensive tackles with 70-plus tackles, that's rare.
Mama, there go that man. There go that man.
No floor talk here. They have a rookie signal caller. He doesn't have a stud number 1 receiver. He could be taking just as many sacks as Ryan did, and the defense could be worse without Yannick and Stephon and Okereke. Just 4 wins. But if JT returns fully to form, 1,600-plus yards, 12 TDs-ish, Richardson shines in year 1, the defense is like a 20th best type group. Tack on 2 more wins to make him 6-11.
That gives me like chills.
Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands can be up or they can be down. Tell me what you're gonna do now.
We're gonna be great, bro. The same way we stayed the same, we're getting our ass kicked. Stay the same right now.
How about keep rolling after winning the division in year 1 of Doug Peterson?
Something's gonna pop for us right here, okay? Something will pop.
They run the ball with ETN, tries to get the corner. He does! What a play caller this guy is!
Jags even broke some stuff in the playoffs.
The field goal is good! 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 The Jaguars have won it!
all of which means Jacksonville will play with the burden of expectation in 2023.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. We never had a no fight, family. Let's go get this now. Let's go. Come on.
Trevor Lawrence, Mr. Hand, would be so proud to see how much he matured.
The back end, dude, we're gonna shred them. Once we get this run game going, we're gonna be great.
25 TDs against 8 picks, over 240 passing yards per game.
Trevor Lawrence has been ridiculous today.
A rating over 95.
I'll take 6. I'll take 6. Yeah, come on, keep coming.
Lawrence finally had a teacher who actually understood that AD doesn't stand for Anthony Davis in these parts.
You got to play with confidence, right?
Oh, I got you.
I'm saying play with confidence.
Yeah.
We got plenty of time. What a throw by Trevor Lawrence.
Let's go. Let's go. We go, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
And what a difference it made to his play. He finally started to look like the part of the #1 overall pick.
Caught for the touchdown, Christian Kirk!
With Lawrence able to grasp why the Declaration of Independence was necessary, the offense blossomed.
I'll play better when you hit me, 52. I like it. I'm kind of messed up.
Top 10 in points per game, yards per game, and on third down.
Bold call by Doug Peterson.
Jaguars' offense was pretty balanced, but it favored the pass.
Zay Jones into the end zone! Touchdown, Jaguars!
Christian was the target's leader, over 1,100 yards, 8 scores.
Caught for the touchdown, Christian Kirk!
My goodness, what has happened in Duval County?
Zay Jones, over 800 yards, 5 TDs.
Myers left side of us. Caught! Zay Jones catches it! The 2-point conversion is good! The Jaguars win
They
it!
picked up Calvin Ridley. What are the chances that he returns to form after missing some time?
Faith of a mustard seed, right? Faith of a mustard seed.
Tight end Evan Ingram is back.
Can't get it all back in one play.
He had a career year, over 70 catches, over 700 yards.
Back of the end zone, that ball is going to be caught.
Running back Travis Etienne also chipped in over 300 yards out of the backfield.
He goes to the running back, and he is unleashed again.
Etienne was basically a rookie last year. He hit at 5.1 yards per carry.
A 4-yard touchdown run by Travis Etienne.
Over 1,100 yards rushing and 5 TDs.
He's into the open field, 15, 10, 5.
Imagine what he could do behind a good O-line.
Are you kidding me?
PFF said the Jags had the worst run blocking group of any team. They ranked him 27th overall because of it. Luckily, they weren't nearly as bad at protecting Spicoli. In fact, they gave up the 5th fewest sacks. They did lose right tackle Jawan Taylor, but turned around and used their first-round pick on Anton Harrison.
This is a big athletic guy. I thought he would go on day 2. A little bit surprised he got up here to the bottom of round 1. But there's a lot of raw ability to work with here.
Have to track camp to see where everyone lands. Left tackle Cam Robinson, guard Brandon Scherf are the sure things, but there could be some battles for the other spots.
You guys rubbing your stomach at me is not nice.
Not too many changes overall to the offense, though, and even fewer on the defense, as in they're running it back.
We ain't going nowhere.
Were they a dominant bunch? No, 24th in yards per game allowed, bad in the red zone, and even worse on third down.
They kicking our ass. Time to change it.
So how did they finish 12th in points per game allowed?
How good is that?
By creating lots of turnovers, 4th most.
And now the ball's fumbled, and it is picked up by the Jaguars. They're running it back.
We never wavered in no moment, man. We never wavered in no moment.
The problem with that is it can be hard to sustain, so best try and make up ground on other fronts, like getting home to see mom more often.
Drop to throw, it's a blitz. The Jags blitz him. They hit him.
Oh, that's a big-time play.
Jaguars only came up with 35 sacks. That's tied for 25th.
Hey, we gonna dictate this game. Us.
This is about finishing the job, because they finished with the 5th most QB hits.
This defense made a gigantic play. All year long they've done this.
Outside linebacker Josh Allen had 7 bags, 4 forced fumbles.
Hey, come on, man. You got this. Well, let's go handle business.
Good year, but he can be a 10-sack guy, and so should Trayvon Walker if he's going to live up to his draft spot.
Heat is out and he's sacked at the 26 by the #1 overall pick, Trayvon Walker.
If Jacksonville's pass rush is going to make a bigger impact,
They hit him as he lets it go. The ball comes out.
create more splash plays, it's on him and Allen to up their game.
The ball comes out and it's picked up. The Jags are running it back.
The middle of their defensive line is solid, but not made up of big pass rush types. Davon Hamilton, Roy Robertson-Harris, Folu Fatukasi, all chipped in on the sack front, played a bigger role in stopping ball carriers, though.
Escapes one tackle, can't escape the second, and lost a yard on the play.
4.2 yards per carry allowed last year was acceptable relative to the rest of the league.
We win as the Jaguars, and we lose as the Jaguars. And the only way we're going to come back is as the Jaguars.
But they could be even tougher to run on if Devin Lloyd builds off his rookie year, one that saw him rack up 115 tackles and pick off 3 passes.
It's intercepted by the Jaguars.
His partner, Terry Tate, Boye Oluokun, he has led the NFL in tackles each of the last 2 seasons with over 180 in each. Break was over 15 minutes ago, Mitch.
In trouble and down he goes at the 21. Brought down by Oluokun.
If the pass rush can apply a little more heat, their DBs might fare a little better against the pass.
And that ball is picked off by Tyson Campbell running it back.
They weren't horrible on this front, held QBs to a sub-90 rating. 2 of their corners played quarterbacks especially strong. Darius Williams faced the most targets on the team, held QBs to a low 70s rate.
This is perfectly done.
16 passes defensed, not many guys had more.
Williams in great position.
Tyson Campbell gave up 6 touchdowns, but he picked off 3 passes, sub-80 rating allowed.
And that throw is intercepted.
Safety Rayshon Jenkins, 12 passes defensed.
All right, let's go.
Sub-90 rating against.
The Jags are going to win it on a Rayshon Jenkins pick 6.
While making 116 tackles.
Gets the sack, calls fumble.
The 2 guys with the most room to improve year over year, cornerback Trey Herndon, he gave up a rate over 110. And safety Cisco might have been a friend of mine, but maybe he shouldn't be so friendly to QBs, rating allowed near 100. But being he chased the gringo away, we'll add that he had 3 INTs as well.
And intercepted. Andre Cisco picks it off after the deflection.
Kicking duties. Riley Patterson returns 85% last year, 2 for 3 from 50 plus.
Does it have enough? It does.
And Jags' return game is top notch.
Look out. Jamal Agnew. Down near midfield. Pro Bowl him. And Kurt. And me.
Their floor is set at 9-8. It's hard to come up with a scenario where they're worse than last year. Trev is no better, I guess. The offense is stuck in the friend zone. Defense doesn't make strides. They're the same as 2022. It sure looks like Peterson has Lawrence going in the right direction, though. So how about 12-5? Really debated their last game with Tennessee, for the record anyway. Debating a Week 18 game is what makes this part so silly. The ceiling with this team is pretty high, though. Lawrence is MVP material. The offense is a top 5 group. Defense shores some things up on 3rd down and in the red zone. Let's go crazy and go 13-4. I know, really bumped it up, right? But put them in the AFC Championship game, too.